guys.
Hello.
Hello. And welcome back to Let's Talk Geeky with the usual suspects. And before we start, I'd like to say hi, Amy. Thanks for joining us and being my new subscriber.
Hi, Amy.
So one of my wife's friend's daughter's wee cute Amy is joining us for a wee while. So no swearing.
Oh, shucks.
Wait. Am I going to be muted for the rest of the stream?
Yes. But so Amy said she would be joining us to watch it for a wee while. So I said I would say hi.
It's lovely.
So what's been happening on the geek front this week? Anything you watched, read, viewed?
We watched Boss Level yesterday.
It's good, isn't it?
Yes.
Yes, we quite enjoyed it. I didn't watch your review until I'd seen it to avoid spoilers, but yeah, great film, fun, entertaining. It just hooks you in from the start.
It's
just great fun.
It is. That's what I'm saying. When Big T Moore recommended it, I was sitting there thinking, because I was looking at new movies, the old guy's review, and I thought I'll watch it once when it's in the background, the same as I did the last time, doing other things. So I'm switching my brain off to watch it, and then I'll watch it for the review. After 3 views, I realised I've not actually even watched it for review purposes. I've just enjoyed it that much.
I'm actually on 5 views on it now.
That's what I'm saying. That was only on the Friday because I was going to review it on the Friday. So I had to review it on Saturday. So I watched it another twice. And since I've actually uploaded the DVD, the review, I've watched it a couple more times. It's so much fun.
Do you know it's that much fun? I could do the same. I could watch it again. It was so good.
Yeah. I think we shall.
I thought it was just such a great recommendation from Big T Moore. But thank you everybody for joining us. We have got Lord Nyman and in the stream. Thank you. And I must admit, if anybody recommends another movie like that, I am going to be happy to sit and watch it.
That's just the trouble with the current format of films being put down. But
you don't know what you're going to get, and I just could not believe in this day and age there was such a fun movie.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Wen. No, go ahead, Wen.
I was only going to say, just to echo what Darren said, it's just a fantastically fun. Just forget about everything, just put it on, and it's good old-fashioned action, great dialogue, gets right into the action. There's just no waiting for that, and I really enjoyed it. I would definitely highly recommend it.
The film is sold like Mel Gibson's in the film. You have like a big superstar, everything, but the guy is carrying it so fantastically well just on his own. He has the charisma, the screen presence. There's like, oh, I'm screwed again.
Yeah.
No, I didn't feel bad that I killed them.
But even the fact is, when I started watching it for review purposes, that's when I realised that was the guy who was actually in the Three Stooges. He's very comic. He played in the Three Stooges movie.
That's right. Yes, I saw in your review. Yes,
I played Curly, and I was sitting there thinking, when I was watching it, I'm saying I recognise him, and I couldn't remember, and then it just clicked, and I'm sitting there thinking, it's such a different role because he plays apart from the silly part where the thing happens to him, shall we say?
Shall we say he's getting a haircut?
Yes. Your head. Yeah. But it was just that was the silliest thing he did in it. The rest of it, he was just sort of a menacing presence without being overly top cliche villain. Like, for instance, when he comes out the lift and goes, oh, bang, and it just turns out, the other guys and says, didn't expect that. Yeah, I mean, it wasn't a case of like you would expect with a tropish villain. It just seemed.
Well, I would say that scene does have like the twirling mustache a little bit. It's like, we got you. It's like, wait, I didn't even get to explain my evil plan.
I know, that's what I'm saying. It didn't seem to fall into too many tropes, considering that the premise of the movie just being a rehash, a Groundhog Day for John Wick. It was just fun. It was, to me, it was just pure entertainment for the sake of entertainment, and I love it.
Little dash of Tarantino thrown in as well.
Yeah. But I must admit, it's just the whole thing. The only one wee bit was when you could see the stuntman fighting in behalf of Mel Gibson because of his age, which I understood, but you could just sort of see it a wee bit out because it just looked a wee bit.
If I'm going to be brutally honest on that one, I'd love another Clint Eastwood film, like Pale Rider or something, but you need to have the speed, the movement, the charisma, the present. He would still carry that, but I would still just see it's not old cowboys, it's space cowboys or something, where they're actually admitting their age, even though they need to do something that is supposed to be for, well, people half their age, but people half their age are still in the mid-40s.
Yeah. I've always had an idea for a movie based on things I enjoyed growing up. And it has to be set in, let's see, 70s, maybe 80s. And it's just an old man getting bullied, shall we say, by either it could be a drug ring, a gang, a bunch of gangsters, or just something like that. And they just, because he's an old man, they just did, and they they're trying to grind him down, they're beating him up, stuff like that. So what he does is he phones his friends, and his friends turn up. And it turned out they actually were all, in America, it could be they were Marines in the Second World War, a unit. And just because they lived their life as normal afterwards, people just assume they're just this bunch of old men who just served in the war, but it's 30 years, 40 years ago. Big deal. They're in their 50s, 60s. It's like, you saw the one with Kirk Douglas and Burt Lancaster, the two old gangsters.
I remember something about it.
I know the one.
I'm just trying to remember it. It's, and it was just about the two of them. They got out of prison and people just didn't treat them very well because they were old guys, and they'd look at them and they were and all these gangs, they would come up against these gangs and they would say things like, oh, so is there fight? Is there any rules? I don't know what you mean. Am I allowed to do this? Or am I allowed to do this? Stuff like that. And they see the gangs running away from these two old guys. And there's a guy chasing them who's an old gangster as well. He's got his big thick glasses on. And the gang comes up to him because he's only an old guy, and he turns around and he's got a machine gun under his jacket and stuff like that, and they run. It's that type of thing. It's just the idea that there's old guys that people just sort of, but during the Second World War, they were a unit of highly trained, and obviously going through the war, they built up a camaraderie. They would drop a hat, they would go and help their old friends.
I will say it's funny that you bring up such a story, because that is one of my pickups this week. A story exactly like that. You would not have expected it, but suddenly there is someone there that you did not expect to deal with. And no, it's not John Wick. It's not John Wick, but I have a story I thoroughly done. No, it's not Taken either.
It's an idea I've had, and they've done similar ideas. That you pick on someone that you don't expect because he's an assassin or she's a special forces or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
It's just the idea that I grew up watching old war movies, and all I always thought was, wonder what would happen if, when they were older, somebody started bullying them and they just got back together.
The film, PJ. I found the film. It's called Tough Guys, and it was
Tough
made in
Guys, that's the one.
1986.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
So
I love that movie. That is just such a classic. Because you're taking two guys who used to play the old gangster, the hard man type, and they just they have fun in the roles by the looks of it. They were just enjoying themselves.
Yeah, it says two elderly gangsters are released from prison, only to find that they have trouble fitting in as old men who still take no guff from anyone.
Yep. It's just a fun movie. If you get a chance to watch that, Tough Guys is fun. So it is. Burt
definitely have
Lancaster
to
and and
stick that one on the list.
yeah, Kurt Russell.
The one I really love, speaking of that genre, is Grumpy Old Men with Walter Matthau and Jack Lemmon.
Yeah.
I
Honest
so
to
love
God,
that one.
I
Yeah.
cry every time I watch that.
That is
Absolutely
a fun
cry
one,
laughing.
I must admit. It's just the fact is the odd couple back together again.
Yeah,
Was that's basically
But
they
it-
did many movies together. When they did it, as they were getting on, and you could just see the two of them actually seem to play well together, shall we say?
yeah. Yes.
And they just had that.
What is the statement? Eat my shorts.
Yeah. Yes. Yes. It's
How he always played. He always played, even when he was younger. He always seemed to actually be able to play a grumpy old guy. He just had that mannerism.
I think Mathau's always been. He's
Yeah.
always been. He's always played those characters so well.
Yeah.
He's also fantastic in The Taking of Pelham 1, 2, 3.
Oh, I love The Taking of Pelham 1, 2, 3. I
It's
hated
one
the
of my.
remake. The remake was rubbish.
I wouldn't even watch it.
No.
I love that film so much that I was just horrified when I heard they tried to remake it.
Achoo! Oh, goes into it. I remember it, and I was in the charity shop and I saw two copies of Pelham 1, 2, 3, and they had different cases, different covers. So I picked the two of them out, and the two of them were the exact same movie, just different variations on them. Just one was a widescreen or something like that, and one was a special edition. But I thought because the two of them were sitting next to each other, different covers, I thought I'd got the original. I didn't, and I was a grumpy old person, so I was.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I was doing a bit of shopping today, and I was pleasantly surprised with my haul. Charity as well as out with charity. The out with charity ones, I'm going to give a wee taster for a couple of them because I've got three. One of them I'm going to keep to the very end, and that is the special one I was so surprised at. But I'm not a great Batman fan. I do like Batman, but he's not my favourite. There's specific Batmans like the 66 Batman. But I was in the shop and they were called the Batman Decades figures. There was about 4 or 5 of them, but I only was interested in 2.
It's the 60s.
Oh, the 60s.
Batman. No,
50s
that's the
even.
50s
Oh, the
Batman.
50s.
That's Adam.
Yeah, they have 8 of them.
Adam
And
West.
one prior to that. No, this is the comic book. 50s.
Oh, okay.
This
You
is
know
a
what? Yeah,
comic
but I see
And
the
they had a debut Batman. They didn't have it on. I would have got that one. You can just sort of see the figures there.
Yeah.
So they had the debut one, and you can see with the larger ears. So I got the 50s Batman, and I got the 60s Batman.
Yes,
The
that's
Adam
the one.
West Batman.
Oh, yes.
Nice.
It was this one I saw first, and then I saw the 50s. They had the 2010 Batman. So they did, and they had the 2000 Batman, but I'm not as keen on the new ones. So because they didn't have the debut Batman, and even the 70s Batman would have been nice, but I think they're mainly comic book. But the comic book for the 60s was very Adam West Batman, so it was. And I picked those two up, and I was going, oh, and I could see there was a load of other stuff, and I wanted. I'm sitting there thinking, how much money have I got? But that was my two, which I do love those Batman, but Batman's not my favourite. And considering how much I loved those two figures, Can you imagine what the other one's going to be? The special surprise one, which I had never seen that before, so I was very shocked.
Oh,
So
we're intrigued.
yes,
Yes.
You've got us hooked now.
yep. We'll all do that after we've done our hauls and such like. But so apart from Boss Level, anybody else watched anything fun? Yep.
Yeah, I'd say we watched an episode of UFO today, which was just great. Great again. Just a proper, solid, entertaining story.
Good. What one was it?
It was the first episode. We're it's on our I'll come in again. Our BritBox box. I'm not doing. I haven't had much to drink on it. I haven't started. Our BritBox subscription. There we are. We finally got there. And first episode. Let's go for it. I'd seen the odd episode down the years, never the whole series. And we just sat down.
The whole series with the same two cars.
Yeah.
But
I like the fact it's set in 1980, but it was made in 1970, and it's got very much like a late 60s, early 70s vibe, and it's great. And the tech is just—it's one of it was supposed to be futuristic then, and they still use sort of analog figures in places, but the model work, the filming of it, just great. Just
I've always wanted a UFO. A spinning UFO, and you should be able to get them now, because the thing is, at one point that's going to be difficult to get, but how many times have you seen is it Tim Pool? He's got the UFO spinning. It's on the magnetic thing, and it just spins round. He's got the big standard UFO type, and it just spins. You imagine something like that, but with the UFO just spinning a wee bit faster.
Mm.
I used to have the Shadow Interceptor when I was a young lad
with a big nose.
Yeah, when it was made by, I think it was made by Dinky Toys back in the 70s. And,
I had one, but that got.
And I haven't got it now because they did the Eagle Transporter and the Enterprise. They did a few like that, and
I've got the only
to
thing
have
I've got
them now in their original
Eagle
boxes.
Yeah, I would love to have had the Interceptor, big nose and all.
Yeah,
but even if you get them, it's difficult to get them with the missile, because that was one of the few things. It always goes. It's the same as like my Eagle.
Yeah,
with the
that got lost very quickly. Yeah,
yeah. It's amazing how easily that thing's lost. No. What I've been watching, I must admit, and Big T Moore, we were just talking about Boss Level, so we've watched it, I think. But I've been watching Brendan Fraser stuff. So I watched Blast from the Past.
Yes, that's an amazing one.
And Bedazzled.
Oh, wow.
Selling his soul to the devil. I just loved it. The only thing I think they ruined it with was at the end, because the guy he met in prison, it was quite enigmatic. You didn't know. Was he an angel? Was he just a guy who had his head screwed on right, or was he meant to be? At the end, you see him playing chess with Les Hurley's.
Well, I always interpret that as he was God.
Yes, but I think it would have been better if it was ambiguous, because was he just a guy who had his head screwed on? Was he an angel? Was he God? You didn't know, because the devil in all his disguises is always going to be the devil, whereas God could be in anything. But the fact that they showed him playing chess, I thought, I would have liked it to be ambiguous. Was it God, or was it an angel, or was it just a guy with a sense of normal, how things should work?
But I like that about that story, because if you look at Elizabeth Hurley's playing the devil, is she really that evil? Yeah, she's tricking him with every wish that he wants to get, but
yeah.
She's
Well,
evil.
that is it. It's obviously the good thing is they play it for fun. So there's no. I don't think they could go too far down the rabbit hole because it was a comedy as such. But I think the way they did it, just showing you the manipulation of what you think you've said.
Well, I think the comedy aspect adds to it because I don't believe, I can't really call myself an atheist, but I don't believe. But I would think if creatures such as these would exist, I have a suspicion that they would be laughing at us and our daily endeavors.
Yes, but that was the only wee criticism I would have left. I would have liked it to be an enigma, a bit of an enigmatic joke, as I say.
Yeah.
But no, I would have just liked it, just for the simple fact is that way it could have implied there's good in it, there's good in people. No, and take the good in people where you find it. It didn't need to be. It had to be God, or it had to be an angel, or it could have been anything. Was it God? Was it an angel? Was it just a guy with a sense of doing right, just giving them advice, and he just assumed? We could just assume it was
depending on what version you follow. Technically, Lucifer, Satan, Beelzebub, whoever it was an angel. Just had a disagreement with God and got kicked out, and
well, Lucifer was
still a good individual.
Yeah,
you wouldn't lose all the things that is good because you lose something that is good to you. You wouldn't just suddenly, I'm going to burn everything. Yeah. You're not going to be the Joker or any character like that. I just want to watch the world burn.
But no, it's just I was only still love the movie. I just thought that one wee bit, if they just missed that wee scene where it just left, you don't know.
Yes.
What are you just looking at? What are you thinking? I wonder if he was God, or was he just a guy with some sense that he just we perceive that as, oh, it has to be God because of the advice he gave. Because I suppose it is the devil is in the details.
But not only that, I get where you're going, and it's a film I've actually been trying to hunt, especially for our Saturday catch-ups. Mm-hmm. If I say The Brothers Lionheart, probably no one here will have heard of it because you didn't grow up in Scandinavia, but you will have heard of Astrid Lindgren, and you will have heard of Pippi Longstockings. And this,
yes, I remember you said that.
Yeah. But one of the books that she wrote was Brothers Lionheart, and it's dealing with cross-realm. I wouldn't say multi-dimensional, but it's dealing with cross-realm lives. And what happens to you when this realm, your time is up? Yeah. And she's displaying it really well. Unfortunately, there is no English version of it, but there is another one called Mio, My Mio, which actually has Christopher Lee.
Yes.
Yeah, with Christopher Lee in it. It's good.
Yes, it does. And it's also equally scary. But all of these, when I was growing up, it's all right. You're 8 years old. You can watch it. And I'm looking back at it now, and it's like, I would probably put 15, maybe, on it. And this is me going adult, and just like, I've seen some really weird films, but that one is like, yeah, you should probably be around 15 so you can grasp the concepts.
There you go, enigmatic Joker knows it.
Enigmatic Joker, salute to you.
Yeah, and also welcome to Big T, who's joined us.
Yes, and thank you, Big T. You need to give us recommendations like that movie are always welcome. one of the most fun days I had just rewatching that movie multiple times. That much
Well,
so
no-
that I actually didn't have time to do my review on the Friday. So,
Well, knowing the quality of that one, Big T, you're now in trouble because you're going to have to give a better film than Boss Level.
that'll be hard, especially of modern movies. But see, now you're talking about not growing up in Scandinavia, so we would know things like the Brothers Lionheart. One of my picks for today, I picked my haul. It was a Scottish movie, and it's not very well known out with Scotland. It's not like the
It's not Train Spotting then.
it's not Trainspotting. It's
Layer
not,
Cake?
eh?
Layer Cake?
I've got Layer Cake. No, it's not Layer Cake either. And it's also not things like in Sunshine and Leith. This one is based around, and it's not Whiskey Galore, which I picked last week, but it's around about the whiskey distillery and such like. It's a comedy, but it's not a typical Carry On type comedy. It's not. It's just the situations are fun. The way people talk to each other is typical Scottish, which is fun. So I've picked one up that a lot of people out with it. There's a lot of movies like that in Scotland that, yes, they were made in Scotland, or even parts of them are done in England. They're not even known a lot in the UK, never mind out with the UK.
A good one, I think, was Sweet 16 by Ken Loach.
Yeah.
It's actually
Ken Loach did one about setting a Catholic school, right? And that one got me. It was about a guy who. It's been a while since I actually watched it, and I'm trying to remember the guy's name it was in it. But my name was mentioned in it, and it was the first time in a Scottish situation or movie or TV show that my name, which is not a common name, was ever mentioned as a Glasgow name. And after that, there was another TV show that mentioned it because my family name was the Baddies.
wait. Was this Super Gran?
No. It was a TV show called Fan of the Tan. It was about tanning salons. Fan of the Tan, it was called, and it was that was the name of the tanning salon, and their arch enemy was called my surname. And that was the first time I'm sitting. That was the second time, but it was in a Ken Loach movie. It was set in a Catholic school in Glasgow, and they were just reading out the names of the kids now, like they do Smith, Burns, and all that. My name was mentioned, and it's because it is a well-known Glasgow name, although it's not a Scottish name. There you go. My name's not a Scottish name, but it is a well-known Glasgow name. No,
I get the same being from.
It's a different branch. That's like saying one Smith is related to another. Although my name is not a common name in Glasgow, it's a well-known name.
I get the same because people, they clock I have an accent. They clock that bit, and then you go and it's like, oh, Jim, that can't be a name from where you're from. I'm just going, well, my brothers and cousins and family names, they're like Kent, Martin, Richard, John. It's like, it's your move now. Checkmate.
But see, the thing is, names, people automatically just assume certain things with names.
Big T has put a suggestion in the chat.
That was the one about he's watching Nobody. That one.
Yeah.
He's going to watch it tomorrow.
I would say if you like films into the similar vein to John Wick, a good one is Atomic Blonde.
I've heard of that one.
Oh, yes.
I think I saw it when it first came out. but I've not seen it since.
It's the one. It's set during the Cold War, so it's like this. Charlize Theron plays that agent in the Soviet Union.
Yeah, but she carries it well. It isn't like this 2.5 foot tall woman that is like a stiff breeze could knock her over. She's actually
muscular.
Her action scenes are strong, but they're believable for her stature. If that makes sense.
Yeah. I remember the reason I went to see it because it was called Atomic Blonde, and I was a big Blondie fan. And Blondie did Atomic, and I just got it picked up the wrong way. I just thought it was a
I made that connection as well when I
there might have been some dancing in the 80s.
Got the song in my head.
That's it. You're wearing for the night.
Yeah,
that's it.
So, what else? I'm trying to watch. There was a couple other things. I've watched Bedazzled, Blast from the Past. I'd watched The Mummy and Journey to the Centre of the Earth, the Brendan Fraser ones. I just loved those. They were just so much fun. And I'm trying to think what else I've been watching. Because I obviously been reading comics because I was doing the Sentinel stuff. So I finished them, and I've been started on some Judge Dredd stuff and my Star Blazers. So,
to be honest, if someone launched a Kickstarter today, like Keanu Reeves did with, I can't forget what it is, but if it was with Brendan Fraser, I would definitely back it.
Oh, aye. Brendan Fraser, I just think his movies are just so fun.
Yeah,
he can take the mickey out of himself without actually looking out of place, and he can be serious without looking out of place. I think he's just got one.
He can be heavy lifting as well. He's in Scrubs, and it's a really, really sad story he's part of, but he carries it. He carries it against the main characters, and he's like, wow, the scales is tipping his way.
Yeah, that was Cox's brother-in-law.
Yeah,
that was and it was very, very well done because you didn't know what was happening right up until the reveal, as it were.
Yeah,
because you'd met him before and you saw the relationship Cox and him had, and then you saw the same relationship, but when the reveal happened, you thought, wow, I was not expecting that.
No, but even the introduction, because for those that have watched Scrubs, is Cox snarky, mean, almost like literally just dancing the level of evil.
Yes.
But Brendan Fraser's character comes in, and he is literally, there is no mismatch. It's head on head. He's right there with him.
Yep. And I must admit, he was really good in that. But it was even the fact, as you look at like Bedazzled, that was almost like 5 mini movies in the middle because of all but the fact that like when he's the basketball player, and the way he's talking and that, and then he's sweating, and then just the good man, and it just he just sort of fitted well in, and even when he was ultra sensitive and all this, all those different ones, and I mean, it just fitted into each of those categories because he was playing himself, but he wasn't himself, if you know what I mean. So you've got the standard guy who wants was it 5? He had 5 wishes or something like that.
I think it's 7 wishes.
It's 7, but the first one, there's the argument.
This where the devil is mean, because the first one was basically get the hot dog.
Yeah, there was a Big Mac, and so they jump in a bus, go down and order a Big Mac.
and he had to pay for all of it.
And he had to pay for it. Yes, well, you got it. But that's what I'm saying. So that if you take that one and the final one out, so there was 5 mini stories. And he played a version of himself in each of those stories where he just slotted into somebody else's life, like the Spanish drug, the Colombian drug lord.
Mi amora.
I don't speak Spanish. Oh, I do. I am speaking Spanish. And he's speaking, it's just the way it was done. And they did it all with subtitles, which I thought was great. They didn't actually go into the trope that they were all speaking with a slight accent. And the good thing is, it was always the same guys that were in it as well.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, the one where he goes, I want to be sensitive, I want to have, and be a big boy, shall we say, and he wants to be loved and stuff like that. And then he's in, and he goes into the room, and there's one of the guys. What time do you call this? And he goes, I'm not gay. I'm gay. And it was just a case of it was just the whole. It just fitted into all those small stories, and each of the characters, each of the three guys and the girl, all fitted so well in each of the characters they played within those stories. It was just like watching 5 mini movies just all stuck together with a big premise around it. And it was just...
But that's one of the things I really love about it. It's Brendan Fraser. It's his character, but it's very different. So yes, you recognize it's Brendan Fraser, but it isn't like the really extreme method actors where he goes like, wow, you lost like 500 pounds and you're now like a skinny like machine engineer or like cancer dying patients or whatever it is, or you put on 200 pounds and you're dying from whatever it is, where you kind of lose the sense of who it is. This is Brendan Fraser through and through, but being able to carry all of these different roles. My favorite, by the way, is the oversensitive guy.
Yeah, that was just fun. When he was singing the song, where he the whale song. But it's just even the other one, Blast from the Past, with Christopher. Was it Christopher Walken? He is absolutely amazing in it, because look at all the movies he's done. Yet he plays this a wee bit controlling father, but still in the mother with the drink problem, and he's grown up in this situation and he's out and he suddenly can do everything. And the girl who fancies him, go and talk to her. Would you tend him over to talk to her? She'll blow him away. And then he goes, you want to see my progress or what? And they're laughing. And the two girls, suddenly he's dancing with the two of them because his mum and dad taught him how to dance. And just, even that, that's him in a different light again, a different type of character. And he just fitted it well. It's the same as when you watch The Mummy. He fitted into another character slot.
But I will give the greatest credit when it comes to The Mummy. Making Brendan Fraser look greater is Rachel Weisz.
Yes, but also, what was the brother? Who was it played the brother?
Jonathan. John.
And then you had the wee boy as well. The four of them work so well together.
He's such a wonderful character actor as well, and I feel terrible I can't think of his name.
Yeah, but even the kid is like, are we there yet? Are we there yet?
The four of them just seem to actually, the chemistry between the four of them, which I think makes the first movie, even the second one to an extent, but the first movie was definitely so, it was so well done and it was so well cast. Even the bit with Imhotep with the brother, I can't remember, I'll get his name, where he's running around and he sees them all and he turns around and goes, and he just, so he actually could.
Oh yes, the guy that's just like he's picking like religions off his chest. It's like, oh, please don't kill me, please don't kill me, please don't kill me.
That's the wee guy. Yeah, the one. He was good in it as well. But it was just the fact that, see that trope where the brother did that with the Imhotep. They did it in Shaun of the Dead. Remember? And I think that's where they got that from. And I think it was a bit of a homage to that, because I think it was one of the first times I'd seen they made that joke about pretending to be with the monsters, and then in Shaun of the Dead they did it, and I don't think they did it as well because it wasn't as comical. I think the way he did it was just so well done, because it was out the blue. You wouldn't expect it, because in this case you would see them and then they would run away. And then suddenly he starts doing that, and it's just fun.
One of the things I do feel really, really bad at laughing at it, but you know the shows hidden cameras, like let's do like a science experiment, some people or whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
And it's very crude. It's like a girl suddenly just stripping naked in front of you when you're sitting at the dentist. They're that bad. But this one is absolutely brilliant. So it's in Brazil or somewhere in South America. I've been told it's in Brazil. So there's an alley. There's like a shortcut. So some people use it because they know it's there. And suddenly when they catch, it's just one human walking down it. Around the corner comes an Ewok and just gives you the handle of a lightsaber and runs off. And they just go, what's happened? But just as before they have too many seconds to clock what's going on, around the corner comes but 25 stormtroopers and Darth Vader.
Love it.
That's brilliant.
And I will tell you, most of the people are just, they're running for their life. I will try and find it and share the link so you can see it.
Oh, please do.
Brilliant.
Yeah, that sounds great. You know the one I love, Jim?
John Hannah.
Hannah. Do you know the one I love, Jim, is the guy that he was all over YouTube at one point. He had an absolutely lifelike, kind of like not an animatronic puppet, but a very, very realistic puppet of a full-size velociraptor.
Yes, I've seen.
Do you remember that?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that was so good. I totally want one of those.
He would actually in an office block, and he would suddenly turn up, and people would. Ah!
Yeah, people were throwing their coffee in the air and stuff. It was hilarious. He went out on the street with it as well, and he went round a corner, and you could see people react. Oh my god!
But the guy from The Mummy was John Hannah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, his name's familiar now.
Yeah, he's been in quite a lot. I did like a lot of his stuff. But
Yeah,
the other
he's great.
guy in that was the Imhotep himself. Was it Arnold Vosloo? He was really good. He was a scary guy. He basically brought Imhotep to be scary. He was the typical mummy character. That unlike the classic mummies where growing up it's scary because it was creepy, I think he brought, whereas modern stuff, it was more scary because there was always the jump scares and it was to get your heart right. Whereas I think his was more classical because it was a creepy, scary. The vibe he put forward. Yes, there was the occasional jump scare, but it didn't rely on a jump scare to be scary. Imhotep. Yeah, I mean, because I think it was just the way it was played. They actually played it very well. But I love the mummies as well.
Yeah, they were great. I mean, the effects in that. Crossing the streams there.
Yes. But yes, you were saying the effects were, they were state of the art at the time. Because I remember the bit where you just see the mummy and the CGI in that, it actually just made it looked real enough to be, yes, you could see, you knew it was CGI, you obviously did, but it was the fact is, even when he was walking and it was building his face and stuff like that, and it was just so well done. I'm trying to remember, what was the wee guy's name? I'm trying to see, it must be on this somewhere. I'm trying to even remember the wee guy you were talking about, the one with all the different crosses. Benny Cabber. That was it. It was a wee guy, Benny, who had all the different religious symbols.
Yep. It's when he speaks, because they do the religious reference, so the Hebrews were escaping Egypt, so therefore they would have been the slaves of Egypt by the time Imhotep.
Yeah. Aye, the slave language. Kevin J. O'Connor. I don't even know if I've seen him in anything else. I know he has been in a few other things.
I recognise the face, but I can't really clock there has been. But it must have been some good ones because, well, a good actor blends into the background.
Well, exactly. It Disney thing. I mean, the only one I wasn't. Let's see what he was in, because there was a lot of good actors in The Mummy, and let's see.
I might be slightly biased toward Rachel Weisz because she's
the actress pretty. The actress that played Sun Moon was very good as well. She didn't have as much of a part in it as
but she managed to play like the evil girlfriend. Is like, yes, I know my boyfriend is bad, but I'm definitely with him.
He was in Van Helsing. He played Igor.
Of course he did.
He's done a lot of ones that he's been. The most recent thing he's been in, I suppose, he was in Catch 22, the TV miniseries.
Don't think I've seen that one.
I've not seen that one. I don't recognise. He was on the Blacklist. He played a character just one.
Oh, I love the Blacklist, but it's basically James Spader carrying it. It is like his persona, his presence is so strong.
See, that's the thing. And if you've got one person carrying it, the rest of them just seem to be incidental. And I think the first season was okay, but after that, it just seemed to be a case of he was in this box and there was guards all round the box, as if he was in a prison that they could monitor.
I agree with that.
Keep an eye on him 24/7. It was just the whole idea of it's almost like he was a super villain. Sorry.
The best way I can describe that and where it kind of started letting me down, it's they couldn't carry on the gravitas from the Watchmen. I'm not trapped in here with you. You're trapped in here with me. When Rorschach gets put into prison, and you're going, I'm actually starting to feel sorry for the prisoners in this prison.
It's like
Hancock. I'm locked in here with you. You're locked in here with me.
Yes. It's like Hancock as well. When you get put in prison, we're going to don't do that, or else I'm going to do this with that. And
and he's showing him the pictures as well of the like the butterfly and the and he's like he shows him and he has the image of that guy he murdered, like he cut to pieces. And I said, "What do you see?" Some lovely flowers, you know.
Yeah, but see, I was never a big fan of Watchmen.
I've only seen the film. I liked it.
See, I'm
enjoying it, but it's far the best film I've ever seen.
I think it's just it was a similar idea. I like my heroes to be heroes, and you had I don't like the corrupt heroes. They're either heroes or they're villains. I don't want to be a hero to actually.
Well, what about Spider-Man?
Well, wait,
Spider-Man is a hero. End of story.
But
no. Yes, at the end of the day, Spider-Man is a hero, but Spider-Man stories, as opposed to Iron Man or Batman or Superman, is Spider-Man has to fight to get to the good choice. Most of the other superheroes never have to do. They're just we're going this way.
No. See, I didn't see him. It was a fight to do the right thing. It was his upbringing, his Uncle Ben, because he did the wrong thing and it caused his Uncle Ben to die. So,
well, but that's when he was a bad guy, wasn't it?
No, but he wasn't. He was just a normal person who'd just been given powers he didn't know what to do with, and he didn't want to actually.
But you can do a film about, like, what if someone has these superpowers and they don't use them for good? What if they use them, like human nature being what it is? What if we actually see characters use them for terrible deeds, or they don't live up to the what if they were kind of, and that's kind of what Watchmen's about, is kind of these, the human error, the human kind of.
Yeah, but that's why I didn't like the boys, because I like my superheroes to be superheroes, and I like my super villains to be super villains. Yeah, I don't like the grey area. And
Yeah, but I
that's
mean,
where Watchmen and The Boys put them in, because they're only good because, like Superman,
yeah,
he
but
could be
Watchmen
whatever he
isn't.
wants to be because nobody could stop him.
Yeah, but
But
Superman.
he chooses
Yeah,
to
but
be good.
Watchmen isn't. Yeah, but Watchmen isn't a superhero film though. It's like it's got, you know, it's got. I mean,
I
like,
know
you know,
what you're saying.
you can't really judge it by Superman's standards.
Yes, I
Superman
can, because they're masked superheroes. They've got superpowers, so that's my categorization is, as soon as you put it in a superhero format, then if they want to do one about they've had plenty with politicians falling into down the dark side, or doing things to feather their own nest and get more political power. They've had hundreds like that. Those don't bother me. But as soon as they put the cape on, I suppose, then they put it into the genre of superheroes, and that's when I lose interest in it. So those type of movies, or those type of genres, under normal circumstances, you've seen gangster movies, you've seen political ones. I don't have an issue watching them. They don't bother me. But as soon as it becomes about superheroes like that, no interest. Because I like my superheroes to be superheroes.
Well,
and I know,
what about like Superman 3? There's a bit where
he fights
Superman
himself.
turns bad. What do you? I mean, where was that?
Because that is an external force that's caused that, and fine well his inner goodness is going to come out and sort it. Yeah. It's like the Venom character that started off as a spider suit, and it took Spider-Man's abilities, but it was starting to affect his mind, and he managed to get rid of it. So it was starting to affect how Peter Parker acted, and yes, I could see that, but so it's an external force affecting it. It's the same as Smallville, right? You had Clark with the
different colored
kryptonite. Yeah. So, was it the red one? He put the red one on and drove off on his bike because he just didn't care. It just changed that. And
the red one makes him nihilistic.
So he basically just didn't care. He just drove away, and why should he help anybody? But that's all external forces. Whereas the hero inside is still the hero.
If we say Venom and Spider-Man, it is Venom has his own desires.
Yes.
He has his own drive. Venom is actually an external being, and he has his needs, his desires. And what I like about the Venom character is he starts encountering so many of these good people that have the strength within them to go, no, you don't do this.
Oh, that's awesome.
Oh, nice.
I love Venom.
I love Venom.
The Venom story in the Spider-Man universe, the comic book, for me, that was awesome because it showed the strength and the commitment. But Peter Parker already at this time had, with great power comes great responsibility.
Yeah.
He already had that within him. But imagine if Venom got hold of Spider-Man on day 3 of him having the spider power.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just very, when it comes to superheroes, I told you about why I stopped reading Spider-Man, didn't I?
Yeah.
I made it up until the Spectacular Spider-Man, when Doc Ock inhabits the Spider-Man. So suddenly it's the villain who's trying to be good because he's inherited it. No interest. That is not Peter Parker. That is not Spider-Man. So I completely lost interest and stopped reading Spider-Man because that is not the superhero that I want to read. I want to enjoy. So
that path you describe is the same with me when it comes to, say, Miles Morales.
Mm-hmm.
Miles Morales can do what Spider-Man can do, but he's not Spider-Man.
He's not Spider-Man. He's and he can't do the same things, or he can, but he does different things. Yes. So where does the invisibility come from? The spider. What spider do you know turns invisible? Makes zero sense.
No, but this is where I think they dropped the ball on the Miles Morales part.
Yeah.
They should have made the Miles Morales Spider-Man Miles Morales says Spider-Man, not Peter Parker's. They were trying to merge them together, and it's like, no, you got the same ability. You happen to be two separate individuals.
Yes,
They don't care where they're trying to place it in, because I've seen so many different stories where Spider-Man is still Spider-Man, he's young, a teenager, or I've seen him like he's
older,
getting 40, 45 somewhere.
And stuff like that. Yeah, I
Yeah.
quite agree.
That Miles Morales should have been given more of his own, not just copy and just like
some of the aspects they did with Miles Morales, and it was when he was being mentored by Peter Parker, because Miles was good and he wanted to learn his powers from someone who has them. Even though he's not much younger, he still looked up to Spider-Man, and Spider-Man was wanting to teach him.
Yeah, but you should think of it as Batman and Robin.
Yeah.
Robin is essentially Batman, just an extremely younger version, not the same capabilities, but the same desire.
Yeah, he's got the same desires, and he's getting the same training.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, but that's a typical sidekick. They get this training from the actual main character. Did you ever see Sky High?
I'm still looking for it.
I saw about 4 copies today, so it is out there. But I love that because you had the sidekicks with Bruce Campbell in it. Sidekick. And I thought that was a fun movie as well, because it was just a case of some people's powers, no matter what, they just go into the sidekick category, and they're never going to actually, doesn't matter how much they're going to get trained, their power is not going to give them anything other than sidekick category. So they just need to help the main character with whatever they can do. Because you've got ones that basically they'll turn into their only power is to turn into a gerbil. So they're not, doesn't matter how much training, they're not going to be able to fly along with. You know what I mean? That sort of thing. And I thought it was quite a good premise, because it wasn't a case of like the Batman and you've got Robin, who is two basic humans, and it's training and obviously money. It got them to the point where they could do what they needed to. They had the gadgets to do it. Same as Iron Man. It's all to do with the brains and the technology to do what they needed to do. Whereas you've got things like you had Superman and Crypto, which was the dog, but it had the similar powers. Or you had, I'm trying to think of other ones that were very similar, and they were a junior version of that person who they were the sidekick to. But in effect, they had the powers to do it. So as they grew up, they could take over the mantle. Whereas in the Sky High, effectively the sidekicks could never take over the mantle because they just didn't have power. And I thought that was quite a good premise. Yeah, I suppose you're right there. Spiders around my house seem to be able to go invisible. I see one and it gets rid of it. Yes, that happened. You should have seen the size of the spider I had to get it today. It was about that size. I was just walking in, the thing just moved, and I thought, where the hell did that come from? I'm sure it just appeared there because I didn't see it beforehand. It just magically appeared, and that, Jesus.
We were stood on.
I didn't want to actually stand in it in case it grabbed my foot and tripped me.
Ripped your leg off, yeah.
So I just basically just put a big box on top of it.
We get them here in UK. They're called house spiders or something, and it's like during the mating season. That's really the only time they really come into the house. But they are
Which
massive.
is about now.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. So basically, what I do, I've got the paper. I just basically evicted. Right. I do. What is it? The Ruthless People. You remember that movie?
Yes, Danny DeVito.
Danny DeVito, Bette Midler, Judd Reinhold, and
God,
was-
Judge
it was the
Reinhold,
mum.
that's a blast.
Was
Helen
it Molly-
Slater. Helen
Eh?
Slater.
Helen
Slater.
Slater.
Supergirl, yeah.
great.
Remember a bit with the spider? We're no really ruthless people. We're doing that to get the spider, puts under the card and puts it out, then shuts
Let's
the
be
door and
assholes
goes
and get
back out and
rich.
goes slam. Eh?
It was like his line is, "Let's be assholes and get rich," and then he goes back in. Then he comes out and steps on the spider.
Yeah. See, I love that movie
That's
as well.
funny.
It's just for the simple fact is they play it so well. Like for
And,
instance, the bit with the champagne. Danny DeVito's got the champagne cork, and the police officer sees the liquid and he goes like that. And Danny DeVito says, "Yeah, the dog just peed."
Yeah.
But it was just a case of you knew it was champagne because you saw it flying all over. You knew the cop was going down to check it, and he's giving it there. And Danny DeVito just says, "Yeah, one of the dogs just peed." And I just thought, whoever wrote those lines just thought, oh, what a wicked sense of humour they had. Just you
Yeah,
can just
that's funny.
imagine the cops going down and testing it and giving it. You know?
My favorite
Oh
line in
my
the film.
God.
My favorite line in the film is when because Sam keeps refusing to meet to pay the money. So they
Yes.
keep scaling the money down because he says, "I got all the funds frozen, embezzled, and all this and kind of thing." And so eventually the wife starts to kind of slightly warm to the kidnappers, and she's saying, "Well, you know, how much is the money anyway?" It's like 5,000. He says, "Oh, that shouldn't be a problem." Yeah, but he complains, so we've kind of marked it down to 1,000. And she goes, "I've been kidnapped by Kmart."
And the fact that she escapes and comes back because she's annoyed with them.
Yeah.
But I thought that movie, the whole ensemble cast was just so well put together. Even the dog, he was constantly trying to get rid of the dog because it was her dog.
Muffy, meet Adolf. Adolf, eat Muffy.
And it just goes to show when movies were made for fun.
Exactly.
And,
Exactly.
And I must admit, that's why I stopped watching movies and I stuck to my classic stuff, because you could always go back and rewatch the classic good entertainment. But there is good ones out there, as Boss Level showed us.
Yes,
That
definitely.
you can get somebody who'll still come out and give you a good movie, just fun for the sake of fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which I loved. But I'm trying to think what else if I've watched anything. I don't think I've watched anything other than the Brendan Fraser stuff. There's been nothing else.
We've got something else that we watched recently. Just we're going through the classic Twilight Zones, and we just watched one that's probably my all-time favorite one, called The Visitors, with Agnes Moorehead, and that's the one that is absolutely no dialogue in it. It's just Agnes Moorehead reacting. I won't say too much because I don't want to spoil it for anybody who hasn't seen it, but there's a big twist in it, but it's fantastic because the actress is the only she's the only person in the actual episode that you see, and it's all her reactions to what's going on, and it's one of the best episodes in my opinion. I absolutely love it. I think it's called The Visitors, isn't it, babes?
Another one for the list.
Oh, definitely. But then again,
I think so.
Twilight Zone, the classic Twilight Zone is just
have to
perfect.
check. Oh, wait a minute. Let's have a look.
Visitors.
The Invaders. Sorry.
I'm sorry, The Invaders.
I
Yeah,
just had to look it up.
I have Visitors in my head.
We
For some
watched
reason.
it the other day.
Yeah, I know.
It's
So,
just, just at the end, every time you got visitors, you think they're invading your house. That's what it is. But what anybody see? I love the Twilight Zone. It's just the classic Twilight Zone. See, I love occasionally one crops up on my feed somewhere and it's just a Twilight Zone episode on YouTube, and I just watch it. And the thing is, see if I see it and it's black and white, I just know it's going to be fun.
Yeah.
Whereas the ones that they did in the 70s and stuff like that were good, but not as good. I think the original Twilight Zone, because it was so fresh and they were trying new things. I think that's
and
when
I particularly like the writing, some of Rod Serling's monologues, introductions,
yes,
and his sign-offs. Just the writing and the use of words and language in some of his scripts and his delivery is just brilliant. It's just word perfection.
Yes, it's the same idea as there was the one that I enjoyed, Out of the Unknown, a BBC one. It's not so much it couldn't be made today because the stories were classic sci-fi, which we know now are a load of bunk. So there was people in it in the Mars was populated, and all the old cliche tropes they used, and it was fun. And it was just them just doing sci-fi based on what they suspected or what sci-fi writers thought they knew. Nowadays, you look at it and it looks so dated because, sorry, we've actually seen the surface of the Mars, so we know that's not true and that's not how it is and stuff like that. But then again, you had things like, I'm trying to remember the one that was set in the moon. It was the one with the guy with a monkey. Remember, he had the two bracelets, and every time something would happen, and his bracelets would stick together, the monkey would copy him. I'm trying to even remember what that was called. That was a right old one. It was going across. It was either the surface of Mars or the surface of the moon, and I'm sure it's the surface of Mars because he's breathing. He's not got a helmet on. So when they thought at the time that it might have an atmosphere.
Is that one of those series that suffered quite badly from the archive mismanagement of the BBC?
It probably was, and I'm trying to even remember what it was called. It was just, I remember it where he's going across. I think he had escaped from somewhere, so he had the bracelets, and he was getting chased, and he had a monkey with him. And every so often, something would a ship would fly over or something, and he would hide. But they must have the stuff to bring his wrists together, his manacles together. So he's struggling like that, and then you see occasionally it goes to the monkey, and the monkey's going like that as well, copying him because it doesn't understand that he's effectively getting with the manacles, and it's just about him trying to get away, and it's just him and the monkey. And that's all you see, and it's just the journey across the landscape and how the monkey saves him at points just by being there. So sometimes the monkey will, like, he falls, the monkey will take the rope and climb up and attach it to something for him to climb up. And it was such a well-known, and I just can't remember what it's called, which is unfortunate. I wish I could remember it because I would love to get some of those old movies like that, the ones that I remember. They're still vivid in my head, but I haven't seen them for like 30, 40 years. And they're still
vivid. It is especially sad when there is something you remember, like a scene, a scenario, even a whole act being played out, and you remember it, you just cannot clock what was the film.
Yep.
But then again, that's why I'm hunting the charity shops for old films.
Oh, and do you know what I'm looking forward to? If you watched my streaming Wednesday, when I was talking to Alan and Ed, they're doing, Ed's going to be doing something in the near future where it's going to be classic monsters. It's going to be doing, what do you call it? What do you call it when somebody requests it? No customer. He's going to be drawing classic monsters, and some people have said, "Oh, could I get that one with this? But could I be in it?"
Very nice.
So he's commissioned. That's the word. Word. Teeth. Word. Teeth. Right.
Sorry, my work week has been stupid. I wanted to join you on the Judge Dredd stuff that you set up, but no, work was not. Well,
put it this way: if it's just going to be me talking, I'm still going to do it because it's Judge Dredd.
Well,
better dead than dead.
Excellent. That's a great
I wish
title.
we knew about it, but we haven't seen any of the Judge Dredd stuff. So otherwise, we'd jump in and.
I
Do you
remember
know a
some.
good one
I
to start
remember
with?
some.
On YouTube, search Judge Minty. It's a fan one. It's about a judge taking the long walk into the cursed earth. Judge Minty. That
Okay.
is fun fan work. It is so well done, and it's comic book accurate outfits rather than Carl Urban ones.
Mm.
And obviously, you've got the Carl Urban movie and you've got the Sylvester Stallone movie. I'll be talking about both of them, the bits I like, the bits I don't like, in both of them. There's one of them has got more things I like than don't like, and the other one's got more things that I dislike. So I like things in both, but I dislike things in both. So
I can't say I'm an aficionado on Judge Dredd, but I do like Stallone's. But it isn't Stallone. It is Gucci. It's all the others. It's the writers, directors, and everything. But everybody calls it Stallone's. But it has a little bit of the.
It was reimagined as soon as Stallone was on it to be a Stallone vehicle.
Yeah, indeed it was. But I do like the his twin brother, because I've seen him do other films.
Yes,
and he's carrying himself with good strength in them. And I'm not sure if it's like
it doesn't work as Rico, unfortunately, because Rico in the comics, if they were going to early Rico, that's different. But that's when Dredd isn't the big. That's when Dredd was just actually the up and coming. Judge Rico was the top judge from his graduating class, and it was Joe, his brother, who had to bring him in, which cost. And then after that, that's why Judge Dredd becomes such a hard ass, whereas he basically cares for no one and he just cares for the law because he had to do it. And then when Rico comes back from prison, it's on the moon or it's on Titan, one of the Saturn moon, where they have to be surgically altered to survive there. So which means he's got a nose plate because he's got stuff, and he's basically, he looks really old and he's got all this, but he's full of hatred for his brother for doing it to him. But all the judges who are sentenced are put in a penal colony and they have to be surgically altered to survive, which when they come back, most of them don't survive, but the ones that do come back, they're effectively scarred for life and they've got this prosthetic and all that on. So the thing is, they tried to do that story, but with the early Rico, and it just didn't work. They had to do one or the other. Whereas it's the younger guys or the older ones, and the older ones, they had to be the tough Dredd against Rico with the way it was, or it has to be the younger, where it's the Rico's the more experienced and the faster and the better, and it's just, he's a bit evil, shall we say.
Such subtleties, unfortunately, there's not enough room in a film for what is the Stallone Dredd film? It's about an hour 20, an hour 25.
Yeah, like that. But the thing is, they try to throw too much into it. They didn't stick with a story. They had one story going out, but they stuck about 4 or 5 other stories in, and it didn't work. They should have stuck with one or the other. They shouldn't have actually tried to put the block wars in it. They shouldn't have actually tried to do some the ABC Warrior. They shouldn't have actually tried to do the Angel Gang. These are all independent stories on their own.
They're trying to bake too many things in, because as you say, they have the block wars, they have the pardon my knowledge, I'm not as skilled in Judge Dredd, but it's like war. The robot just like, we go to war.
It was a ABC. It was an ABC Warrior. I think it was meant to be Hammerstein, but it didn't look enough like any of the Hammerstein.
But my vague recollection is all of these things, they were like months on end when you got the comic books back.
Yeah, but
way,
the ABC
way back
Warrior
then.
is nothing to do with the Call Me Kenneth rebellion, which was a war against robots, which would have been just as much fun Yeah, I mean, there was so many things they could have done, but they tried to do it all instead of just one or the other. And that was the problem with it. But there was some good things in it. There was some bad things in it. Same as Carol Bane. There was so many good things in it, but there was one or two things that I thought, doesn't quite work for within the Judge Dredd. But yeah, I mean, so there's wee bits here and there. That all I'm saying. It's some of them have Carol Bane has got a hell of a lot more good than bad. Sylvester Stallone's got a hell of a lot more bad than good. But it doesn't mean that there's not good or bad in both of them. So
overall, for me, it's by far not even close to the best stuff I've seen, but it's enjoyable. It brings the Judge universe in, just not to the level I know Judge Dredd.
Yeah. And that's the thing. It's the way it goes with it. But I'm looking forward to discussing all that on Wednesday. That should be fun. Hopefully the rabbi will be able to join me. But anyway, what I was talking about, the commissioned artwork. See, I can come back to the things I was talking about. So some of the people who were asked when we were talking, he was saying that Alan was saying he would like to be in with the one with, I think it was Frankenstein. So he wants to get strangled with Frankenstein. So I said, "Oh, what's that? Something's happened." I think the boys have done something. So my wife's actually congratulating them. I can hear her in the background.
Yeah. Somebody's done something.
Yeah. Or something's good on TV's happened. But so I'd said, well, I want in that, because if can I commission one from them? Remember the scene in them where the radio operator on the boat is radioing, and it's the ant crashes through, grabs him and drags him away screaming.
Yeah.
Could I get that scene where I'm getting dragged away from the radio? Because it's such an iconic scene in my head that it was one that I always remember from the very first time I ever saw it, and it's still one of my favourite scenes in the whole movie.
Looking forward to seeing it if you ever get it done.
If he gets it, so if I can get it commissioned, I'm going to that's going to get framed in front and centre. Me getting dragged away screaming. Just the idea of it. It's just the whole idea that in my favourite movie, yeah, I'm there. So I wish. I'm just actually hoping it's going to come to fruition. But Ed seems like a really nice guy, and his artwork is just superb. So I'm looking forward to that.
Brilliant.
And next month, I'm actually going to pick up the next 3 comics. I need to actually wait until next month's payday. It's bonus day. That's why I can actually afford things. See, maybe if I actually stopped going to charity shops and buying all the stuff every week, I probably would have the cash to do it just now. But I'm a compulsory have to purchaser.
Well, you're corrupting us. You're corrupting us, PJ. But it's not a bad thing, you know.
Yeah.
But we were a bit naughty today. But when we get up to that section,
we'll need to actually be doing that shortly. If I missed anything,
we're just talking spiders at the moment in the chat.
I saw that. I was just
the proper British house spider, whatever they called us, like the huge boss. Where you was like, whoa.
Yes, I did have Darren was just saying I did have a Xena moment. I did. I just literally went from horizontal to vertical, full Xena mode.
You can't actually complain about full Xena mode. Come on.
But the thing is, here UK, apologies for the ones that aren't in the UK, but it's literally like the spiders are like that big. It's like you need a microscope to just notice that that's a spider, and suddenly comes September-ish, and you have like spiders of that size just running around your house.
Spiders of unusual size, yes.
Yes. They get extremely large, and for some reason they decide they need to go inside your house.
Yeah,
It's just
which
like-
is not really conducive to really what they're looking to do. They're looking for, a nice female spider to hook up with. But, they don't get the whole there's no female spiders in here thing. They have to come in the house and terrorize you.
No, there's a guy inside with a paintball gun, happy to use it.
Darren thankfully catches them and puts them out because otherwise I go full Xena on them and I feel bad after because I don't want to harm them, but I get so freaked out if I see a big one. We were up at the bus stop one day and I saw this thing crossing the damn road. Right? We stood at the bus stop and it was about to it was just crossing the half of the road side of the road that we were facing. And it crawled up the curb and it was casting a shadow. We were both like gawping at it, like, holy cow. And it was actually casting a shadow. It was the biggest house spider we've ever seen.
Yeah, I've seen
it was, and it was making this noise. If there had been a glass of water nearby, it would have been trembling,
Yeah, it would have been making the glass of water fight for
Yeah, it would definitely have. It would be in 1995 Jurassic Park. It's just like
loving monsters.
I gotta tell you, if I'd seen that thing in the house, there would be a me-shaped hole in the side of the building.
Should have cartoon style.
And the good thing
Cartoon
is,
style.
see the fact that we're talking about that. I'll show you this just now. This is one of my picks. Seems we're having a laugh and joke about it.
Jeepers creepers.
Oh, I've seen that. Do you want to hear something really bizarre? I love like Arachnophobia, the film. I love that one. Eight-legged freaks. But if I see a house spider, I'm gone. I'm just.
Have you ever seen?
It's the same with me, and I know house spiders are not dangerous whatsoever to humans. Not even small cats or gerbils or whatever. They're not dangerous at all. But it's just the sheer size of them.
To me, it's like when they go really quick. It's like because they move fast. You
get that's racial memory. Every human has it. It's basically from when we were.
Yes, I've heard this.
And it's basically things that move fast. It's set our alarm bells ringing because obviously we were prey. So something moving fast was usually had big teeth and coming towards you. And
my short-term memory. My short-term memory is dreadful, but my race memory is right there.
Yeah,
it's on a razor's edge.
That's what the reckon it is. It's because of the way they move. Our racial memory has got that inbuilt in it that when we were prey, that things were moving fast and that like that could be dangerous. So even though they're small, it's just that thing you do it without even realizing.
But the video I linked about the Star Wars stolen lightsaber that I linked in a private chat.
Yeah.
That is what kicks in for these people being part of a prank, because suddenly you have an entire army in front of you. And even if you've never seen the Star Wars, Darth Vader looks menacing.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah.
And suddenly you have this very menacing looking individual going, go. You're standing there with something that it's not yours. You know it's not yours. And you're just going, what's going on? I'm going that way.
Harry Potter spider.
Yes.
You see, I actually liked the I forgot the name. But the spider in it wasn't scary, but I would definitely not have wanted to be Harry Potter walking into the cave.
Aragog, yeah. Those scenes were incredible. Yeah.
See the giant spider ones. I always remember my first giant spider movie called The Invasion of the Giant Spiders. There was one where they actually had it filmed in a town and they had everybody in the town participating in it. I think I've seen it. Unfortunately, you could see that they were actually having a rare old time. So they had the giant spider. It was actually built onto a car. So they had the big body, and then you had the legs doing that. And obviously, people are driving these down, and the people are meant to be running away from it. But they've got it from above, and you see people running beside it, going like that. And looking at it as they're running beside it, or they're running past it. So they're behind it and they're running past it, looking at it and stuff like that. Because it's all filmed from above, so you get the big spider. The obviously
that's probably not the one spider. I'm thinking of then.
And it's and there's just people. You see them behind it running past it. It's still going because they obviously just says you're terrified of the spider, run that way, but they didn't actually say don't run towards the spider or run past it because you're meant to be scared of it, so you're running away from it. So scattered, but it was just fun, and it was just one of those ones. Yes, you could see it was just a big mechanical thing, but it was just entertaining, and that made it a wee bit. It was the old typical B movie.
Some of those are great. Some of those are just so great and fun.
Yeah. So,
anybody remember The Incredible Shrinking Man?
Yes, I love that.
A scene in that with the spider. I remember that quite vividly.
Oh my god!
He kills it with a needle.
Yes.
Yeah.
It was not a drawing pin, but it was a dressmaker's pin because it had the head on it. Whereas I thought initially growing up, I thought it was like a sewing needle but I remember it always had the square bit at the bottom, the bobble at the bottom, so it was a dressmaker's pin. I loved that movie. I must admit, it was just the idea of it. It was just so well done.
I've not seen that for many a year.
I've not seen it for a few years, but that is a classic movie. Even down to the fact is it ends in such a way that you don't know what's going to happen. He's getting smaller and smaller. He's going to eventually get that small that he's smaller than an atom. That means he couldn't drink water because the water molecules would be bigger than he is. So he's just effectively, they implied he was shrinking and shrinking. So he's going to shrink right into nothing. So it left it quite ambiguous what was going to happen. Which is another great way of ending a movie, that it didn't all. Suddenly they've cured him and he's back to normal again. They just said it was going to continue on, and you just don't know what's going to happen. So I love that movie as well. That was another classic. But yeah, I've not got that one, and it's one I would like to get my hands on.
I'm going to catch up with it. I've just found it on a certain popular shopping site for $9.99. So thinking, tempted.
Ooh, that's tempting.
There's another one, Big Timor, Krull. Remember Tucker Jenkins was in it.
Was he?
Todd Carty from Grange Hill. Tucker Jenkins.
If you guys remember, I think it might have been our very, very first one when we had this Saturday hookup. And I was at the hospital as a kid, about 10 years old or something, and we got to go to this, like, grab these VHS tapes and bring them back. You roll this massive TV station and everything in with the VHS and the TV on top and all that. And from the entertainment library, because I was stuck at the hospital for 2 weeks, I got 2 films. One of the films was Krull. The other films, I have been told, I just cannot find evidence for it, it's the worst sci-fi film ever made, but I love it.
I think that's called. What's the new Star Wars one?
No. The worst one, according to Rotten Tomatoes or whoever is supposed to say, it's Solar Babies. And Solar Babies, when I got it, was ranked age 12. This is what you should be able, and you get to see it. But it was tagged as 15 back then. However, Krull was tagged 12. And I remember watching Solar Babies, age 10-ish, Absolutely fine. Fantastic. I watched Krull and I was literally under the bed. It was that scary.
Ooh.
Yeah. Right. Hi, Brock Lesnar. Yeah, the 50-foot spider. The Attack of the 50-foot spider, I think. I remember the Attack of the 50-foot woman. I've got that. There's the one with Daryl Hannah, but there was a classicer one before that. And we don't really use we use meters, but we also use feet as well, feet and inches. Like I'm 5 foot odds, so I never class myself as inches, but we use meters as well. We use both. So we do, but I prefer the Imperial because, mind you, I don't want to get paid in 2 and 6. I want actually proper money. So yeah, I'm quite happy with metric for my money, but because I don't want a guinea anymore. I don't want guineas and try to work out how many pence are in a guinea.
It seems you've corrupted Cam a bit. If you check the chat,
Yes.
Oh wow!
Whoa.
I have some
Superb.
case files.
So
Let's see.
I hope you're going to join us on Wednesday because I'm going to be reading them. I've already watched the movies again, but I'm going to watch them tomorrow and start the case files. But also, Cam, check out Judge Minty. I would definitely recommend that. Judge Minty is superb. It's one of my favourite fan fics out there. And the guys have actually put a lot of money into actually making it look good. It's actually better than a lot of movie CGI and stuff like that out there. And it's amazing that these guys did it themselves.
Got volume 8.
That's the ones. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've got mine's down. Yeah. So I have. So, and I don't want to actually try and dig them out because you'll see my ass sticking up in the air while I'm actually bending down, picking them up. There's certain things you're not allowed to see.
The first story in it is the one with the there's that balloon and someone shoots it down and basically it melts like a whole bunch of innocent people, and there's a whole manhunt for for the surrounding 3 blocks, and
is that Boeing? Is that the Boeing story?
Possibly, but the main thing is there's this image of this meat wagon, and there's a queue of 80 people in cuffs who had nothing to do with the shooting, but during the stop and during the search of the apartment, they found other incriminating stuff they were done for, kind of thing.
Well, that's my reading material for this week. So that's my reading material for this week.
Oh my god!
That's the first 6 Judge Dredd case files.
Wow.
So it is.
Wow.
That looks good.
Oh, you need to get a co-pilot there for that stream, PJ. Come on, Cam.
But I'm hoping the rabbi's going to be going. I'm still waiting for him to get back to us. I've sent him the notification. It's Wednesday, but he did say.
The rabbi.
The rabbi's a big Judge Dredd fan. So
yeah.
I sent him. He says, as long as let's see, what did he say? So he says, assuming it's not a Jewish holiday, and there's a ton of those over the next few weeks. He says, and I said I would remind him, so I told him the date and time, and he's still. I don't know if he can get back to us. He says if he's free, he's going to come on. So I'm looking forward to that because I love to talk to the rabbi, especially about Judge Dredd, because I know he's a big fan because he still does the comics, and I thought that's actually quite a good idea. Might get me an excuse to actually get back into comics.
Yeah.
To actually start reviewing comics, just pick up a particular comic and just review it based on the fact that I've been away from comics for a while. But then again, it's the idea of getting one of these comics and you're sitting there thinking, this is junk, and I said I would actually start to read them. But then again, will I go back and get old comics and just do it that way? But I don't know. It's just I like the idea, and I like actually listening to him to telling us what's actually in the comic books and stuff like that. got a couple of the old annuals as well, so I might actually just dig out one of them and occasionally just do a wee recording of a video just talking about the what's in it, stuff like that.
Yeah, Camcam's put something in the chat there, PJ.
That's the one. Judge Minty.
Just before that, actually. There you go.
That's really nice. I could actually send it via, you've got your YouTube channel, so I could actually even send you the link via that, I think. But,
PJ, you're not on my forum much, though, are you? I was thinking if you could probably liaise on the forum, maybe.
yes, that's an idea. Cam, I'll put the link to Sadaku's the Pro Boards in the link, and then I do go on that occasionally. I've not been posting as much, I must admit, because I've been caught up with work, and I've been caught up with homework for the streams.
I'm just going to check now. Let's see. Where's PJ? It says that your last visit
Probably about a month.
July 16th.
July? I thought it was no. Jesus God, I didn't realise it was that 2 months ago. I thought it was only. I thought I'd actually been in the last month. Didn't realise it was 3 months.
The time just absolutely flies, doesn't it?
It does, and it's the homework, because I think July is when our migration started, so it could be just the fact as actually I've been working more than I realised. But yes, what I want to do as well. Remember, I was saying I want to pick up a toy and actually just do a wee video, a wee 5-minute video talking about the toy I've got, and like my Patrick Troughton's going to be one of the first ones, because and then just maybe even post them there, talk about my toys that I've got in my stuff, because you've got the Star Trek forum, I've got Babylon 5, I've got loads of bits and bobs. I might actually post up.
Yeah, I got the Red Dwarf forum board on the forum. Yeah,
yeah. I've got my Red Dwarf stuff all over the place as well, so I'm okay with that. Although, remember I told you I had the DVD set, the 1 to 8 were just the shows only.
Oh yeah.
I've managed in the charity shops to pick up the DVD sets for 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, and 8. I've only got 4 and 7 to get, and then I can replace the one. It's just the 8 the box set of 8 seasons.
Yeah,
with every individual season, which has got all the extras and all the smeg-ups and everything. Once I get those two, then my 1 to 8 box set is going to be given as a giveaway.
Cool.
So I'm actually still looking at charity shops, and I've picked most of them up in charity shops. I've only 2 left to get.
I've recently bought Series 8 on DVD just for the extras, because I thought, look, I really want to see what went on behind the scenes with this one, because it was a
I bet those are really good.
I've got them just sitting there, and it's just definitely. I think the fact is, I never even thought when I had I've got no problem 1 box set. Then I realised after that there is no extras with any of them. The individual sets, which actually give the image of the Red Dwarf, I thought I saw them in the charity shop, so I picked a load of them up, and there's only 2 shops, so I only need to pick up those 2, and then that way I've got the full individual seasons by season rather than the box set with 8, which is just the actual shows. I've got everything, and that's what I want. Mate, actually, I'm not going to do a individual episode by episode stream again like that. But I do want to do things like Babylon 5 and just do different ones. Star Trek, Babylon 5, Space 1919. There's so much I want to talk about. The problem is a lot of them are actually season by season. You can't actually just talk about a 5-10 seasons something in a couple hours.
Well, Babylon 5 has a really strong thing is it's managing to combine episodic storytelling with seasonal storytelling. So I've been trying to explain to people that haven't seen Babylon 5. It's something that happens in season 1, episode 3, may not actually have a conclusion until season 4, episode 20. May just have been the very slightest touch, but that's where it started. And it has small touch points throughout the seasons and lands, and the final conclusion to it is really late in.
Hellbilly,
Yeah, Farscape is. I will say if I really have to do like a rough comparison, what Stargate, Star Wars, everything, Farscape for the time when it came out, early 2000s, is by far the best.
Yeah.
In terms of animatronics, aliens, characters, storytelling.
So well done with the animatronics and stuff like that. They actually combine both. But that's what I'm saying. I've got my video player now, so I can watch. I've got both sets of these. So there was two.
But you see, Ben Browder and Claudia Black, when they joined Stargate SG-1 at the very, very end of that, yes, they were Farscape for me, but they managed, even though you could tell the on-screen chemistry was still, they're good friends with each other. They're best buddies.
Did you see the
but it was
where Vala was talking about how she had all these things and it was actually all TV programs she'd seen and she'd put them all in places and she had them all in Farscape, but she had the two of them as different ones within Farscape. Did you see that episode? That was actually quite fun because she was telling stories of all her adventures, but she was just telling them about different TV programs. So she had them all dressed up as Star Trek characters. She had them all dressed up as Farscape characters. It was just hilarious. So you had Teal'c as Iago and stuff like that. It was just hilarious the way it was done. I try to remember what episode that was in, but it was.
Is it season? Is it 10? It might be 9th.
I think I would need to actually check again because
I have a feeling it's still early in they're supposed to get to know each other again. But
yes,
as soon as you saw Ben Browder and Claudia Black standing next to each other in Stargate, I say, they know each other. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah, but it's the fact is they did one and they had the Farscape storyline, and it was just her telling a load of porky. She was saying how she's done this adventure and this has happened to, and she was doing this, and it's basically all the TV programs she'd been watching, and she thinks nobody else had actually seen them, so they didn't understand it. So she was telling them, and they're all going, "That's Star Trek."
But I kind of like that version because in Farscape, Claudia Black is super serious. She's Aryan, like the super race, the peacekeepers.
The peacekeepers, aye.
Yeah, she's like super hardcore, like very super serious. Whereas in Stargate, she becomes this like, I wouldn't call her bimbo, but she's like flaky and like over the place and everything.
She's flaky. She's a flaky confidence trickster, shall we say? Yeah.
Just happening to get
she'll do what she wants. Yeah. But yeah, I must admit, I'm looking forward to that. Because I got my video recorder, I can actually watch them on video. Classic. Go back to being classy again.
Just don't jam your player.
As they used to say on the young ones, have you got a video?
Yes, we've got a video.
Yeah. But I'm so looking forward to that, I must admit.
It's Harry the Bastard. Yeah, you and me, 500 quid. Wow, what a complete bastard.
Cam, thanks for joining us, and glad you subbed to the...
Oh, take care, Cam. Thanks for coming to it.
Thanks for calling.
See you around, Cam.
Good night.
Yeah. Right. Just so. And yes, welcome, Hillbilly. Thank you for joining us.
And he dresses up as the vampire and tries to trick them, and but he's like the South African vampire. So they're like,
Oh,
I love that show.
that's the movie I watched, Blade of the Immortal. I love that. That's a Japanese one, and it's subtitled. It's not dubbed or anything like that, and it was so good. And as Big T Moore said in the last conversation we were in the chat, was they actually spent probably most of their funding on extras, extras to be the dead bodies, because it was just a samurai sword fest. So it was. Blade of the Immortal. I think I need to do a review of that for next week. Yes, it was superb. I really enjoyed that, but it is fun. So it was. If you like a good samurai flick, you like a good samurai slash flick.
Yeah, don't mind.
Chopped up. Blade of the Immortal. The basic,
you know all these small hidden gems. They're just gonna keep knocking off all these big projects that you have lined up.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I know that's the problem. So I'm going to just record it and have a recording and edit it in, because I could actually do that in the background thing. What I'll need to do is stop actually watching so much YouTube. Most of the time I get distracted is because I'm watching something on YouTube and I get caught up with that. So when I'm meant to be editing, I'm actually sitting watching it rather than just sitting listening to it while I'm editing.
Yeah, good luck with that. I'll spend most of today catching up on the Friday Night Tights with the most recent episode. And
yes, we did.
I watched that actually all the way through, near enough all the way through. I decided to be a good boy, go to my kip early, and then I woke up at 4:00 and I just sat and watched it. So by 8:00 in the morning, I'd already caught up with it. So it's the first time I'd actually watched it before technically having to get up and Saturday morning to go out.
I do have a challenge to Hillbilly here, though, with that comment, the remake of Metropolis.
Yes. Yeah.
Would you really want it remade in today's Hollywood?
Yeah, because Metropolis is just so iconic. You imagine what they would do to it. But
I think only if they, if they really did it well. If they didn't put any wokeness in it or anything.
And the thing is, Metropolis, I can't even remember that. The name. It's such an iconic. You imagine what they would do to that iconic android or robot. Even just try to modernize it, I think they would get it to try and make it look too human, and it would just tarnish the look of it.
Well, I'm actually gonna drag this conversation a lot sidelines into the Matrix. Wow, that was an embarrassing trailer if I've ever seen one. Sorry to tarnish anyone that really loves the universe, but wow, it was just. I saw this CGI 21, 22 years ago in the original film. There's nothing new whatsoever. They just polish. It's like a little bit of shine around the edges.
Yeah. Well, I watched the first movie, really enjoyed it. Watched the second movie, thought it was pants, and I didn't even watch the third movie. And I don't plan to watch this one. I'll just stick to the one where it effectively gave us an end.
I remember going to see the second film, and like the cinema was packed with people. Like it was it was the big to see film, and I thought it was going to be great, and then like I don't know at what point I never quite got into it, and by the end I was just like. I was just bored, but in the end, it was just like, is this even going to end?
Yeah. It's. I think it's one of those ones because the Matrix was so iconic. It was just superb. But can you imagine what they would do to it? Because Did you see the Doomcocks review of the trailer?
No, I haven't seen that yet.
didn't. I caught a couple of other people catching up on it, but
Doomcock said he actually enjoyed the trailer. He actually thought the trailer made the upcoming movie really good. He says, however, there's one part in it. It's sort of he heard a rumor, and one part of it makes him think the rumor's going to be true. In the trailer, where the bit where Trinity sort of seems to split, and she's actually still in the Matrix. She's there's a image of Trinity in still as if she's a battery still within the Matrix, and there's an image of Trinity sort of splitting as well. He'd heard the rumor that Neo wasn't the one; it was Trinity was the one, and this is going to prove that Trinity was the one. And the fact that he'd seen those two images, and it's sort of as if Trinity's going to be the one. Neo was just thought to be the one, but it wasn't. It's Trinity, and after all.
Well, it's not really going to make sense because they had so much symbolism and heavy imagery and carryover and all of that. And Neo scrambled around is one.
Yes, exactly.
So,
but it's just the fact is he'd heard the rumor and then he saw the trailer, and there was the two bits in the trailer that made him worry that the rumor could be true. Just because he heard that rumor that they were going to change it, because typical modern day Hollywood, you can't have the man being the savior. It has to be the woman.
If we're going to make sense of the original one as canon, if Trinity is the one, that's not going to make sense because she's already been liberated, and it's been proven that she is strong. She's very capable. But she's just not that good. She's been liberated
because they showed an image of Trinity still wired up to what looked like a battery still in one of the pods. So has she been limited? Was that just Neo being manipulated by the machines to make him think he is? Because he's now, the imagery in the trailer is he's constantly having to take the blue pill. It's almost as if he's back in the Matrix, and it's the Matrix is just actually keeping him going, making him think he succeeded and everything's okay now. But it's
so you see that imagery I actually got. Sorry to jump short there, but that imagery I got because at the end of it, sorry, spoilers, guys. Film made in 2003 or whenever the third film came out. Neo sacrifices himself because the entire story goes around that this is what we need to do. We want to keep you alive, but we are the masters, so we need to keep you in the Matrix. But the Matrix has glitches, so therefore every now and then we need to reset. And the reset is you, Neo, the one. Yeah. So now it has been reset. He's back in along with everybody else. Although I will say, Lawrence Fishburne doesn't look like himself.
I don't know who's playing him. I must admit, I did notice that. They seem to have everybody there, just not Lawrence Fishburne.
I will say, whomever they found to be that part, that was actually a good find. That's like, congratulations, you're actually quite similar. You've probably been walking down the streets and it's like, hey, Lawrence Fishburne is about 280 years old and you're 15. I know it's a harsh comparison, but what I saw in the trailer, you're trying to fill the shoes of Lawrence Fishburne, and it's like, that seems really well done. You're not Lawrence Fishburne, but that's who you're trying to be. Well done.
Right. That's the movie I did have.
But that is also my major gripe with the trailer. Keanu Reeves, forget her name, even
Carrie-Anne
Lawrence
Moss.
Fishburne, all of
Carrie-Anne
them.
Moss.
Carrie-Anne Moss, clothing styles,
Yeah.
the suits, the fitness, everything. 1999, that looked really wicked.
Yeah.
2021,
That was the DVD.
I would be doubling over laughing in the street if I saw you wearing this.
Yeah. See, that's the movie I had, and I picked this up today. So the reason it's not in my collection is because it's just a replacement. The collector's edition. A two DVD box set.
And look there we have Lawrence Fishburne.
Yeah.
Carrie-Anne Moss. Yeah.
So it's the 2 DVD box set.
Well,
And it is that's what I picked up today. The reason it's not in my haul is because it's just a replacement of that one, because I had it. It's just, this is a special one. Do you know how much I got this for?
50p.
10 for £1.
Oh,
Wow.
I picked that up, and that was basically the box set, 10 for £1. So 10 pence.
That's a good score. That is
it really is. But when we had an exchange on Twitter this week regarding the trailer,
we did, yeah.
Yeah, no, I completely agree with you. The first film was just so amazing. It had, for me, the first film had something that I haven't seen in a lot of other films. Even if you take amazing films like Predator or Schwarzenegger or anything like Aliens or whatever, Matrix, literally to the last heartbeat, the agent, if you see them, you run.
Yes.
You don't stand and fight. You run.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's unique for that kind of story. And I love it for that bit, because even until literally the last 60 seconds on the film, there's no guarantee that Neo can beat them or handle them or do anything. It's unique. It is very, very good, because if you follow the normal story, say, take a really, really great story, which is Gladiator, Russell Crowe. You know, by the time he is halfway through the prison part of the story, the first part, he's still a general, but the second part, the rest of the build-up. But halfway through him being a gladiator, you know he's stronger than his final enemy. But in the Matrix, you do not know that Neo is, because he is literally getting his butt kicked 10 minutes before the ending.
The reason I'm never really keen on trilogies or anything like that, even follow-ups, because if the first movie ends where it's either a stalemate or they didn't really win anything, they just basically maybe rescued the person they were meant to rescue, but they didn't actually succeed in bringing down the bad guy. Think of Star Wars. They didn't actually defeat anybody. They basically just completed that one wee bit. So you knew if there was a next movie, it's the same enemy they're going. They just have to get better to fight it. Then the thing, but you look at one where it's a one-off movie, so there's an ending and they succeed, and then they basically, when they come back and do a second movie, then the baddie has to be a bigger and badder one, and then the next movie it has to be a bigger and badder again. Whereas if you got a movie where the good guys don't really win, they succeed in doing one thing, but they don't really overturn what the big bad. They don't need to actually keep reinventing the big bad for the next movie. It's still the big bad. It's just that they're still powerful. You just need to get better to beat them. And that's what the journey is to you, improving, getting the skills, getting the right things you need to succeed. Whereas if a movie's a one-off and then they decide to do it, then they've already defeated the big bad So what do they do? Oh, well, it's another big bad, even bigger, even badder. And that's when I think movies don't work. If you've got a movie which they plan to sort of leave it ambiguous so that it could work, or they've only succeeded in this bit, they've not really defeated the enemy, they've just set it back, then that's fine. You could get another movie with the same enemy, just you need to actually fight a bit harder. And that's what I don't like about some movies. And I think The Matrix fell into that. It sort of wound up the first part, and you think that is it, they've succeeded. And then they sort of changed bits, and it didn't succeed. And then you've got the bigger, badder, and they've got more things happening and bigger troops. And then you've got your agents come, and it's just seemed to get more and more and more. And that's what I don't like about follow-up movies.
Well, I mean, like with Star Wars, like the first film, it's like they didn't defeat the Empire, but well, there was a decisive blow against the Empire, which meant that it gave the wider resistance against the Empire.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So they succeeded in the part they were trying to do, but they didn't defeat it. So the next movie, you didn't need to have to reinvent the Empire because they hadn't defeated it. So it could still be just exactly the same as it was. Still powerful. Yep. You just had to get more powerful to deal with it. Whereas you look at the Matrix, they had effectively quashed it. They had won, but they had to they had to do bigger, badder guys because they've already taken that big bad down. So we had to show that the first movie, although it was a complete movie, that it wasn't really, but these guys are more stronger. So when they won, they took them down. Then the next movie, you had the Agent Smith, you had multiples. And it's that type of thing. That's what I'm saying. I don't like. Star Wars was great because they didn't defeat the Empire. They succeeded in a crushing blow, as you said. But it's basically they succeeded in the bit they were trying to do.
This is probably where they failed to make it better than it could be, because Agent Smith, although, and this is what makes the first film great, but when they're trying to bake on the next story is where it fails a little bit. But Agent Smith is basically the antivirus software to try and counter Neo. Mm-hmm. So therefore, it's trying to do what it can. So it brings more power. It creates duplicate of itself to be stronger, to stop whatever Neo is. But Agent Smith, if you look at the overarching story, he's supposed to be defeated. The Matrix already knows that this is inevitable. You can throw whatever you have at it. This will still happen. We know this, that this is the glitch in the Matrix, and we will have to reset it every so often. But in terms of the whole, when you say trilogies, and I agree with you with that, but I'm probably going to be yeeted off the internet for saying this, is Darth Vader is a little bit of like a flatliner.
But the thing is, of course, he's meant to be a flatline because he is the most powerful. You don't need to keep making him more and more powerful, more and more powerful. He's powerful, so he is a flatline. He is the top of his game.
Yes,
so you can't.
But he never improves.
Yeah, but the thing is, he's already at the top of his game. So even if he was improving, it would be so slight you wouldn't notice it. Because if you've got somebody at the top of the game, anytime they're improving, if I'm improving, I'm so low down. It looks it's the curve. You can only go up so much, and then effectively, any increase you've done is so slight because you're so powerful.
But you see, I'm thinking from a different level. If you're on the top of your game, you're the best there is, and suddenly there is like this upstart. Say your son that you didn't know you had, almost kicking the living daylight out of you. Out of the blue, aren't you going to go,
No.
I want to go to the gym for a couple of weeks and like lift some weights or do some training, but that never seems to happen. And it's not just Darth Vader, it's across the board. The bad guy never improves. It's only the good guys that always improve.
You look at Star Wars, and I hate there only is Star Wars. There's no A New Hope. That's just what they call it when they're creating 9 movies. There's 3 movies, Star Wars. So in Star Wars, what was the big battle between Luke Skywalker and Darth Vader? There wasn't one.
No, they barely even met.
Exactly. So there wasn't he didn't nearly get his ass kicked, so he didn't need to improve because he was already at the top of his game. That's what I'm saying. And then the next one, there was a battle, and Luke got his ass handed to him, or his hand cut off. So same again, he was still on the top of his game.
To be brutally honest, he got both his hand and his ass handed to him.
Yeah, but the thing is, it was Luke that had to increase his game each time to match someone at the top of the game. It's like, right, you've got 2 people, right? You've got person at the top of their game. Anytime they increase anything, it's a very slight move up in their skill level because they're already up there. Whereas if you've got somebody down here, anytime they increase the skill, it's almost like a big jump because there's so much they have to learn. Whereas if you're up at the top, that's only going to go up slightly. You're not going to be exponential. Eventually, if that was what they were going to do, you would be too powerful.
But for me, it's more
the peak of his
I
power.
do understand they like, yes, they might get better, but take one of the most awesome boxing films ever. You're going to guess it, Rocky.
See, I would have said Raging Bull.
Well, even so, it is like so much from the underdog training and everything, but you never get to see the opposition. I'm not saying bad guy, I'm saying opposition. The other side, they just go, I weigh this much, you go die.
No, but the thing is, you did see Apollo Creed because it was a case of his managers were saying, have you seen this guy? And he looked over and says, it's just an amateur doing it. So basically, he's already at the top of his game. He doesn't even need to think he needs to worry about someone who has to do all that training just to compete because as far as he's concerned, he already does the training. So it's part and parcel. We don't need to show you it because he's at the top of his game. There's the guy who has to. We need to show you him getting increased his levels, and it's the same idea. So if you've got someone up here and you've got a new fighter coming in, they're going to have to learn so much to get to there. Whereas if he's already up there and he knows all his skills and he's at the best he can be, and at the top of his range, even if he trains more, he's not going to be able to improve a lot more because he's already there.
But that's still the thing that I'm thinking of when I was trying to bring this up. It's, whoa, out of the blue, this one that shouldn't be on my level really caused me trouble. I still kicked them. I still defeated them. But that was a lot of trouble. That was a lot of work. You never get to see the bad guy sort of doing the training, running up the steps to whatever that building is in Philadelphia.
I
Rocky.
would agree, but that's what I'm saying. Whereas I was using the 2 examples was Star Wars. You didn't need to see that because there was the initial one. There wasn't a fight between.
No, Star Wars has good pacing. That Darth Vader doesn't really have a threat until the end of Empire Strikes Back. That's when he suddenly goes, okay, I kicked him, I defeated him, but that wasn't an easy fight.
Mm-hmm.
But he should have gone or should have had that. The guy should be dead because he did fall down the massive chute.
Basically, that was the end of it. 3. Sorry, for me, there's only 3 movies. The rest of it are just fan art.
The thing is, Vader was not trying to kill him though. He was trying to actually subdue him so he could convert him over to his side, and that's where. So like he wasn't really aiming to kill him. He was kind of he never quite got to indoctrinate him. If you know what I mean.
Yes,
which is true, and and it was basically the emperor who's basically saying he was trying to recruit. And if they recruited him, what would have been the outcome anyway. So say Luke turned to the dark side. You know what the outcome was going to be? Vader would have had to be killed anyway. So the Emperor was the one that was actually making sure he was bringing him down. Because he wanted him to get him to a point where he was so weak where he could turn him. And with the rule of two...
Well, the rule of two only really applies to the Sith, not the dark side. For anyone that is actually Geeky, the rule of two is Sith, not dark side.
I know, but remember, when you're watching the movie, the dark side is the Sith in the movie. There's never mention of any other dark side. It's always the Sith. So I would just, and most people think, go down the same route as I did. So I'm taking that as a Sith as the dark side.
Well, yeah, this is tricky. I can't. And I can't believe I'm this old and I've watched Star Trek for such a long time. I cannot recite the codes of both sides. It's like fear, not fear leads to darkness, darkness leads to hate. It's the different codes, but they're basically mantras of how you conduct yourself. One is allowing emotion to be, yes, if you feel threatened, if you feel hurt, if you feel this, and you feel that this is not correct, that's the Sith side. You do something about it. Whereas the Jedi side is extremely passive. Don't attack, don't engage, don't go in, don't do this, but be here. And if you see someone hurt someone else, that's when Jedi step in. Kurgan.
True. They did have to do the training. The Kurgan, although he was very powerful at the thing, he was getting hindered by people being in the way, and then with Connor getting trained.
Yeah. Well, Connor did, although there is no exact timeline, Connor did get trained. Wasn't the Spanish guy like 1,500 years old or something by the time he caught up with Connor and then trained him with his 1,500 years of knowledge? So Connor got literally the super spike of training.
Yes, he basically got the thing. So, but yeah, and there was another comment back. Fifth Element. I love that movie.
That's a brilliant film.
It is.
Multipass,
yes. I was actually I was actually saying that today. That was really weird because I heard that there was a couple of people were talking, and I heard them. They were actually going on about vaccine passwords, and that's all I could think to myself was multipass. And I was actually, and my wife is actually. What are you saying? What are you talking about? And multipass. And that's all I could think about when I was listening. And I get told I was being weird because I kept saying that. But
I just find all the stuff going on in the world so weird today. We are several countries are going to be demanded or are already demanding. You have to have a passport for having had 2 vaccine jabs, but you don't need to identify yourself if you're going to vote for who goes into the government, at least here in the UK.
Oh, have you heard the one in America? They're mandating mandatory vaccines. Unless you work for the post office or the government, then it's not mandatory for you. But
I saw that on Friday Night Tides. It's like if you work in the government, you don't need
you're exempt. So it's mandatory unless you're one of us, or else you're the post office. And why the post office? Maybe because of the amount of people who are turning around going, nope, I'll just not come into work if you're making it mandatory for me, and then suddenly no post gets delivered and there's an uproar.
I'm suddenly starting to feel with all this news, and I don't know if all of them are true. It could be false because there's so much disinformation, but it feels like I'm in a sci-fi film on my own where you need a passport. We don't need one because we work for the government who tells you that you need one.
Mm-hmm.
That's out. I swear, I've seen an 80s B movies on the Sci-Fi Channel in the 1980s that has done this.
Did you see the Benny Hill thing I put on Twitter?
Oh, yes.
Please tell me it's not the Benny Hill one, because that
Did you
would
see
be
the Benny Hill one about the NHS? It's got the two tiers, so you've got the private and then you've got the NHS, which at the time in 1979 was hysterical because obviously the NHS wasn't that bad. Nowadays, actually, I think the NHS is that bad because there is
Sadly,
a
yes.
two-tier system now, and it is
Yeah.
almost a case of you'll get whatever's left over. Just look at me. Right? I've been told there's a particular health issue with people with my condition. You have to be very, very careful about. So I reported it last year. They says, we need to get that seen to in 6 months' time when you come in for your next appointment. 3 months later, they cancelled the appointment. So I've been waiting a year and still no actually even seen me for this really, really important thing we keep telling you is important. Yeah, I reported it, but a year later, they still no actually spoke to me about it. So they tell you one thing, but do another, and then they wonder why. Well, you never told us. And that, to me, is how bad the National Health Service is. I used to be a big advocate for it. You know what I mean? I used to, if I had to go into hospital, I would go in, get everything done I needed to, what they advised, and come out. Now, I wouldn't go in. I only go in if I really, really need to, and people have to convince me to go in.
I'd still say I'm in favor of NHS, National Health Service here in UK. But my first experience with them was, shall we say, not what I would expect, because this was during the swine flu season. So we're rocking up to the front desk, not A&E, because there is no emergency. We're just feeling under the weather, really under the weather. And because it is the high alert for swine flu, we said, please stand outside the entrance. There will be someone coming around with you. And about 50, it wasn't too long, but say 15 to 45 minutes. There was a wait. I can't really remember how long it was. We're getting to walk around the entire facility in a basement, and then we're getting chucked into a room. There's one of those, hospital beds, paper covering if someone has to sit on it or whatever that they do remove. One chair, nothing else. Two of us. And then we get to wait for 3 hours. And during those 3 hours, I'm looking around the room and I'm seeing dry, dead leaves on the floor. And I seen dirt trails and everything. That's this room hasn't even been cleaned in months. That was my first impression of it. I will say, however, the doctor that did come in at the end of it, full protection gear, he was more armored than you would expect a military soldier to be that is expecting to assault a very high target. It turned out that's the flu shot that we got to protect ourselves from the vaccine. It was just unfortunate it kicked off a little bit higher effect than it should have. But yeah, that was my first experience with the NHS.
Yeah,
I would say they still do their job. I just wish they could do it a little bit more.
The problem is they need to take the managers out and let the people who know how to care for you to deal with it. People at the top telling people how to care for you when they've got no knowledge. All they know how to run a spreadsheet and get the most out of the money.
Yeah.
Should not be running the health service. At the moment, it's a no help, seriously. That's what NHS stands for at the moment.
No help service.
No help, seriously. But that's the way I look at it, the NHS now. Whereas the people in it knock their pans off to try and do things, but there's too much paperwork. They have to actually spend too much time filling in paperwork, pandering to these managers who have got no clue, where all they want to do is help people.
Yeah.
See this? I went to 3 different consultants, and do you know why it was 3 different consultants? Because the consultants got so fed up with the amount of rubbish they had to go wade through, they ended up going private and working in the private sector. They got more money and they got more autonomy to deal with patients. Whereas the guys that did this, were working on this, they just ended up gone. They were there a year, and they were specialists, and they couldn't get to see patients because there was so much they had to do. That is, people who want to help are being hindered by the system. And
I've seen.
people are good, but the management and the structure is failing, and that's failing the patients and it's failing the staff.
Well, when it comes to the paperwork, it's really unfortunately sad because I've seen that going to my GP. So me and my ex, we went into the GP on the same day just basic health checkups, and we had the same GP. So I got to go in first, and we'd already been waiting for about half an hour. I got to go in. It was about a 5-10 minute visit. Just like, well, what's going on? Is this everything okay? Are you exercising? Oh, by the way, how much do you smoke and drink? And I just went, that much. But it was a 5-minute talk back and forth. I went out, and I knew my wife was going to be next. But she got to sit there for about 20 minutes and just went, well, it's the same doc. But apparently that was just documents from our 5 minutes conversation that she had to tick in and get ready, and then get ready for the next patient, who happened to be my wife at the time.
Yeah.
I just went, this must be super inefficient. Yes, if you're a patient, come in, say, this is this, click, 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 tick that box, do this. I say, this is the things that's wrong with me. I'll try and help you. Here's some medication, or you may need to see a specialist. Next patient, please. But there was a good 20-25 minute pause between me and my ex.
Do you know what I disliked about them? Not the one I'm in just now, but the one I was in previously. I was 5 minutes late because of traffic. I was travelling from work back down to my local health service, my doctor's surgery. I walked in less than 5 minutes late, and I said, I'm here for my appointment. They says, oh, you're late. We just cancelled it. And I says, I'm 5 minutes late. And normally when I come in, I have to sit there for 40 minutes anyway. But you're saying because I'm 5 minutes late, you cancelled my appointment. Yes, we'll have to speak to the doctor, see if we can get it rearranged. Right? See, second time I went in, they called me in. I walked in and I says, I'm here for my appointment. They says, oh, it'll be about 15 minutes. I says, no good. And I walked out, and the woman came out. He says, what you doing? I says, well, the last time I was 5 minutes late, you cancelled my appointment. You're telling me I'm going to be sitting here for 15 minutes, so I'm cancelling your appointment. But the doctor needs to see you. I says, well, he'll see me in the time I came in, not 15 minutes, because if you can cancel an appointment when I'm late, then I can walk away if he's late. And they weren't happy with me. I never had an issue after that because they knew fine well I wouldn't put up with the crap. But then again, I moved and they were happy to see me go.
Well, I think you made a very valid point there, PJ. I think they, it's not fair. It's not fair.
It's basically their whole attitude. The thing is, I knew fine well, I was 5 minutes late, but I'm going to have to sit there for half an hour minimum before I see the doctor anyway. So being 5 minutes late, what difference does it make? It's not as if, oh, sorry, the person actually, you were late, so we let the next person come in.
It's not like you were an hour late,
Exactly. But it's not even a case of the person who was in after me was in. It's probably the person 2 ahead of me were still in getting seen. So it's not as if I hadn't missed my appointment. It's not as if when I walked in, they says, sorry, listen, you were 5 minutes late and the next person's already in. So you need to wait to the end to see if there's any spaces. No, it was a case of we cancelled it because you're late. but I could come in and
Yeah,
expect.
but you see
That's
that
a
bit isn't right.
draconian.
But if I go into my GP and say it's booked for 3:00, and whatever it is, whomever it is they see before me, they may have a concern, they may have something, because it's personal, it's individual. You may have needed those extra 5 minutes, even though you're kind of running over the time slot that the doctor has available for you. I can completely understand that bit, but if you're 5 minutes late to your doctor's appointment, they're supposed to have 15 minutes for you. That's
Yeah, exactly.
the
So,
doctor
yeah.
being wrong.
So then tell me, yeah, exactly. So then give me 10 minutes. You know, if you're going to be that pedantic about it, but it's one way for them and another way.
And
for
that's
you.
the problem. They fail because they're not consistent, and it's typical management is doing it. Because I'm sure the doctor will just wants to get through his day, help as many people as possible. But if you've got a manager sitting there going, "Oh no, if they're 5 minutes late, that's it. They cancelled the appointment." That to me is where it fails, and it's not the people who help; it's the people who think they know how to work things.
Yeah, exactly.
Things. They don't. All they're doing is basically a good doctor, a good nurse.
They're not interested in keeping their patients healthy. They're just
they're interested in how much financially they're bringing in. So if their particular medicines get pushed or whatever, or time slots, so they can get more people in, and that's the problem. It's management failing.
Wasn't it the idea that they're supposed to kind of focus on the smallest, like they're supposed to nip the earlier symptoms or signs of in the bud early, so that they don't have to deal with the expensive. That's exactly how they retain money by catching things early.
Yeah, but that don't be silly, because the big pharma actually don't make money if it's caught.
Oh, okay.
I love that one. Favorite medical movie: Mary Shelley's Frankenstein.
I have seen a film called Contagion, which actually Lawrence Fishburne's in that as well.
That's a good one, yeah.
That's a good one.
Like I kind of look back on that because it's so prophetic to what COVID was actually like.
Yeah, definitely. I thought that was actually a really good movie. Yeah. It's quite prophetic, considering.
Yes.
Yeah. Just to let you know, PJ, we just wanted. I popped something in the private chat. I don't know if you've had a chance to see it yet, but I'm just sort of thinking ahead for the time of night that it is here for us, and I want to make sure that we can cover some of our other things before we have to.
Let's do that.
Sadly, have to bid good night, but not quite yet.
Let's do that now, shall we? We'll go to our haul and our pick of the week, but we'll do our haul first. So, Wendology, Darren, do you want to go first?
Okay.
Sure. Hang on, let me.
Right.
What are we doing? We're doing haul first?
Haul first.
Haul first.
Yes.
Oh, my goodness gracious. We went a little crazy. A little crazy.
Yeah.
We didn't do any charity shops today. We just didn't have enough time left in the day, because I think the way that the shops were lined up in the shopping center that we use was slightly bad, because we just kept getting into more and more and more financial trouble each time we went into one.
Yeah.
I know that feeling.
Started with
one of those days we can hear your debit card crying inside your wallet. It's still sobbing now in the other room.
Yeah. Next month is going to be one of those. I think we'll take a little break this month.
But so those ones as well.
We say that now, yeah.
We went in. The first one we stopped at was B&M Bargains, because we thought, let's see what let's see what Doctor Who stuff they have.
They supposedly got Doctor Who stuff, which she went
Yeah.
to look and
Yeah,
didn't
but I
find
never
us.
find any. I never
Didn't
find any
Didn't
Doctor
find
Who
a
stuff.
single thing.
there was absolutely nothing.
I'm the
However,
exact same. I did B&M, and I always look for Doctor Who stuff. Never find it. Never once.
yeah, no, we just sort of we looked and looked. I asked someone. I thought, perhaps it's in a funny spot, or they've moved it to some display case or something. And the poor lad just said, he said, I have never seen it. So, but while we were in there, I happened to stumble on this.
Can yeah, that is superb. Did you see the other ones?
They had very little stuff that sort of all of us would be that interested in. It was
I've got Can, Spock, Kirk, and Uhura from that set.
oh well
They
done.
are superb, aren't they? They're just beautiful figures.
Yeah, they are. I'm really liking the Khan one.
Yep.
I like the sculpt. I'm very, very fussy.
Yeah, and it definitely is
sculpt.
Ricardo Montalban.
I don't even
Definitely.
care if it's a set.
You're
I
gonna
am
put it on
really
camera?
fussy. I did, yeah. I just done the
Right.
Khan one. I'm super fussy with the sculpts. If it doesn't look right
Doesn't
to
look
me, I
like
just
it.
can't get behind it. This was another one. Now, the other shop we went into after B&M was HMV, which was a complete bad move. A good move and a bad move. And this is
Jedi. Let's see. So
Admiral
Yeah.
Akbar.
You could say it's a trap. Yes.
And I love Admiral Akbar. And the sculpt on this, I don't know if I can get it close enough to the camera, if I can figure out what I'm doing here.
that looks really good. That looks really good.
It does.
It's gorgeous. Yeah, it really is. It's really well done. They've gotten his the detail on his head and everything else, so I was really pleased with this one. So
Superb. That looks really cool. And I must admit, I've no actually. I saw a couple of good Star Wars ones that they were a wee bit pricey for me. The place where I got the Batman one, they had one. The box was white, and you could pull it apart, and it was Leia and Han, and it was almost like in an ice cave stand. The two figures were standing facing each other.
Nice. Well, this the figure when I was just going to say quickly the Admiral Akbar figure. Before we look at this one, there's a little warning on the packet which said warning choking hazard. So I wondered, does the Darth Vader, if the Darth Vader one probably comes with that. So we had a little smile.
Take care not to choke on your aspirations.
Yes.
See, I came across. Remember that shop I was telling you about? They had a lot of this. They did not have that Enterprise. They had another Enterprise. I'm sure it said Enterprise E or F or something.
They have the other ones on the back.
Yeah,
and this was the only one we were interested of. This.
Well, I saw the Defiant, and it was what's the one? Let's see. I think it might have been the Enterprise D, but I think it was more likely the E, because it just, to me, didn't look like the Enterprise. So it didn't look like Archer's Enterprise. It didn't look like Picard's Enterprise, and it definitely didn't look like Kirk's Enterprise.
So I'm playing one of these free-to-play games that you can get on Android or tablets or anything. Basically, it's just card collecting game in the Star Trek universe, all of them. But there is a certain Scotty model that you can get within this, and he's going NCC 1701. No bloody A, B, C, or D.
I need bloody A.
Absolutely brilliant. And those were from HMV. And then we made the huge mistake of going into the, what's it called? The TV and movie store?
Oh, that one with the Dalek and the TARDIS outside.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And this was what we were hoping we were going to find in B&M.
I know.
But these are the Invasion of Earth Daleks, which
they're superb. I love the Daleks. Are just
I
class.
love Daleks. Yeah, we have loads here.
Oh, now we got more.
And now we've got more.
Yeah, and definitely superb. The only thing I must admit I was no as keen on is the new logo on the Doctor Who.
No, unfortunately, no. That's the one thing. There's certain things that we have to we're kind of thinking, oh my God, I can't take this. We want to get something and we'll hold off because of that logo. But there are times though, like this particular set, anything with Daleks, things like that, it's really hard not to just go for it because those are really special.
When Dolly, did you do you remember Blue Bonnet did the Chibnall Bash stream?
Yes.
Because there's a bit now where Retro Doc basically did this sponsored presentation of this special company that will take your Doctor Who items with that horrible logo on it, and they'll apply the proper logo.
Yes, that would be lovely.
But that was a superb pick, I must admit.
Well, like I said, we went a little crazy, but it was sort of like a nice little treat.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
I'm a Khan girl through and through. I love Khan, so anything to do with Wrath of Khan, I'm there.
I must admit, I do. I've got the 4 because I managed to pick. I'd seen them, but I'd wanted the original because the only ones I had seen at the time were the Spock and Kirk in their purple tunic, and it was called Admiral, and I didn't like them. So, and I knew there was the other one. So when I went in last week, I got the Uhura, Kirk, Spock, and Khan. That's the 4 I've got, and they're up above next to my Babylon 5 figures. Right.
And Dolly, just don't forget what happened to Khan's first wife.
Right. What I'm going to do is, I know you might be cut for time. Is that you done your haul before you do your pick? I'll show you something because just in case you might miss it. This is the one I was telling you about. All right. So,
Okay.
Okay.
Drum
roll, please. It is
a
Doctor Who thing.
Oh my God.
Ooh.
Oh my God.
Oh, look at that.
Nice.
Oh, you.
I had never seen that before.
You've gone and trumped us there.
And basically, that's what I was saying earlier.
Super.
I had never seen that before. And there you go.
I've never seen that.
I know, I'd never seen it. That was in that shop, XS.
Wow.
And I thought initially when I was going in, it was one of these, one that is an excess stock one. So I think they've got, remember I was saying they had the Star Trek ones in it, they had the ships. I think it might have been excess stock similar to the ones you had, so it might have been HNV XS. Don't know where this came from, but the first Doctor, Susan, Ian, and Barbara. Now, see when I saw that, it's straight in the box.
That is brilliant.
Oh,
and I loved it. It's even got some bits in the back about each of them. I liked some of the bits, like the descriptions. This is about the episodes, so it tells you how many episodes each of the characters were in. But it's got Doctor's notes. So the Doctor is an egocentric genius turned compassionate mentor to companions.
Mm-hmm.
Susan,
egocentric. That's an interesting way of describing him.
Yeah, Susan is the first Doctor's granddaughter and unearthly child. So they didn't call her the Doctor's granddaughter, the first Doctor's granddaughter, they called her. Then you've got Ian, Susan's science teacher and Cole Street School protective of his friends. Then you've got Barbara, Susan's strong-willed history teacher and Ian's close colleague.
Excellent.
Yeah, I mean, it's even just the wee bits above, but I was over the moon when I saw that. So now I have a Susan, a Barbara, and an Ian.
That is
superb.
brilliant.
Great.
Really well done.
And
I was-
I like the way I just like the way these things are packaged now, because you haven't got that dilemma about shall I take it out of the box, because it's arranged in such a way you can leave it in the box and just
Yes,
put it on your
this
shelf.
one, the only bit of the logo is there, and it's that is it.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
not
That's
in the
not
front.
bad. Yeah.
It's not in the
Yeah.
front. So
Nice.
that's sitting in a display just like that. It's going, and it's got to be magazine with it as well. So I thought it was might be a part of the, or what do you call it, Eagle Forge, but it's not. It's Hero Collectors. So it's part of the Hero Collectors range.
Yeah. I have not seen that anywhere. I haven't seen it for sale
I never
anywhere. I
heard
haven't
of
seen it
that one.
I'd
online.
never even heard of it because I had always been hoping to get an Ian and Barbara.
Yeah.
The Susan, yes, I would like to have got that, but the Ian and Barbara I was always wanting to get. But see, when I walked in, it was sitting there.
Yeah. I
Yeah,
think we would have all been doing that.
I've never even seen it. I was so over the
There would have been a
moon.
huge, massive tug of war there with that one.
That was the same place I saw I got the Batman from, and they had a Kirk figure, 12-inch figure. The sculpt was actually okay. It had enough look of Shatner to it, an early Shatner, but it was a wee bit. Considering the Babylon 5 figures, that doesn't look like
that's
Londo. It looks enough like Londo, but it doesn't look like Londo.
Londo from a distance.
Yes, and it's a similar idea. You know it's Kirk, but only because of the outfit. But it still is a nice figure. But
Yeah, exactly.
But it was still thinking that one there. What is my prize pick of the week? And I could not take the chance in case she's actually had to go before I got a chance to show it.
Yeah, that is really, really brilliant.
I am over the moon with that one. That was the one I've been dying to show. I didn't.
Yeah, yeah, that's
Look
fantastic.
what I got, and I decided, no, I want to keep that for tonight.
Yeah. Find of the day.
What did everybody else get?
Yes. Sadako, Jim.
Jim, I know you were busy.
Right.
So I've had a week from hell. I'm happy to go after you, Sadako, if you have anything.
Yes, Sadako, what did you get?
I didn't so much get something, but I discovered something of illegally online.
Good adventures always start with a sentence like that.
Yeah.
Yes.
But, see, the thing is, after last week, I did a search for a film that I do remember from my 90s called Mom and Dad Save the World. It's this American kind of sci-fi comedy about this this family that get abducted by this alien who just wants to, and I couldn't, like, there was no, it's not available on DVD anymore, but like I did manage to find it played on a particular Russian site, and yeah, it was a lot of fun to rewatch. It's like
I haven't even heard of that one.
I think I recall something, and this might have just been something that came out just before the Alf era.
It was after, actually. Yeah, Alf was the 80s, and this was 1992, so it was kind of similar kind of vein kind of thing. But it was, let's see, who was in it? It was, I've forgotten the guy's name. Let's see, it was let's see, it was Jeffrey Jones and John Lovitz. He played the villain. This
John Lovitz.
It was this planet of where everyone on there is an alien, like, and there's this bit where he falls in with the resistance, and it's like, look, I know you're idiots, but they're idiots too, so you just gotta outthink them slightly.
Big Timor. Wendology is Star Trekking, a cartridge universe. We're boldly going forward because we cannot find reverse. That one.
I remember that.
Aye.
And the Captain.
I love that.
Yes. Yeah. Remember that one.
But that is superb. So I'll need to actually dig that one out. I must admit, I've never even heard of that one. Mum and Dad Save the Universe. or save
the world. Like it's
save the world. Sorry, but I like the
hate
idea of it.
I think I recall it, but I will not have seen it in years. I say when I say years, this will be early 2000s.
Right. The storyline says on IMDb site, it says Emperor Todd Spengo sees Marge Nelson and using a giant magnet kidnaps her and her husband Dick, hoping to make her his bride before blowing up the Earth. He and his other inhabitants of this planet are somewhat less than bright, and Dick begins reliving episodes of Flash Gordon and Buck Rogers in order to rescue Marge, save the Earth, and restore the rightful king to the throne.
Do you know?
Well, I'm hooked. The fact that this synopsis is just going Flash Gordon.
Do you know what it sort of reminds me of? Is the Mel
Spaceballs.
No, Mel Smith. Space. It was the truckers. Morals from Outer Space.
I've not seen that, but
that was basically. There's bits in it. It's basically this spaceship lands or crashes,
right.
and this doctor gets brought in, and she says, these were the ones that were found in the spaceship. We would like you to evaluate them. And you see Mel Smith is standing there, and you see the frame. So they're inside the room, and he's going,
mm-hmm.
and he says he does that all the time. She says, well, a lot of people do that at mirrors. He says, we took the mirror out last week. It's just plain glass. So basically, you've got the impression you're looking through a mirror at him going. But basically, they say, no, we took the mirrors out. He's still doing it. And it's called Morons from Outer Space for a reason, because they're all thick as mince. And that's just when you were saying about they're all morons, but they're all morons as well. So it's just that's reminding me of the Morons from Outer Space. It was a good old fashioned British mistake, as it were.
Yep, remember that.
But superb. I'll need to actually look out for that one. That sounds actually fun.
Right. Okay. This is a scene from there because, like, basically the villain Todd is like. He's preparing for his wedding with his forced wedding with Marge, and like he's kind of trying. Do I try the mutton chops or the goatee? And like which looks better? And like he's asking his two minions like the mutton chops or the goatee. No, the first one goes mutton chops. No, I prefer the goatee. Shoot yourself in the head, and he basically shoots himself. And he asks the other guy, "What do you think?" And like the guy thinks for a minute and goes mutton chops. Like he goes, what? Okay, and then he gets his gun out and shoots himself. Surrounded by idiots. So then he's looking and going, maybe the mutton chops is better.
See, I like that type of humour. It just definitely works for me. Yeah. That's why I like things like Morons from Outer Space and stuff like that. Ice Pirates, and I like all that silly humour as well.
But they also came, sadly, from an era where you could make a funny joke at someone else's expense.
Oh, God, yes.
Regardless of where they came from, what they were, who they were, what they did, what planet they came from, or just the fact that they had a funny-sounding name.
We have come for the grill. Go away, we will fart in your general direction. We have already got one. I mean, you couldn't get away with doing things like that now. You silly Englishman, gooey.
Ooh, I'm pretty certain today someone's going to come up with the reason that the English are racist toward the French people because go away, your mum smelled like... Blah, blah, blah.
Your mother
smelled like elderberries.
Yes. Your father was a hamster, etc.
Yeah.
I am pretty certain that these major websites will definitely already have about 25 articles about that.
Oh, Jesus! You look at the Scots, how they've portrayed. You look at how any default country portrayal. Scots. Yeah. Everybody up until a few years ago thought everybody in Scotland wore a kilt. Because That was always how it was portrayed on TV. Basically, you had Harry Lauder, you had the shortbread tin. Every picture of a Scotsman was in a Glengarry rocking a kilt.
Yeah,
that was it.
Yeah.
That's what people saw. So, I know Americans come over and they're going, we were a bit surprised nobody's wearing kilts. Fair enough. You're talking about that was about 15 years ago, but even up until then, people still thought everybody in Scotland wore a kilt. It's the same as everybody in England. They either wear a flat cap or they wear a pinstripe suit with a bowler hat.
Yeah.
That's the thing. It's just everybody's got a stereotype that it's easy to play it, just for the simple fact is everybody knows, even the people who they're getting the joke made about knows it's a stereotype and it's only generic.
Yeah.
It's not meant
Yeah.
to represent anything.
That's-
The
That's
stereotypes are meant to be there. So if I was writing a story, say I was sitting in just randomly picking South Africa, I'm trying to tell a story about people around the world and everything. How do I describe what would be easiest to know for humans around me? A Scotsman killed carrying a massive log with a 3-pint whiskey jug in his hand. That, okay, it might be over the top, but I mean, the Scottish extreme sport games they have, where they literally they're running forward and hauling in in tight
Tossing a
tree
caber.
trunk.
It's
Yes,
a caber.
exactly. That is something an individual can quickly. Okay, that's Scotland. That's Scottish people. The bowler hat, pinstripe suit, the walking cane, the monocle. That's British. That's definitely not American.
Yeah.
That's how.
Yeah.
That's why
that's a
stereotypes
cowboy
work
hat.
so well.
And in Wales,
hat
we're
with
either
legs.
rugby players or coal miners.
Yes, it's usually the coal miners, but even American, American, it's a cowboy hat. Somebody's wearing a cowboy hat and they've got bow legs from riding their horse,
yeah.
because
Yeah,
everybody.
it's only 3 states out of the 52 states that really do have that cowboy culture properly.
But that's what I'm saying. It's basically when the caricature of an American is or was, it's probably it's a lot bigger now. But the caricature of an American was a cowboy hat, spars carrying fixtures. That was what people saw Americans as. Nowadays, they see them as bigger. Whereas in Scotland, the caricature of a Scotsman nowadays is sitting with a needle in his hand, talking rubbish. Yeah, I mean, that's the silly thing about modern stereotypes are probably scarier because they're less stereotypical and more true.
Well, it's true and it's sad in a certain way, but I'm hoping most of you have seen the Kingsman movies. It's James Bond.
We've got
It's,
one,
of
but
course
yes,
it
watch it.
It's James Bond, and James Bond
that
is what? He's not American. He's not Russian. He's not Australian. What is James Bond?
It's an updated version of the James Bond caricature. And it is a caricature. James Bond was always a caricature of a spy. Because how many spies will sit down and actually give everybody their name? Well, I'm a spy, but my name's Bond, James Bond. Yeah, I mean, Mr. Bond, we all know you from the last time you actually tried to kill everybody.
I'm sorry, it may have something to do with the massive amount of clockwork dangling in a certain region of said individual.
Yeah, but it's James Bond was a caricature spy because, no spy goes up and introduces himself to everybody as, here, this is my real name, or this is my code name. Because some people say the reason why James Bond is played by different characters is because, unlike the Doctor, he's not a Time Lord. He's actually just a code name, which they did in Casino Royale, the original, not the remake, with Peter Sellers and David Niven and Woody Allen in it.
Mm-hmm.
And he
yes,
basically talked about how James Bond code name was handed off to his nephew, Woody Allen, Jimmy Bond. So basically they mentioned how James Bond was a code name. So they did. So at least in that one, which was more of a comedy than an actual Bond, but they got to use the Bond name and stuff like that. So it's still technically part of the canon. And the Casino Royale was the better one of the two because the comic Casino Royale was funny. But Jim, what did you pick up?
Well, surprising enough, considering how panicked my week was, I managed to get some stuff, but I know, sadly, for next week, I will not be able to. There will literally be no time to pick stuff up. But I do have a small haul, and I'll begin with these guys, just because I love.
I've got Click, and I think I've got 50 First Dates as well. But I've definitely got Click. And I think I'm not a big Adam Sandler fan, but I actually think it's quite good.
I do really like Adam Sandler.
And me, yeah, I like him. He's quite funny.
It's more
enough of his
wholesome
movies are
comedy.
really good, but it's just I don't know. It's something about Adam Sandler. I'm not a big Ricky Gervais fan, but I've got a couple of his movies and they're fantastic. It's it's more the person rather than the things he's in, because I love Happy Gilmore and stuff like that. So but the Click I enjoy, I must admit. It's a fun movie.
I can sort of click on you with that, because I do like Happy Gilmore, but that one allows Adam Sandler to be more his like, why did you not get into the hole? That hole is there. He's going his whole screamy over the top. Whereas in 50 First Dates, Wedding Singer, he is getting knocked around. He has a reason to be angry and screamy, but he doesn't go screamy.
Mm-hmm.
So he's hit and miss, but I still say I don't think I've seen an Adam Sandler film that I haven't said that was actually okay. Compared with today's standard or when the films actually came out, I will say I'm actually happy with them. Now, this is the worst film of the week. Like, it's still really good, but it is the worst of the three of them.
Despicable Me 3. See,
I've never seen those.
I hate the Minions, but
I love them.
I dislike it because I think it's just a case of oversaturation, but I love the movies. I do. I think maybe because they're so meme like the Minions, but I love.
Yes.
I definitely love Despicable Me 1. It is just a fun movie, and the Minions work there. But I think the one where it was more concentrated on the Minions, I think that was that 2 or 3.
No, they actually got the standalone one.
And maybe that's the one I was seeing. I didn't like that at all. But I thought the Despicable Me were fun ones. They're not no Shakespeare-less, but they're fun enough, and that's the thing. And yet I dislike the actual characters of the Minions. But I love.
I will forgive, although I'm with you, the Minion film standalone explaining how they became or came under Gru.
Mm-hmm.
The fact that they are already evil, or sort of don't care. I mean, you see them going.
Yeah.
That they already had an attitude, so
do you know
it
that
does explain it going to that level. But when it came out of the blue, you had no background story, no nothing. Despicable Me 1 was brilliant in terms of that's some really hilarious Minions.
See what I got from that with the Minions. because of the way they would act towards each other, as you said. I saw them as a big family.
Yes.
Because
that's how you treat your brother.
You could be sitting there having something to eat, you go to your brother, and then your mum would go, "What are you two doing?" Nothing. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
That's the
exactly.
kind of thing you would do with your brother, your sister. It's just you would walk by your sister and go, "Don't do that, eh? Mum, she's shouting at me," and stupid things like that. But that's what the Minions reminded me of. But yes, as you said, when you go into the movie and they sort of explain, it sort of takes a bit away. Whereas I just saw them as one big, humongous family, just a bunch of brothers and sisters just winding it and doing things to hurt each other just for fun. But if anybody else get in the way, then we go. Oh.
Yeah, so, but I think that is something, even across all of them. If there's something bad coming towards the Minions, all of them band together, no matter how much they have just screwed each other over, which is why I really like it.
Yeah, that's why it always reminded me of a family, and that's why I always thought the Minions were a big family. But I think they just became too memeish, and I get sick of them. But I still like the movies. I think the movies are fun. You can't deny that they're fun. I think I've actually got a couple of them. I'm trying to remember what movies I've got. I'm sure I've got 1 and 2. But the problem is,
unfortunately, all I got at the moment in physical format, I do have all of it on my virtual format, but the physical was number 3, and that one was 4 pence, I think. The charity shop was doing some really weird pricing.
Yeah, I can't see it there. I must have it. I've got it somewhere, but it's typical. Try to actually find them.
Still, it's a good laughter, but when it comes to, although I do not have it yet, the best, if I'm going to go across all history of what DreamWorks and
Pixar?
I'm trying to remember what's the bouncing headlight is.
Pixar.
The best CGI film they ever made is Gerard's Game.
Oh, Gerald's Game.
Gerald's Game. It won an Oscar. It was the first animated film to win an Oscar, and it's this senior citizen playing a chess game against himself in a park, and it's brilliant.
That
And
sounds fascinating.
you can find it on YouTube. It's not even 10 minutes long, but it is genius storytelling, everything. But it is animated, and there's only one actor. But by the time you finish it, even you as the audience thinks there are 2 of them.
See, I've not seen that.
I'll try and dump the link for it.
That's Buddy again, just want attention.
Hello, buddy.
Well, he's not going to compete against anything important. It's just going to be.
Oh, nice. That's nice.
I've got the full box set, so I have all 10 seasons.
It's the first one I managed to get my hands on that wasn't absolutely ruined. This one is a little bit dinged if you look at the corners and everything, but this one was as close to pristine condition as I could find.
Very
it.
nice.
Is that not the whole
That's
collection?
how close they are. Look, there you
Or is
go.
that series 3?
It's season 3,
Okay.
but all of it
that's
absolutely
nice.
really
Nice.
gorgeous condition. Absolutely everything.
Yeah,
Very nice find.
Series
I've
3 is
actually-
gruesome.
Yeah, I mean that's the box set I've got, and that's seasons 1 to 4, and there's another one that size 5 to 8, and then I've got season 9 and 10 separately as well. I've got them sitting there. Basically, they are. I love the X-Files, especially the early stuff. The early stuff is superb.
But you see, I haven't seen X-Files in maybe 15 years or something.
Well, it's
And
probably
I've set it my mission. I am not going to start watching it until I manage to collect them all on physical, because I'm not trusting the streaming service anymore. They might cut something out, because I remember literally the opening episode. Spoiler alert. Sorry if anyone hasn't seen it, but it's literally Mulder going, "Oh, we're driving into the city. Oh, there was something wrong here." Noting down the time, spraying on the road. We're driving ahead.
Yes.
Later on in the episode, they come around, same road, same time, something happens. He's just going, "Look, I spray this line." I do not want to miss small details like that.
I don't have a triple.
Are you sure?
I think I know what I know what he means.
Yeah, Big T is referencing your cutie little.
I've got
Buddy.
Buddy. I suppose I've got 2 triples, but they're getting shaved tomorrow, so there'll no be triples anymore. The 2 of them are going for their haircut tomorrow, so
I'm sure there'll be no trouble at all.
Aye.
Yay.
They did actually do have a couple of triples, because see, the Spock and the Kirk, both of them have got triples in the boxes from that set with the can.
I've
the
got
Spock and the Kirk have got triples in them.
Yeah, we've got tribbles. In fact, I have all my tribbles that I got from the Star Trek conventions in the 80s. And they were like proper little tribbles. The only thing is they're not animatronic kind. I'd love to get one
The one with the,
that actually purrs. Yeah.
I would love to get one of those, I must admit.
Oh yeah, they'd be awesome.
I was at the Birmingham Star Trek 50th anniversary con. All the big names and everything were there, but there was one vendor that had managed to get like a really massive area. So most vendor had like a stall, but this guy had like 4 stalls, and he had put up all the tribbles, but they were just like clap. And the entire stall was just shaking because the tribbles were just vibrating because they were activated on that. And it was so amazing. It was like, nope, I'm not touching them. They're multiplicating.
I just think we see Big T Moore saying he's drinking Tizer and eating chocolate hobnobs, whereas I'm drinking Iron Brew and eating sour cream pretzels.
But by the way, in case this channel ever get cancelled, we're not sponsored by any of these guys.
We're not sponsored by anybody. The only person that sponsors me is my sponsor.
Right.
So you got X-Files as well. Superb. The X-Files is fun.
I do have another one, but
right.
Unfortunately, Windology, Sadako, Darren, PJ, you may need to go to bed because this is an 18 rated film.
Oh dear.
You might be too young to see this.
Oh dear.
I have got my ID.
I wish.
I have got my ID somewhere.
Predator.
Oh, Predator.
Yes.
See, I liked the Predator movie. The first one. The second one.
This is the first one.
The second one I wasn't as keen on. But
it wasn't it Danny Glover, wasn't it?
It was with Danny Glover, but see the one Predators, was that the one where they kidnapped the people they didn't know? They thought they were in a jungle and it ended up they were on a moon somewhere.
Yeah.
That was a lot better than the second one with Danny Glover. Even though I liked the idea that they had been coming to Earth for years and they gives them the musket, which... Yeah, I don't know. Basically, yeah, very good. So, and effectively, what you're saying is we're so good that we can take people with all these automatic weapons, but we were that good we could take people with muskets that bang. Hold on, wait a minute. Loaded. Yeah, I mean, it's
Predator is one of my all-time favorite films. It's a bit like Jaws. I can recite the entire movie.
Yeah. What you ready for? With the spikes.
The amount of times I've seen Predator. Oh,
But you see, for me, Predator, it's you vividly recall even the sidekick, the proverbial sidekicks. As
Yeah,
in,
yeah.
you think it's going to
everybody.
be Schwarzenegger, I'm going to go in, I'm going to kill everything. It's like, no, you remember actually the
No.
sidekicks. You even
No.
have a
No.
recollection of the village they're trying to attack. It's like they
Yeah.
feel like individuals.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
No, I like to the one guy I did love. I can't even remember his name. Remember, he kept used to shave his head.
Yeah.
Oh
He was
yeah.
hunting it. Yeah, he was one of the
He
cooler
was
ones.
great.
The big Indian guy was great as well, but I just loved the idea he was a snarky guy and he just kept getting his shaver out and shaving his head.
Bill. I'm trying to think of his surname. Yeah.
He was
I
cool.
was
He was one of the
the
my
actor.
favorite
You know,
ones.
I know who it was though. He was also in Menace to Society. He's just got this little bit where he's this police interrogator, and like he's asking this hoodlum about like when he stole when he left a particular store, a shooting happened. I was like, so you left the bottle at 10:15. I was like, yes, definitely. It's like, yeah, you see, you done fucked up. You know that.
Oh, I love that actor. Yeah.
Yeah,
I have to
Bill
double
Duke.
check you.
Bill Duke.
get to the chopper.
Yeah.
Yeah, do that chopper.
Get to the
So-
chopper!
Next one,
Almost
I
as bad as Sylvester Stallone. Hold the door.
Oh, right, by the way, Runaway Vacation is a Robin Williams film, and he's got this. There's this brief bit where he's entertaining his daughter, and he's got these socks, and he's got one of the socks he's done to look like Stallone. He's just got the buttons and just a particular way he's kind of its mouth held in, just looks like Stallone, and goes, "I'm going to tickle you. I'm going to tickle you." Yeah.
That was starting to sound like Blakey from On the Buses.
I'll get you, Butler. Sorry, Kev.
Yeah.
Right.
Just joking.
Next one,
What have you got? What is
I have no clue about.
Ooh.
Right,
It was
is
just a found.
Is it more adult than Predator?
No, we're back to cartoon level.
Oh, okay.
I have no idea what this is, but I thought I should pick it up anyway. And look at that.
Go on, I love it.
That is part of
When
my
did you pick that up, PJ?
I picked it up today.
I picked it up today.
That was part of the
Wow.
one of the show. As soon as you put it up, I thought, oh,
Snap.
that's basically
Well,
So
great minds
it's
think
basically
alike.
Spider-Man, the
Spider-Man,
ultimate
featuring-
villain showdown.
Yeah.
It's 16 episodes, so 4 for each, but it's fighting the big supervillains of Spider-Man.
it said Spider-Man featuring Green Goblin, Kingpin, and Doc Octopus.
Yes.
Yeah.
I have not seen it.
Neither have I. It's basically, I'm so looking forward to that because that was, I picked that up. But there you go, just great minds think alike. There you go.
I picked it up about 1 o'clock yesterday, seeing we're 15 minutes past midnight, but 1 o'clock today.
I picked things up today when I was in just, was going to go around all the charity shops because I went to a village or a town a few along. That's where I found the Doctor Who stuff in that new place. And these were new charity shops I hadn't been in for years.
Yeah.
And I walked along and there was one had moved and it was right next to where we parked the car. And we effectively walked in there and I got about 30 discs. But some of them I put away for next week just in case.
That's
Yep.
nice.
That's the wee bit of blur from side.
Yep, it's 16 episodes. It's basically talking through or building the story, how they fight
Nice.
or the fight is being built up.
But there you go. At least we've got something we could talk about next week.
We should probably do a review because I haven't seen it.
I've not seen it either. It is going to be a fresh watch. So there you go.
Yeah.
But sounds ideal. Right.
So the next one
Oh, go on then.
is I really love this film. It carries well almost until the very end, when they unfortunately cannot tie the knots together.
Law-abiding citizen.
Oh yeah,
I remember seeing. I
I've
saw
heard
that.
of that. I don't think we've
I
definitely
saw
not
that
seen that,
six-
but I've heard of it.
I saw that about 6 months ago. That's the one about he's in prison, but he keeps getting out.
Well, it's slightly more. By
It's
the
a
way,
bit more complicated than
it's
it.
18 years old. By the way, so you may not need. You may be too young for this.
Aye. I remember seeing it about 6 months ago, and I'd never seen it, and I'm sitting there thinking, how does he keep getting out? Basically, there is obviously reason behind it, but yes.
Well, it was what we were talking about earlier today, and thanks, Big T. Essentially, law-abiding citizen is this is an individual you should not have attacked because they have those skills. So we were talking about the old Marines and everything, and suddenly they're being brought back and they immediately kicking in, and they're far more dangerous than you ever thought them be. This is essentially John Wick, but with intelligence. He's not coming after you with ninja moves and being able to shoot the gun straight. He's coming after you because you did wrong and you're dead.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And it's really well played, although ending, I will say ending makes sense if you follow the intelligence, as in this was the smart plan. But I think most people go, oh, he's really like Hannibal Lecter or something like that. But I don't think that was his ultimate goal. Evening MC?
Evening MC. Windology, are you talking about the 90s theme tune or the 70s theme tune? The Spider-Man. He can
Yes,
do
that-
it. The Spider
That
can.
one.
Things
That
are
one.
red, any size, catches thieves just like that.
That's
That
the one.
one. That's the one I remember as well.
That's the
Yeah,
classic.
that is so catchy, and I still find myself humming that sometimes. It just sort of pops into my head.
I will say the Simpsons one every now and then just gets in. Every now and then just gets on top of it. But for my final pick of the week, it is a recommendation from this very channel.
Ooh,
Ooh.
what is it? Oh,
Wreck.
Unfortunately, Matt's not on here, though.
I know. Do you want to see something? It's only
That
when
looks
we were talking
interesting.
about it. Before we talk about Wreck.
oh,
There we go.
nice.
Oh, wait.
That's it.
Oh yeah, nice.
That's
You even got
Spidey.
the Lego figurine.
A little
Yeah,
Lego
maybe.
Spidey.
The Lego Spider-Man on it. As I said, I like Spider, and I stopped reading it with the Spectacular Spider-Man, but that's why I picked that up, because it's still Spider-Man. So, but how do you, have you watched, when you plan to watch Wreck, because you'll need to give us a review of that.
Well, this one is still in original plastic and everything, so I'm kind of feeling bad opening it, even though I bought it for like 5p.
Yeah, but that's the thing. And the good thing is, you could say, well, he got it right. It's perfect. Or, nah, it's rubbish. But I'm expecting it'll be as good as recommended.
I'm not sure if that's the one I saw, if it was the second one. But I do recall that, shall we say, universe. But it will be interesting to watch this one. So I might have a look at it this week, and I might actually be tempted to start putting up reviews on the stuff I'm picking up, because I'm picking up a lot of old stuff that I remember them. Although when I remember them, picking up a DVD like Spider-Man or stuff like that, it was like they were 40 quid, not 20p.
Yeah. And that's the thing, is you want to get good movies at a decent price. Charity shops. I'm not sponsored by charity shops. I just say charity shops. a lot.
I'm not sponsored by them either, but if there's a charity shop nearby, go have a look. They
Always worth
have
a nose.
they have treasures.
Yeah.
Doesn't have to be DVDs.
Oh no,
The closest one I have. Holy crap! There's some. I'm not sure if it's like from a what do you call someone passes away and it's like a massive estate and they've had nice collections and everything.
Well,
The amount of crystal water bottles and everything that this one had, was like, that's got to be worth about £100,000, and they're selling it for like 10 quid a pop.
yeah, but unfortunately, charity shops are not the way they used to be. A lot of people in charity shops now, the first thing they do if they get something they're unsure about is to Google it. And if it is a bit more expensive, the charity shop puts it online to sell on auction sites or even eBay, and then it's only the stuff they can't sell goes into charity shops. It's terrible now. There is some charity shops out there, they treat it like it is a charity. Other ones treat it like a business, and they don't give the people who require things an opportunity to go and get things cheap.
I'm with you there to a certain point, but if you're a charity shop and someone drops a violin into your shop and you're going, I have no idea what it is, I'm going to sell it for 10 quid. Oh, it turns out to be a violin that is worth like a £200,000.
Yeah, I can understand that, but you're talking about they'll do that for things like, say, for instance, a comic comes in. And the comics, yeah, it might be, it's not like Action Comics number 1, right? We'll say it's a Judge Dredd comic number 40, for instance. So no, it's not a ultra rare worth hundreds of thousands. But if it was like a Judge Dredd comic number 140 or 170 or 200 something, and it was just, it's collectible because of a character appearing, and it's maybe they're wanting 30 or 40 quid for it. Yeah, I can understand that because, but if it's a comic book, it's worth about a £5. Does it matter why they sell it for maybe £1 in the shop? But they're not, they'll take that out and they'll try and sell that for the £5 on there. So in effect, that's what I'm saying. There's a different levels of it. So putting something in the shop for £1 when you could buy it online for a £5. You look at these DVDs, you could buy them online for 2-3 quid. You get them for 10p in a charity shop because they get them and they can't do anything with them.
Well, they do have that pressure as well because the volume just of DVDs, CDs just builds up and they have no place to store it.
Exactly, and they can't dispose of them because it costs them to dispose of them now. That's why a lot of DVDs are not the charity shops are not taking DVDs anymore.
Yeah, so I think
I can understand if it's something expensive, but if it's something that's relatively inexpensive, why take it off the shelf so they could sell it on an eBay site rather than actually having it at charity shops so somebody could pick it up for a bit cheaper? And it's things like that. So I like the charity shops where you go in and there's things on the thing and there's just somebody's priced them based on that is a really nice thing, or well, actually I already knew what that was, and if you want to buy that in a shop, even on eBay, it's like 40 quid. We're selling it for 20 because we're a charity shop. We're just looking for a bit. I can understand things like that, but I just don't like the ones that are something at a £5. They'll take it off the floor so they can sell it on eBay, just so they can make that extra £3 or £4. That's the things that I don't like about charity shops. There's sometimes they're down to the penny. They'll not sell it for any cheaper than you could buy it if you were going on eBay. To me, that's not a charity shop. That is just a business, and it stops being a charity shop. So, because there's still charity shops that'll charge £1 per DVD.
Yeah. Well, I have the same. If there's a charity or an organization that has been receiving a little bit too much attention in media, being less than optimal or having been not as, shall we say, nice, I do not go into those charity shops because I do not know who I'm supporting. But if there is a project I'm supporting, there has been, well, yes, you may have had one big BBC article against you or something saying something bad happened. But if I don't see anything bad about it, the cause seems good. So the money is going to older people being able to have people to talk to, especially during COVID. I mean, I cannot imagine how many senior citizens have just been completely blocked off. No one to talk to, no one to interact with. Obviously, that makes sense. Support that, trying to make it happen so that they can have, I don't know, normal life, friends, someone to talk to.
I don't know what you mean.
I'm just.
Yeah.
See,
I mean, what?
I've got my favourite charity, and I can't even find the picture I've got which is related to it. Because I did a sponsored ab sale. I had a pair of heights, and I did a sponsored ab sale to do it. And it's a chest, heart, and stroke one. And I've got a picture somewhere of me actually dangling off the 4th rail bridge. My wife, who were just friends, so she'd come up to visit me to see me do it because she'd sponsored this. They were adamant that I screamed like a big baby coming down because there was people coming down both sides. So, in effect, so you got to the bridge and you would go off that side or you would go off that side. So you climbed over and stood on a wee spar before you abseiled down. So a girl went over that side and I went over that side. So they're all watching me at this side coming down. And the girl at the back of me is screaming blue murder. And then when I landed, they said, yeah, we heard you scream all the way down. It wasn't me. But I do a lot. I like get into the one that is my favourite one for DVDs is get into this chest, heart and stroke charity. It's my go-to charity if I'm giving anything in because my mum passed away with issues like that. So that's where I always do the stuff for. But I've got a picture somewhere and I wish I had it because it actually makes it look as if I actually am macho. But I'm not. But screaming, I did actually whimper when I was going over the side because I had a fear of heights and I conquered it by forcing myself to do it.
You see, it's not so much the fear of heights, it's the fact of the sudden stop once you hit the immovable object that you're falling towards.
The best one I heard was there was I can't even remember a comedian. He was talking about his fear of the ground. And people are saying, fear of the ground? He says, yep, scared of the ground. He says, I can understand fear of heights, fear of flying. He says, flying doesn't kill you. Heights don't kill you. It's the sudden stop at the bottom. It kills you, the ground. So the ground does more killing than anything else. And
No. It's the velocity of from the fight you fall them.
No, it's a sudden stop. It's the ground. It's the sudden stop that kills you. So it's the ground that kills you. And that was the comedian's whole sketch. And the way he was doing it, I was knotting myself because people are, I'm scared of the ground. How could you be scared of the ground? And he explained it all. They're scared of heights. No, because it's not the height that kills you. It's the sudden stop at the bottom, the ground. It's not the flying that kills you or the plane that kills you. It's when that comes, it falls out of the sky. It's the sudden stop at the bottom. It's the ground. And he would go on with stuff like that. And I was knotting myself with just the stuff. Even fear of volcanoes. Says that's when the ground comes up to get you. And it was just along those lines. So yes, I can understand the fear of ground. Yes,
he must definitely have been a Douglas Adams fans because the secret of flying is falling.
Throwing your no, it's not falling. It's throwing yourself
at the ground and missing.
Yes.
Yeah.
I used to actually dream I could do that when I was a kid. After I'd heard that, I remember a couple of dreams where I would actively throw myself to the ground, and after about the 10th or 15th time that I didn't miss, it worked. And I was convinced when I was a kid that I could fly because I did it in my dream once.
Yeah, for me it was more the Donald Duck, the Roadrunner, and everything. You can run out across a cliff.
Beep, beep.
and turn around and
Yeah.
run back before you fall down.
Yes.
Or you just stand there and look.
Except for
Yeah.
Wile E. Coyote.
It's not until you discover that gravity comes after you that you fall.
Yep. So is that your final one?
That's unfortunately the haul I had, and I think this is going to scare me to bed tonight.
Yeah. Good. That's a good thing. That will keep you awake. Well, apart from the Eight-Legged Freaks and the Spider-Man, I picked up a Sean Locke.
Well, there we go.
Oh,
Yeah,
Purple
nice.
Van Man.
Purple Van Man. I do like Sean, and it's just the obviously passed last week, which is unfortunate. It's a good comedian, a good funny comedian. Didn't really put up with a load of crap that people would go on about. So I've got that. There was a couple there, but they were wanting some of the shops are actually, because he came out, they're putting him up and putting his prices up, and I'm sitting there thinking, really, you're trying to make money out of the guy who passed away? Picked up that one. I've seen that years ago.
I like that one.
This Means War. That's the one about the two agents. They're friends, but they're having a friendly
But there are
rivalry.
3 big names in that.
Yes, Reese Witherspoon, Chris Pine, and Tom Hardy.
Yep.
Yep. I picked up this one, which I'd never heard of any of these two. It is
Invasion.
Earth. The aliens are here. Looks a bit of a comedy, and the other one is Invasion Earth. DEFCON 4.
I
So
do not recall them.
an enormous alien spacecraft glides swiftly towards Earth from the depths of space. It descends quietly into the alley behind a movie theater. So it looks like a bit of a comedy, the first one. And that's what I picked it up on, based on just the wee image there. The couple sitting actually watching the cinema and all the aliens behind them. So I thought, oh, I wonder if it's any good. But I'd never even heard of that, and so I picked that up. So it's a double one. And Rain Man. That was my pick as well. I have seen that numerous times, and I do enjoy it. It's unfortunate it's got Tom Cruise in it, but there you go. You can't have everything. And one of my other ones, I managed to pick up another Bond. It is The World Is Not Enough. So that is adding to my Bond collection. So I'm getting there.
I thought Christmas only came once a year.
I know. But now, my final one, you probably never heard of this one. Angel's Share. It's called at the back, The Scottish Answer to the Full Monty.
Oh,
Is basically an award-winning. It's a Ken Lynch.
Ken Loach?
Yeah, Ken Loach. And I nearly said Lynch there, so I did. A bittersweet comedy caper. In effect, there's a bunch of the guys think that they can make money. So their idea is to break into a distillery, steal some of the really, really, really expensive whiskey, and replace it with a cheap version that they could just add in. So what they do is they break in and they organise it with someone who is a connoisseur to pay them if they manage to get it, because this whiskey is so sought after. It is ultra expensive. So a bottle of it could cost thousands and thousands and thousands, hundreds of thousands even. And it's just them trying to get it. So they get the barrel and they start siphoning it off, and they put it into ginger bottles, iron brew bottles. So that comes in as part of the theatre of it. And then they're trying to, they forget to bring any whiskey to fill up because they think all these people are going to taste it. Have no idea. So they're saying, right, so they've got the description of the wine, the whiskey, and they're saying, oh, it's a bit malty. Right, okay, anybody got any of this? And they're stuffing things in. So it's a peaty thing. We will need to put some peat in. And they're literally just adding things that is mentioned in the description of people who have said, I've tasted it and it tastes like this. It's very nutty, right? Anybody got peanuts? No, put peanuts. And you get all these connoisseurs coming up and drinking and going, oh, that is lovely, after the fact that they're just drinking something that somebody made the day before just to actually hijack the rest. And it's the hijinks of them trying to get the whiskey to the guy who's going to pay them the money. And it is just a fun Scottish comedy. It's very similar to the Full Monty, because the Full Monty was all about them losing their job and trying to make money. This is the same idea. The Scots group, they've lost their jobs, and the only way they think they can make money is supplying this whiskey to this.
It sounds like when you were a teenager and were raiding Dad's liquor cabinet, but you were topping it up with water because there was a line marking saying, this is where it was.
No. See, we never had that issue because there was never drink in our house because they all used to finish it in one go. My family had the big parties down at my granddad's every weekend. Every Friday, the whole lot of us, all my uncles, aunts, cousins would go out to my granddad's and they would all have a big party. So all we needed to do was sneak down and pick up a can or two or a bottle if we were lucky. But no, so we didn't need to worry about raiding a drink cabinet because all we needed to do was actually take a bottle up and take an empty bottle back down. As long as it was lying there, nobody knew who drank it because my dad is the oldest of 7, so you can imagine the amount of adults and kids in the one house. So as long as we get away with it and didn't get caught, we didn't need to actually fill it up with water.
Water was unfortunately our favorite go-to.
Yeah. I'm gonna have to step out, guys. I'm getting a bit tired.
Yeah, no problem. And
it's about like
thank you for coming.
It's about like coming to 40 minutes past midnight here.
Yeah, it's yeah. And what I'll do is I'll need to. I will actually check that to get logged back in. 2 months. Yeah. I can't believe it's been 2 months. Sorry.
You've been missed.
Take care, Sadako.
Yeah, you too. You too.
Good night, and I'll see you soon.
Yeah, I'll definitely check out your Dread stream because I am interested in that.
Perfect, thank you, and I'll see you. I'll speak to you on Wednesday then if you're in the chat.
All right, and I'll see the rest of you next week.
Okay, all right. Take care. Good night.
Bye.
Bye.
So,
and then there were 4.
And then there was 4. So, what is your? Wait a minute. I did this deliberately. So, what is pick of the week? I still think it's pants, but what is your pick of your week? Your collection, I suppose. Not pick of the week. Pick of your collection. Anybody want to start?
I will say I have restarted watching the Babylon 5. So not surprised. There's not too much big stuff there, but I'm 6th episode in. Not sure where it is where Sinclair is introducing Earth's religion to all the others. But that is, for me, a really great one.
Yeah, Earth's dominant religion. Yes, I've seen that one. But actually, believe it or not, there's been a few memes of that around about for the last week or two. I don't know why that one seems to pop up on Twitter quite a lot this week. Maybe it's really weird. But yeah, I know what one you're talking about. Did we lose Wendy?
I think we did. She had to do something to the office.
She'll be back.
Yeah, no problem.
She's gone to get the DVDs we're going to talk about.
Yeah, it's just in case actually when I did the pick of the week, it actually kicked her.
No, I know it's not a new thing. I mean, again, Boss Level is the latest I saw, but for some reason I just got into the mood of rewatching Babylon 5, and I've started, and I'm now around the episode. I think I watched one more of just behind where he's presenting the dominant religions of Earth.
See, I love Babylon 5. Babylon 5 is just so... It's just such an interesting show. First 4 seasons and the very final episode of season 5. The season 5, you can miss majority of that. There's not a lot. There's 1 or 2 episodes that are really good.
Don't get me wrong. I think season 5 wasn't needed, but
it wasn't.
There are some good actors. There are some good smaller stories.
Yeah,
but it doesn't carry the opera that is 1 to 4.
Yeah, of course not, because they thought they were going to. So they finished it off, and then they got the 5th season. So what they had to do was take the final and put it to the end of that season, which should have just finished it off and then had the consequences of it happening, and then they could have built it up for other stuff rather than actually. Because Ivanova left, but she's on the final episode of season 5 because she left. It's the end of season 4 because that was filmed as the end of season 4, but because they got it was a bit of a mess, and I think they messed up. They should have just finished it there, and if they got the extra season, actually have the aftermath, because there's going to be issues with the aftermath with such big players disappearing.
Yes, but something Babylon 5 also has is similar to this whole new thing around Matrix. The shadows, as they're referred to, Khazad-dûm, pronunciation. They're dangerous. You feel the fear from them for a very, very long time. They're not immediately identified. They're very scary until the very end, where it's like, we all unite and we will fight you.
Yeah, Babylon 5 is just it's iconic. I love Babylon 5. As you can see from my figures there, I've got a load of them up there. I've even got...
You see, I'm still in 2 minds. Do I love Londo or Jakar most? Who is the best one?
I've even got my tabard for it is basically for... Yeah, who do you... see... I used to be called, a couple of my friends used to slag me and call me Londo, because anytime I took my motorbike helmet off, my hair at the back would go. And because I was baldy up here, I would walk, and if I didn't notice it, I would take my helmet off and my hair would just go, whoot, and they would all call me Londo. And but Jakar is initially, Jakar was one of my least favourite, but he grew into being one of my favourite. But see, in honesty, see, if I had to actually pick one character I would love to see again and again, it would be Zathras.
No, Zathras is not the one. It is not the one. Zathras is
one, but not the one.
This is not the one. It is the one. It's not the one. Yeah, I absolutely love him, and I would have loved to learn more, but I think the tiny portion we got of Zathras
I think
is why
expand it wouldn't work. But yes, but he is one of my favourite. He's one that I could rewatch any scenes he's in, because he's just whoever, I can't even remember who actually played him, but he was just so, he played it so well that it didn't matter if it didn't make sense, and he talked gibberish and you've met Zathras, not Zathras, but Zathras, Zathras before Zathras, who's Zathras, but the Zathras doesn't tell Zathras, and you're going, what? But he's basically explaining everybody's called Zathras, so they're all got the same name.
But he's even such amazing, even though it's just such a small snippet you get. So he's in the interrogation room, and Sinclair walks in, and he just stands up and says, "It's not the one," and sits down like dejected. He It's like, this is not where I should be
Yeah.
at this time. And like you said, I don't recall seeing him anywhere else, but the performance, everything is so spot on. It's like, yes, that is a perfect for just like a small character, but for the overall arching story, it's like he carries so much weight.
He definitely does. I just love that character. It's just one of those ones that you could actually just rewatch his wee bits over and over and over again. I'm going to say, Big T more, and you're saying the captain recommended it. Generation Kill is fantastic. You've never seen Generation Kill? Watch that. That's about a load of people who keep arguing and fighting and shouting and bawling and disliking each other, but they're comrades in arms and they'll do anything to help their fellow. And it's set during the first Gulf War. It's superb.
And that was a recommendation from Big T, was it?
No, that was Big T got the recommendation from Captain Cockney Spock, and it is superb. Captain is completely right in that one. It's a good modern war situation. So it's not a war movie. It's all about the one unit, and it is just really, really good. Not for the faint of heart, so if you don't like swearing, don't watch it. But it's superb.
Well, I did warn you guys that you're too young to watch my recommendation this evening.
As if. Right, so who's next? Wend? You're picking your collection.
Hold on. Let me. Bear with me a sec. I had to up sticks and move back into the office here, so apologies if we have a little bit of an echo.
Not a problem. There's no echo I can hear.
Sounds fine at the moment.
That's
Good. Right, my recommendation is...
You're getting echo now. That means Darren switched his mic on.
Hang on.
No, there's two E's I've got a mic off now.
Right, now we're okay. Here's mine. This is my Horror Geek hat on. This is called
Pontypool. You sure that's not just actually a holiday location in Wales?
Well, there's lots of Pontypools apparently, and this one is.
I've already heard that one.
Yeah, this is.
The end looks
fantastic.
upside down. So is this Russian?
That's what I was thinking as well. I thought it was Russian.
It's Canada.
It's
Canada.
It's Pontypool in Canada. It is
communist Canada. Right.
absolutely. It is absolutely brilliant.
I've
It's
never
such
even
a.
seen it. Who's
it's
in that
such
one?
an unknown film, and it's incredible that it's not more well known and talked about.
Just digging out my phone again.
It's about a shock radio jock, and he's been kicked off the airwaves, and he now works at this small town morning show, sort of in the middle of nowhere. Another mundane day on the job quickly turns deadly when reports pile in of people developing strange speech patterns and evoking brutal acts of violence.
Ooh.
And it's about a virus that is that.
Miranda.
Yes, and it's superb, but it's a bit violent, so it's not for the faint of heart. But it's worth watching. It's got a little bit of a sort of zombie vibe to it as well.
Superb.
Don't mind myself a
But
bit
a
of a
very
zombie film
unique
every
one.
now and then.
A very unique one,
Outbreak,
not a typical zombie movie.
Yeah. MC saying low budget zombie movie Outbreak. Local radio station keeps on broadcasting. I've
Yeah,
seen it.
you see, don't knock the
Recommend that.
low budget zombie horror flicks or everything, because I grew up on the Sci-Fi Channel when they actually understood how to spell sci-fi.
Yep. I know it's no sci-fi anymore, I think. But no, but I do like. I remember seeing Breakout, and if it's in like that, that's. I've got it written down, but I'm going to try and get a hold of that one. See if it's on Amazon or anything like that, because you never know.
It's not as threatening as it sounds when, but you're on my list. You're on my list of recommendation of stuff to watch.
Test.
Excellent.
So, what I'm going to do, mine's is a comedy. Mine's is not a
Right.
violent, killer, choppy piece up and stuff like that. Mine's is working all day
Auf
for a
Wiedersehen.
little pay. That's it. Auf Wiedersehen, Pit.
Absolute classic.
Yeah, you have
Yeah.
got Wayne, the womanizer, Barry, Timothy Spall as the boring Barry. You've got Bomber Pat Roach, a wrestler in the Bricky. He is great as well. You've got Moxie, you've got Dennis, you've got Oz, and you've got Neville. The one, believe it or not, who sparkled from this and launched a career from this was Oz. It was Jimmy Neal. Remember Crocodile Shoes? Jimmy Neal from Auf Wiedersehen, Pet. He played the obnoxious Oz. And as it goes on, they go from Dusseldorf, they go to Havana, Spain. There's four seasons. No Clark appeared in it. See, the guy who played Wayne passed away. Gary Holton passed away. So they wanted to continue his character type. So they brought in one of his son, a son he didn't know he had, Noel Clark. It was a one-night stand that Wayne had. So they brought in Noel Clark as Wyman. And he continued. He did the one in the American stuff like that. I love these. They're an absolutely amazing show. It is set during the time where there was a lot of unemployment. So people couldn't get jobs. So a lot of them went over to Germany, whose the labour laws were easier. They could go earn the cash, didn't need to pay their rent, their taxes and stuff like that there. Then they could bring the money back. So for the first year, it's set in Dusseldorf, and until the German labour laws changed, then they all come back, and then the next job they've got been asked to go and work in Spain. The next job they're in Havana. Next job they're in America. It's just an absolute fantastic season about a load of bog standard builders, plumbers, joiners. They're all different character types. You've got the obnoxious, you've got the boring, you've got the ex-con, you've got the womanizer, you've got the newly married naive guy, you've got the older boy who's been through it all. It's just the mix of all these characters together. It's fantastic. Auf Wiedersehen, Pet is my recommendation from my collection. I love that. It's the same again. It's the problem is I've got too much in my collection that I can't actually do a review of everything I want to. Anybody got a TARDIS I could borrow? I can keep going back till tomorrow and do another one. And then another one.
I'm very certain that Darren has one behind him, as you can see on his avatar.
Yes.
But MC apparently told us in the chat that Pontypool, which when was recommending to us, it was on Amazon. It might still be.
Oh, good. I'll check Amazon tomorrow then. If it is, I can actually put it onto my watch list.
Yeah.
Thank you, MC. I'm looking forward to that. And yes, Beavis and Pet is a classic show. A lot of people won't understand the reasoning behind it because, yes, they might be unemployed, but there is so much more they can get when they're unemployed. Back then, when you were unemployed, you struggled to make ends meet. You got the basics of unemployment benefits, and you didn't get all this with your mortgage or your rent and all that. It was just a case of it was a struggle. So that's why a lot of people used to go abroad to work, because if they could get there, then they could earn money. They didn't need to worry about tax because they were in another country. It was the other country's responsibility for tax. But I would definitely, and yet, yes, Timothy Spall's career did a little better than Jimmy Neal's. However, his career came around a lot later. Actually, from this season, this show, Jimmy Neal sparked out. Timothy Spall's career gradually built up, and he's got a better career now. And yes, Crocodile Shoes is a great song. But I think Timothy Spall is now more recognisable than anybody else on the cast. But at the time when it was finished, Jimmy Neal actually was the breakout star of it. So it was. But Jimmy Neal, they didn't know he could sing. They didn't know he could sing, and there was one that they were going to, and he asked them if he could actually. They were looking at a script about one of them singing and being a star, or doing a karaoke, and he'd volunteered, and accordingly, they took the first take. Because there's the bit where Oz comes on and he starts singing, and it pans round to the group, and they're all going, because they couldn't believe that this obnoxious guy had a voice like that. So accordingly, that was their take of them actually listening, because they thought he would come on, he would be rubbish, and they would sort of dub over it. So when he started singing, accordingly, everybody went, he could sing, and they were all, and they actually took that, and actually that's exactly what their reaction was. So that's what I heard, but I'm hoping it's true, but you never know.
So I do not recall that particular part of the show, but by the time the film Armageddon came out, Steve Buscemi, you always known him as like the cross-eyed guys, buck teeth, whatever, in like Adam Sandler's films before this. But just as they're trying to build up, and yes, this is cheesy emotional moment, but just as they're walking down, they're getting ready to walk up on the rockets, they're doing the I'm leaving on the jet plane.
Mm-hmm.
And if you really listen, Steve Buscemi has an extremely good singing voice. Turns out he's an actually really good singer, but you wouldn't expect it just seeing his face. It's like,
well, you look at Hugh Jackman. There you go. Since he took the Wolverine part, everybody expects a particular thing of him. Yeah,
big muscles.
He's a singer, and he's a dancer.
Yeah,
but that's what he started as. They nearly never got the Wolverine role because A, he didn't look like Wolverine. He was too tall, and he had a good physique. But B, they thought he's a singer and dancer. How's it going to actually come across? But accordingly, nailed it in the audition. But they weren't going to give him it because his persona didn't seem to match. Yeah, look, he actually owned it.
I did see some behind the scenes footage on one of the DVDs I have around, or if it's on YouTube. It's the interview scene, and it's actually an interview with the lady that plays Rogue. And it's where they're driving down, but this is like the interview stage. Are you good enough to do this? So they're sitting literally on folding chairs, driving down, and he's like mimicking We're driving down the road, and then it's like, oh, I'm jumping out the window. But even then, I can see, holy crap, he was good, just like trying to pretend in front of like 3 people.
Well, they are
and
adult
the camera.
pretenders. They are adult pretenders, so they still do that. But I think it's the same idea. That it's basically people can nail a role. And going back to Advides Pet, Jimmy Neal sort of had this role of Oz, and he was obnoxious, and people just assumed that of him. But when he started singing, they realised he had a singing voice. But Big Timor's got a point. The language, it'd be like you watching maybe no Scotch and Rye, but watching the Steamy. The Steamy's a lot of old Glasgow slang and strong Glasgow accents in it. Rab C. Nesbitt. Do you know Rab C. Nesbitt, when it was shown in England, they put subtitles on it?
Yes.
They didn't think English would understand the Scottish dialect.
Well, it was shown in Scandinavia as well, and we were just wondering, it's English, okay, thicker English, but why are we having English subtitles in Scandinavia?
Because the English needed subtitles to understand Rab C. Nesbitt's Scottish twang. It's the same idea if the Steamy's never been released with subtitles for that, but it's a similar idea with the Advides Pet. I think they would have issues with it.
You see, since I moved over to UK about 15 years ago or something, I think I got about 10 friends that are from Scotland. The only area of Scotland I'm struggling with is the people from Glasgow, because that gets really heavy.
I don't know. I've got a Glasgow. I'm a Glasgow boy, and I don't have an accent.
No, you're actually fine. If you're Glaswegian, you're actually really fine. You're pretty much the Queen's English as you're presenting at the court in here in London. But we were out, and trust me, we did not do any deep fry marsh bars or anything in Glasgow. But some of the people we were trying to talk to, they was like, we actually yes, I will. What?
See, that's the thing.
Is this human?
If you watched Stanley Baxter, Palliamo Glasgow, if you get a chance, YouTube it. YouTube Stanley Baxter. Stanley, and the program he used to do a thing called Palliamo Glasgow, which is absolutely hilariously funny. So he would say things like, "I'm going down to the house," but he would actually tell you, "I'm going to do it to the house." This is a colloquialism meaning I am going down to the house. It is said to a friend, "I'm going to do it to the house." And he would go down that route, and he would break it down. And I'm going down means I am traveling down the road to my lodgings and stuff like that. But it is so he would do the very broad Scottish accent, and then that's my bird. This is my lady friend. You know what I mean?
You see, I clock you perfectly there. But I do understand you're trying to go further. So
yeah, but
I'll throw something back at you. Let's see, what can I bring up? Christmas dinner. Your lady, the kids, everybody sat down around. You have your friends or something around. I'm there as well as a friend. I'm sitting across the table.
You asked me this last week.
Yeah, I probably did, but for me, where I come from, I would say to you, salt. But according to proper English, it is, would you please be so kind as to pass me the salt? Thank you very much. That would be the English. But whereas where I come from, salt is not offensive, it would imply that whole sentence, that whole structure. Salt is, please pass me the salt.
Yeah.
Thank you.
See, if I was in a restaurant and I was asking out the waitress or the waiter for salt, I would say, excuse me, have you any salt? Right. But if I was with my family and friends, I would say, geez of salt. Simple as that. It's just a case of, don't need to go through all the preamble of pretending to be nice and pleasant. Geez of salt.
But you're saying geese of salt, give us salt. And it is literally following on. You're not fulfilling all of it, but it's implied, salt, please.
It's implied that I want the salt. You've got the salt over there. Pass it over, please. But yeah, but the thing is, if you're out and about, yes, if you're speaking to a stranger, could you pass the salt, please? Easy. But if I'm sitting in front of me with my wife, my family, my kids, geez of salt, I'm not going to say please, thank you. It's geez of salt. When they're young kids and you're teaching them, it's geez of salt, please. Thank you.
Yes.
Because you're teaching the kids to be pleasant and polite. But as they grow up...
that is what gets baked into when you're getting grown up. So when I'm saying salt as an adult, as a kid, I would like salt, please. You have it nearby. Can you pass it to me, please? Thank you.
Yeah. Look at that. MC, someone sent him a Stanley Baxter video on WhatsApp last night. How's that for just something you're talking about? Somebody said, but Stanley Baxter, you want to check some Stanley Baxter?
I'm just going to give this one for the perfect timing.
Yes. I will agree with that perfect timing one.
Yeah. Universe has a perfect way of coming together.
And Darren and Windology, thank you very much for joining us. And yes, we probably should have actually said beforehand, but next time just butt in and say, shut up, you two, and we need to go. But thank you very much for joining us, and have a good night.
Have a good night, Darren. Thank you for joining. And I know I talk too much.
Yeah. Do I go with a pinch or a grain of salt? No, I put a lot of salt in my chips. And unlike the captain, I don't get annoyed if somebody says a grain of salt. It's a pinch of salt. It's just, I think I go with it's a pinch of salt. If I take something with a pinch of salt, I don't necessarily say grain of salt, but if somebody says it, it doesn't bother me. Unlike the captain, Cockney Spock, who, it's a grain, it's not, that's just what it doesn't work. But
no, I understood the gist behind it, because someone wanted, is it a grain, one pebble, or is it you taking some salt to sprinkle above it? So that was the difference. It's like, are you giving it a lot, or it's like,
no, but it
doesn't mean anything.
Somebody says, does that bother you? You say, I could take it with a grain of salt, or I could take it with a pinch of salt. Whatever way, it's basically saying you could take it or leave it. It's not, doesn't bother you. So taking it with a pinch of salt or taking it with a grain of salt. The captain doesn't like people saying a grain of salt, because a grain is literally one grain of salt. A pinch of salt is taking it with some salt. You wouldn't put a grain of salt on your chips. You'd put a pinch of salt if you only wanted a bit. So that's what the captain, but as MC says, timey-wimey, and he knows I hate that expression, timey-wimey. But
it was a curious question I had when I first moved over to the United Kingdom, and trying to get the colloquialism, how they use language and how they leverage things. And to this date, what is it, 2021? Crap, we're getting close to 20 years in this country now. What's the difference between a wanker and a tosser?
Nothing.
But how do you know when to use them then?
You can use them interchangeably.
Are you sure?
Yes.
So give me an example of a tosser.
A tosser is being a bit more polite. You can say it in mixed company.
So you do not say well, in case there happens to be mixed company on the stream, you don't say the W word if there are ladies around, but you could call them a tosser.
Yes. The two of them are, one of them is more of an implication of it, the way I would look at it. One's actually not physically saying, a wanker is basically saying that that person pulls his plunger or fiddles with her beads. That's a wanker. But a tosser is a slightly more polite. You could say it in mixed company, and it's not. I suppose it's like the difference between a pussy and a twat. Both of them are effectively the same thing, but one is slightly less offensive. Some people could take offense to certain ones. The other one, you could say it in a mixed company.
Never thought of it that way, but if I would ever call someone a pussy, it would be more about their moral fortitude.
Not calling someone. Talking about a part of a anatomy.
Yeah.
It's easier to say a twat. In effect, the two of them can mean the same thing, but one is if you say that in a mixed company, it doesn't sound as bad if you're talking about someone's twat rather than someone's pussy. It's easier. It's the same as if you call somebody a wanker or a tosser. It's
You see, this is where language gets confusing because
it's slightly more offensive. So if you want to be a slightly less offensive than mixed company, you would say a tosser.
Yeah, makes a little bit sense. But I would say, in my linguistical understanding, pussy does not necessarily means the cat, or shall we say the lady bits. It's just the abbreviation of pusillanimous, which means coward.
Yes, but it's synonymous with other things.
Yes, it is. But it's again a word that could mean many things. But for me,
it's like it's like, are you being served? Mrs. Slocum kept going on about my poor pussy, it's all wet. Because she could get away with saying that on primetime TV because it's a pussy cat. Just because the dirty minds couldn't actually use it for other words it was actually referring to or what it could mean. It's one of those things. So it's the same idea. That's why you used to get you've got what it's like it's the old joke. A guy goes into the pub and he turns to the left and says, "Yous are all twats." Turns to the right and says, "Yous are all pricks." And everyone's looking around. He walks back out. Next night he comes in, turns around and says, "Yous are all twats. Yous are all pricks." And this guy gets up and says, "Hey, I'm not a prick." He says, "Well, get out there then." You know what I mean? It's one of those things. You could use that joke in more stronger language and everything, but it is one of those ones. It's just it's a play on words. It's things you can say. The English language is great for that because I know a lot of the foreign languages, their language is very structured and very. Although English people think theirs is the easiest language to learn. It's because there's too much nuance in it. Because
I do not know a single one of my, shall we say, non-English friends or colleagues or anyone I met throughout my life that would ever understand Cockney.
Exactly, but it's just the thing is, it's just Denmark at Jalad Tanagra. There is words there which are English words, but because we can use them with such nuance, you can learn to speak English. You can learn to know what each word represents, but it's the same as like I could learn to speak Chinese, but if somebody uses Chinese colloquialisms, how would I know what they are? Because it's the structure of language. Simple as that. It's the same as like Gaelic. Gaelic's not had any new words added to it in over 100 years. Hence the reason why you could talk to somebody in Gaelic and talk about a computer, but you're still using the word computer, facsimile, camera. So you'll still use English words because there's been no new Gaelic words created for these. So it's that type of thing. So the English language is, because it's an amalgamation as well of a lot of different languages being brought in and circumvented and basically incorporated within it. Latin, French, German. There's bits of every other language, but it's the fact is, I spoke to one of my friends from Thailand, and he was trying to explain the language, and he says, right, he says there's 5. There's le, 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 le. This le means this le means that, and we're saying they all sound exactly the same. He says, but because it's my natural language, I can hear the difference because of the way it's spoken, because it's all to do with levels and also within context of what it's said. He says, whereas yous, because yous don't speak it naturally, yous just hear the same word. He says it's like there, and there. How do you know what they're saying? Just by the word there, and there. You know what it is in context. And sometimes somebody can say there, or there. And it's you would say them slightly different. So you don't need to actually put it in a sentence, but people know that you mean over there, or it be.
Well, I'm actually going to prove it to you now. You do not have an accent, because I could hear exactly which one of the there, or theirs you were saying now. But it's because I've been living in this country for such a long time. I've constantly been hearing them. I am familiar with them, but if you're fresh to the linguistical bit, it would be new. But I'm thinking also it's interesting as part of storytelling. Cam is on the
Chromebook. Yeah.
It's like when the words wicked, bad, and sick started to be used for the meaning of something good or great instead of their actual meaning.
Yeah. Remember the Marty McFly? That's heavy. And Back to the Future.
Oh, did something change in the future? Have the polarities changed?
Heavy, man. And it's a case of, because heavy meant one thing, now it means another. And
there's that word again.
Yes, it was a case of that is you're sick. Used to mean you're ill or you're weird.
But you're fat.
That's sick. That's sick. And it's a case of it means that's good. Yeah, it is. It is the English language. And there you go. There you go. Your English is great. Better than mine. Thanks.
I will give you a brief personal bit there, MC. Obviously, my name, Jim the Viking, accurate to who I am. You should guess I'm from Scandinavia, but when I meet strangers or colleagues at work, or there's a new gathering or anything, I've been guessed to be everywhere from New Zealand, Australia, South Africa. I think Peru was the most exclusive one I got guessed to be from. Spain, Italy, Portugal, Ireland. Manchester was actually someone was trying to pin my accent down specifically. And it's like, you're from Manchester. It's like, I don't even think I've been to Manchester.
I remember I used to go to university with a guy. I only knew him as Norman.
Mm-hmm.
Accordingly, that wasn't his name. That was his Anglified name.
Okay.
And he had an accent. And I eventually asked one of my friends, I says, where does he come from? Norway, Scandinavia? He said, no, Hebrides. Scotland. He was Scottish. He's from the Hebrides, I think it was. So he's Scottish, but his name was Tarmond.
Tarmond.
turn.
Well, it's not exactly Scottish either, is it?
No, because the Hebrides was basically, it was colonised. It's still part of Scotland. It is part of the British Isles, however, but it was colonised by the Danes or the Norse, and it's just been an amalgamation of the two cultures. However, he's still got a strong. He's got an accent that actually doesn't sound as if he's Scottish, and it's because it's more a Gaelic. And Gaelic is more spoken there than anywhere else, and that's what it is. Although English is the first language, Gaelic is also there, and there's a lot of Norse influences as well. Because I always thought he was a foreign Scottish, same as me, but his accent was just so foreign to me. I used to live up north, and people in different villages 10 miles apart couldn't talk to each other because they couldn't really understand each other unless they spoke very slowly. Yet I could understand everybody, and they all could understand me because my accent was too different from theirs. Theirs was too similar, but the differences made it unusual because their accents were similar enough that any change in it they couldn't understand it. Whereas my accent was so different that they could understand me, and their accent was so different to me I could understand them all the same because once you got used to one accent, you get used to them all.
It's really weird though. And the Scots, obviously, you guys got another election coming up saying you want to leave the islands, but I'm suddenly starting to feel I have a reputation to live up to here now. But thanks, Cam.
Yeah, well, you definitely need to meet better people than me.
I know your accent, although you don't have one, is actually quite good. It does have twangs and like the SS or whatever it is. I'm not a linguistical expert, but
mine's is
crap. A night out in Glasgow, you don't understand half of the people, and that's on a Saturday morning before they get drunk.
See, the thing is, my accent has been Anglified because I deal with people globally. So I've done that for years. I used to work in a university which catered to a lot of foreign students. So I had to taper back my stronger accent just to make it easy for understanding. And I didn't have an issue. So it's second nature. However, used to be funny. My kids had a very similar accent to me because obviously bringing them up, they would speak the same way I did. And because I had changed my pattern of speech, if they went to stay with my sisters for 2 weeks, they came back and they were almost as if they were wee Scots. Can I go down the house, ma? Pardon? Sorry, mum, can I go down to the house? They had to change their speech patterns after 2 weeks with my family, who didn't need to change their speech patterns because they were dealing with people from all over the world. They had a very, very strong brogue. So if my kids went to stay with them for 2 weeks, we had to actually tell them, no, that's not how you speak. You have to speak this way. You have to speak proper. You have to say this. And it was a case of they would come back instead of, can I have some juice? Got you some ginger? Yeah, I mean, and it was that type of thing. So I can still understand people with a very strong accent. And it's just for the simple fact is my family have got strong accents. And I've got...
For me, I've been bouncing all over the globe and working with people from all over the places. There's just so many accents, and not everybody can speak like flawless English and whatnot. And
even people from England,
the language you come
from England can't speak proper, fluent English.
Well, that's less of a problem. But when you have a linguistical background or a culture that makes certain things, and you and I both work in IT, and something I've learned probably past 20 years or something, working with a lot of Indian people, somewhere in India, and I don't know if it's like north, south, but there is a certain group that cannot do desk, DESK. They will do DEX, dex. But it is because of the not the language, but the what do you call it, the accent, the particular region they're coming from.
Aye.
They have words that are so similar to that. So even though they try, and I've literally heard someone speaking flawless English, as in you would expect this Oxford University Queen's Speech presentation, and suddenly that SKX just pops up, and you go, aha, I've heard that.
Yep.
But in my brain, because I've dealt with so many people from all over the world, Thailand, even Australians, because Australians are really brash. Nothing wrong to any Australian watching, but they're really brash. They're straightforward. It's like, you're my buddy, you're my mate, we're going to fix this. But it's like, whoa, hang on, we need 1, 2, 3, 4. It's like, no, don't worry, we'll fix all of it. It's like, please describe the steps so I can tag along. But they literally like running straight ahead to the finishing line. Yeah. But different personalities, different way of dealing with it, and different way of communicating it. But I find it amazing.
And that's the thing. It's as long as you have understanding of the communication, because yes, somebody might have a strong accent. Doesn't matter if it's got a strong English accent, because you look at Cornwall, you look at Scottish, you look at some Welsh. They're all English speakers, but the accents are so different that I remember there was one. They were doing an interview with I think it was a guy from Cornwall. I don't think it was Dover. I think it was literally down Cornwall or somewhere. But they were doing an interview with them on BBC. And they asked him a question, and he went over and he was going, good, first choose, get it for it. And you could see the guy going,
I think I actually saw that one live.
And it's like, because nobody could understand, but obviously the people round about him could understand everything he said because their accents were, but his accent was so strong, most people were going, is he English? But it's literally that. It's so even people in England with an English accent, or in Britain with a multitude of British accents, because the accents from right up to the Hebrides, right down from Land's End to John O'Groats, if you just want to take the mainland, or right up to the Hebrides, right down to Isle of Man, Jersey, Guernsey. There's no two accents the same.
But you actually did something in there. You said Jersey and Guernsey, two separate places. But the names are sounding really similar depending on who speaks it, who says it. But they're separate.
Yeah. But that's what I'm saying. But you look at even in my family, because I don't speak a similar accent. I do. I suppose when I speak to my family, I just I drop into my natural cadence because family. However, but that's only if I'm with my family on my own. If I'm with other people with my family, I still speak the way I do. It's weird. It's just one of those things.
You see, I think I'd be as horrible as your kids, because if we hang out for a week, barbecuing, weekend, whatnot, by the end of the week, I would have no accent, as you say, but you wouldn't think I was outside of Scotland.
But the thing is, and that's the thing, a lot of people, when I stayed up north, people thought I was from Birmingham. Really?
Well, this week I was told I'm from Manchester. So, thank you. Don't know if that's
Cam is from Campbell. My grandkid had a brogue you could cut with a knife. It was actually my granddad's. my mum's side both are Scottish. My dad's side Irish and Italian. So my mum's side both are Scottish, and it was my granda. Before he went into the army, accordingly, when he was younger, before he fought in Second World War, before he went into the army, accordingly had a very, but it was when he came out of the army, his brogue disappeared because obviously dealing with people all over the empire as part of the army had to understand take orders. So accordingly, his brogue got less, but it was my grandfather accordingly. Japanese and German. There you go. Although it's really
that's one heck of a combination.
Think Kate Liz Hurley, Bedazzled. I was watching it. I love that movie. Oh, by the way,
he's not wrong. Beckinsale or Hurley.
Did I tell you I've actually got most of it working? It's only the mic part I can't get working.
Sorry, I've upgraded to a different model. I still cannot get it to work.
No, see, I can get this. So listen, I can't get the voice. I can't get my mic working through it. But I've managed to get sound effects.
But now, because I have these on, I can actually hear it seems to come from external source, not main source.
So that is the cheer, and then you've got the bog standard clap.
Yeah, it has more of a Benny Hill like clapping, like pre-recorded.
Yeah. Well, it is pre-recorded. I'm not sitting here going right, and then you've obviously got
that one was actually better. The other two sounded pre-recorded or like coming from somewhere else, but that one sounded.
Then you've got it's meant to be an embarrassed sound, as in crows, sort of, as in no laughter, nothing. It's just
you're tanking.
Yeah. Or come on, bing, bing, bing. Pay attention. Bing, bing, bing. Then you've also got I really like the new Star Wars.
The entire description for everything that was Star Wars after 1983.
Yeah, there is a few other ones because you've got this one, but I'm not doing the kiss. I'm not doing the songs. I'm not doing the gun. What is debut?
I like it. I love it. I want some more of it.
That might be fine if somebody actually asked me about a particular movie I like. Did I like Boss Level?
I like it. I love it. I want some more of it.
I would say that would probably like, even if you're just doing your standalone review, old guy watches.
Aye.
That would be, this is my verdict, press the button.
Yeah, because I watched Tomorrow War. What did I think? Well, if you're watching it without...
Tomorrow War is a brain-off film, but...
If you're watching it without your brain switched on, what would I class it as?
But how if I'm going to be serious here, how do you separate something like, say, the first Lord of the Ring film or the first Matrix film with Sucker Punch? I'm not sure if you've seen it, but it's basically a lady. She's trapped in a mental institution, but she dreams that she's like a magic ninja.
I've heard about it, but I've never seen it.
So how do we separate, if I remove Sucker Punch and say replace it with the first John Wick? So you have the first Matrix, you have John Wick, and you have the first Lord of the Rings.
I would put Lord of the Rings at the bottom of those three.
Yes, but they're all amazing films. But what do separate them in terms of being that's thumbs up, that's thumbs down?
John Wick. Superb. What was the second one? Oh,
Lord of the Rings, John Wick, Lord of the Rings, or Matrix.
Lord of the Rings. It was okay. I was never a big fan of the Lord of the Rings movies.
I really like the fact that the ambitious attempt at making it happen,
Oh yeah, no
despite the
denying the cinematic.
BBC's, you know, the cartoons they had in, what was it, 77 or something, where they were trying to make it, but they were just like rushing it, so it got jumbled, but it never got finished.
Yeah, I think
Haley
the
Atwell, I recognize that name. That's
Yeah. basically that must be Sucker Punch. Haley Atwell and Bridget Regan together. Not that Bridget Regan. Unless they're actually talking about because it was the think Kate Beckinsale or Liz Hurley, and then yes, MC Haley Atwell as well. So it's obviously to do with the accents.
yeah.
And then obviously,
But I do, yeah. So it was a Snyder one.
yeah.
But
yeah,
I will say this: someone that has actually lived in the UK for the last too many years. I'm not that old. I'm just classic.
Marlene.
Yeah, well, I'm getting there. I'm getting there slowly, but the British accent that is put on in Hollywood films, even though it's by British actors, is not as, shall we say, sexy, hot, attractive, exotic as actually hearing the people living here. Just the normal language.
Yeah.
It feels too clean, too perfectly cut. There's just something wrong with it. Sucker Punch is very much eye candy. You got your katanas, you got your fights, you got.
Well, this is.
I liked it, but it was it's unfortunately a film that the first time I saw it, it was like not bad, really not bad. Then I saw it again and again, and then I was like, I'm not that keen on seeing it again because you kind of know what's going on. It's a film you can't really watch too many times because it doesn't really add new or discoverable things. It's the same trap, same. This is the path the story has to go.
Yeah. What's this season one? There you go. I've not seen Agent Carter. I think I saw one episode. It was just not me. It just, I don't know.
I would say that, in fairness, this was good for when Marvel, before it became MCU. This was just before then. So they managed to maintain a strong, capable individual, regardless of what was swinging under the skirt. So they had that going for them, but overall, it was kind of like WandaVision. It's like strong start, potential, nothing.
I see. I think it's when they actually decide to take a secondary character from a TV show or movie and then focus on it. They might have a good idea to start, but then they realise that the reason they're a secondary character for a reason. They can't hold a show. You look at, I'm trying to think. They used to do it like, you had Mary Tyler Moore show all years ago. And then from that, they had Rhoda. Right. So Rhoda was a character in the Mary Tyler Moore show. She got her lone show. Then they tried to do one called Phyllis, which was a character from Rhodas, and it sort of went boom, down. Now they can't do that for other reasons. Like you had Fraser, a spin-off from Cheers.
Yes.
Then they were wanting to do one called Miles, which was a spin-off from Fraser. But the reason they couldn't do it, it was not to do with the fact is that couldn't hold a character or it couldn't hold the main part, is because to do that they would have to pay the Fraser writers money and also the Cheers writers money as residuals, because they're using something based on theirs, something based on theirs type thing.
Well, I don't think Miles, in terms of Frasier or based of Cheers, would really have held up, because he was in Frasier. It was the dad, the ex-cop dad, always sleeping in the chair. Well, not always, but
I don't think he could have actually held it forward. I think it wouldn't work a lot, because if it was like a secondary character, I'm trying to think of a second. Like, say for instance, it was Roz. I don't think it would have worked, because although Roz was a character, she was a secondary character. But Miles was a good second main character to Fraser, and he was almost in. It was in every episode. He had some really good storylines. So he was at like the second main character, whereas the other ones were ensemble characters. They were in the whole season from start to finish, but they weren't necessarily in every episode.
They were basically what was making the core of the story great.
Yes.
They're like a chorus. They're adding the voice behind and lifting it, everything. But you can't take them out and go, let's go this one single.
Yeah, that was Big Team. Well, that was my other trouble. That was Benji. Basically, I think he's actually getting to the point he's needing a loo, so he keeps jumping off the couch, coming up to me, and then going back up to the couch when he realises I'm not moving. But yes,
well, Kapla, Big T.
Yeah. Yes.
But no, I think I get where you're going. There is that the spin-offs.
The spin-offs can work to an extent, but I can't see a spin-off of a secondary character working, because it'd be like Cheers, right? You got a spin-off of Fraser because that was an idea, and yes, because they had enough wee bit. But you imagine a spin-off of Norm. Norm was always in the pub, so he was always there. But what story could you tell around Norm out with of Cheers?
But the thing is, he was always at the pub. He was postman and at the pub.
That was Cliff. Norm is the one who sat at the end of the bar. But even Cliff, who was a postman, what else could you really say? Because he was born and everybody tried to avoid him. So apart from putting him in situations where he meets somebody else when he's delivering a parcel and he bores them, you can't extract that. So there's certain ones you could get away with Fraser, because he wasn't always there, and he had other things out with, so he would talk about and stuff like that, and it was sort of, you could see how they wanted to expand Fraser because he could be expanded, whereas the other ones couldn't, because they were only bit parts for a reason.
Yeah, I mean, the only, although she would probably have shot him like 2 episodes in, the curly-haired waitress, Leah,
Carla.
Yes.
Rhea Perlman. It's basically Danny DeVito's wife.
Yes, but that was basically the interaction they had. Yeah. That was beyond one beer, please, or just reaching over and going tap.
Yep. MC, thank you for joining us, and it's 4 hours 43 minutes. You're counting, so it shouldn't actually be too much longer after that. But thank you for joining us. Have a good night.
Have a good one. Thanks for joining. The Alien Carter one shot was excellent. Blu-ray Disney.
The problem with the TV show was that it had shit showrunners, like the Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. show, which had some good bits, but overall pants. And it is the same as they had a good idea, but there was no a character that they could actually run with that idea.
The thing is, I will actually fragment it even further. They had good spot ideas, not a good overall idea, but they thought, oh, that sounds good, that sounds good, that sounds good. Let's just like bake it in. And then suddenly what was good became really bad overall.
Yeah. Do you know what I've got for eating, which I'm going to have a wee bit later on?
Oh no! With the fuzzy, what's it called? Like
it's rice paper.
Stuff.
Rice paper with sherbet in it.
Yeah, it's got the sherbet, so it's like melting your tongue, and then you get all like the flavor. I haven't had those in years.
Well, I picked them up today when I was in the shop. However, I normally get the big tub. It's about that £5, and it is literally it's a big circular tub that size in one of the shops. But anytime I've been in the shop, it sells them. They've never had them, so I managed to pick up.
I can't find them anywhere.
That wee shop I was in, I was believe it or not, I picked them up the same place. I picked that up.
I clearly need to move to Scotland.
But
right, let me give you a quick, because you brought back some really like that is for me good old times. What we used to have was like a sachet, basically the size. Sorry for showcasing Spider-Man again, but basically this size. But on this side, there was a sugar candy cane, and it had two like different sachets. So you could take the sugar candy cane, you licked it, and you dunked it in one, and you had a different flavor, and you dunked it in another, and you had a different flavor.
Dab.
Dip Dab, that was the name, yeah.
You can still get them up here.
Oh, I haven't seen them in
if the next time I'm out and I get, Home Bargains might have them. I'm sure they might have Dib Dabs. Next time I'm actually going to be hopefully in Home Bargains tomorrow. If I do, I will drag them up and I will show you them next week. But yes, I love Dib Dabs. I love sherbet dips as well.
Well, next week, unfortunately, well, I'm hoping, but I know what my next week looks like. I'm not sure I will have anything new. I might have something that I've already got, but that I have improved. But I'm not expecting new DVDs.
Yep. It
Skull,
looks like
Cam Cam.
Yeah, you too, Cam Cam. Thank you for joining us, and you have a nice night. Although,
be well, Cam Cam.
I think morning is the actual have a nice morning because it's 10 to 2 again. But thank you for joining us again, Cam Cam. It's always nice to see you. So where were we? What we're going to do?
Oh, we were talking about Dip and Dab.
Dib Dab. If I'm in and I get it, I'm going to actually open this Batman, but I'm going to do it gently. Hold on. I just need to bring out my. So I don't.
Oh, look at you! Don't you know those are illegal in England?
I'm not in England. It's part of my toolkit. It's no. I use them for.
Well, you're Scottish. You can actually carry like a massive bayonet in your boots.
It's not a bayonet. It is a duck. A duck.
I'm pretty sure if you threw that at an elephant, it would die.
No, it would probably duck. Sorry, I know. That was a really bad one.
The thing is, I was actually in full Scottish regalia for a wedding just before lockdown because the mates were Scottish. Here we go. We got Batman. That's the cartoon one, isn't it?
Yeah. I don't know if you can see that.
AAO
1950s, and it's just 88011198. It is the cartoon. It's the comic book Batman. Even the look, you even get the logo. See it on.
That's really nice.
It is. It's such a really nice figure.
there's some
No
really
problem.
good details there, although I can't feel it, but that looks really well made. That's not just printed and just chucked.
No,
That
no, no.
actually assembled.
That is a beautiful model. I think the other one's coming out of this case as well, because actually you even get the wee Batman decades. Gotham City Guardian, Batman 1950s, and it benevolent and smiling. The Batman of the 1950s was a reassuring figure. As a fully deputized representative of the law. So the 1950s Batman wasn't a vigilante, he was a deputized officer of the law.
It's curious phrase of terms there, though, considering what we hear today. A respected
office, a fully deputized representative of the law. He was a tireless fighter for justice. In a world seemingly endless change, he was solid and dependable. That is the one from Detective Comics. So there's some of that's the Batman from the Batman comics here. So that's the one we've got, and that's where it's coming from. So it's giving you some bits and pieces about him and some of the panels from it. So that's this Batman in the 1950s Batman. I'm going to dig out the 1960s as a panel opener, but
really, really, I'm just amazed about okay, I am the consumer end of the geeks, but I'm just so amazed by the details people go through because they like the stuff they presented.
Yeah,
I don't see this stuff anymore.
I know it. That's the thing. Some things are so well made, yet you get some things that are just slapdash that somebody's thrown together and thinking because it's got a name on it, people are going to jump at it. To me, even if it's a bit of an obscure character, I would rather have a well-made character. Yes, you might have to pay a wee bit extra for it, but well-made is always going to trump anything, because if you're looking at all these, I'll dig that out. So this is the 60. This is the 1960s. It's not the 66 Batman. It's the 1960s. So I don't know if it's actually going to be classed as the Bruce Wayne Batman, or if it's going to be classed as the comic book 1960s Batman.
Oh, that's hard to tell.
Even
you have the cartoon pastel color, but the shape is slightly different.
Yeah, it is very similar to. There's the two of them side by side. See the difference in their chest armor or their chest. Yeah. One's got the yellow.
That was what was clocking, but it's still the same pastel color if you look at the cape.
It's the same color, but look at the trunks and the belt.
Yeah, the belt on the left one is definitely shark repellent, if you put it that way.
And you look at even the bases, the wee icon on the bases are so different. I'll need to actually get a better one because of my dodgy hands. Like, look at the bats.
Yeah.
See how
you have the rounded bat one there.
Yeah, see how it's quite small, whereas on the 1950s, it's a lot chunkier.
Yeah, and it's more square. It actually is more defined.
Yeah, and then the difference between this is the 1960s one. So the Adventures of Batman, the Caped Crusader. The Batman of the 1960s raced towards the future with determination. No crime was unsolvable and no costume villain unbeatable. With his chest insignia highlighted by the bright yellow oval, he was a beacon of hope in the darkness. So that's why they added the
descriptive word here, oval.
Yeah.
You have one signal that is round, but Batman's signal is more squared, like the 200th Smash issue. It's not just round. It's more
Yeah, but
sleek,
yeah, I mean, so
like
this is,
streamlined, whatever it's called.
this is from Detective Comics still. So
Mhm.
it is the Batman from the TV show. It's comic. Because look, there's the comic book. And that is basically
Robin looks a bit off in this one, though.
He looks, it's because he's leaning forward, he looks quite short and chunky. But look, Poison Ivy.
Poison Ivy.
That is
What boy did not like a redhead girl that would like to kill you?
Detective Comics, Batman and Batgirl. You know, in that shop, they had a lot of the Batmobiles. They had the Joker's car. They had a Batgirl's car. They had the Batbike and stuff like that. But I think they were from collections because they didn't. They just seemed too different for some reason. So is
Don't take this the wrong way, but it's what in the entire United Kingdom is like what 65 million people living. In Scotland, there's about 4 million people living. How do you have so many cool gizmo gadget stores and we don't? The closest I have is Forbidden Planet or a charity shop.
Well, Forbidden Planet, I could go into Forbidden Planet and get good stuff in there. I know
Yes.
the guy, but that's where I got this. See this? I got that from Forbidden Planet years ago.
But I'm basically saying, what I have is Forbidden Planet, or I
Yeah.
might get lucky. But
They
you have all these shops around you. It's like
but they're not comic stores. That's the thing. Like for instance, the Superman and stuff. I remember the 3D jigsaws. B&M, right? This store was. This is one called XS. So basically, XS. It's extra stock that other companies have. So I think when Wind was shown as the Enterprise, I think the shop had excess from like HMV, but they had all the ones that probably weren't selling as well. Hence the reason why they might have had a couple of Enterprise or Enterprise A's or D's, and they don't have them in stock because they're already gone. However, the Batman, I was lucky. The Doctor Who, they had another 2 of those. See, the thing is, I could have bought another 2 of those and shipped them down the end, but that means I would need. It's unfortunate, but I could actually message her if she wants next time I'm in. But I don't know if I'm going to be in when the next I'm going to be in. But next time I'm going, I could say if you want me to pick them up, I'm quite happy to pick them up and post them down. But the thing is,
in this area, I'm about like 20 minutes outside of Paddington. And if I go in there, it's like I'm trying to hunt for this. If I'm lucky, I might find something going down to Camden.
You try to tell me you're not in Paddington? No wonder he's a grumpy bear.
Leave Paddington out of this. He's a very nice, cuddly little bear. But no, even if I go in to the main London area, it's like the geeky shops and everything. The ones that are there, they're too niche, too overpriced, and most of them are like, oh, I wanted to open a shop, and here's like a plastic toy that a dog has chewed. It's 200 quid. There you go. What's Big T saying?
He's saying he disagrees with us. He thinks Agent Carter could have been a good show. She had so many good storylines in the comics, but ABC Studios decided not to use any, like Star Wars and so on. See, I think that's where the problem is, right? Agent Carter, I never read any of her comics, so I wasn't aware of a lot. However, I was based on the movies, and she wasn't a main part of Captain America's first Avenger.
You see, if I would have liked the lady, purely based on the films, it's the I think the actress name is Kobe Smulders, and she's just like a secondary agent to what's his name? The guy that dies by Loki.
No, that's Agent. That's Colston. But remember, Agent Carter was from the earlier thing. So she was
So Carter is from the 1930s, whereas
1940s, because it's basically during the war.
Yeah.
Right. So, but that's what I'm saying. So, but she in the movie. So I've not read the comics, so I had to go with that, and because of that, she just looked like a side character. But I quite agree what he's saying is they do that. You look at Sylvester Stallone's Judge Dredd movie. They effectively had all that. They read them all and tried to shove them all together. Then you look at Carol Urban's movie, which was a good movie. However, they chose none. They had slow-mo. Why not pick Stookie instead of... So it was one, it was already in the universe. So there were Stookie glands to try and... It was to help them. Stookie was actually an animal which they slaughtered to get its gland to help with the aging. It was to help de-age. It was to do with youth, letting people live longer. So there was a... Stookie glands were a high sought after drug. They could have used that, but they wanted to do the cinematic, so they had to have slow-mo, which was in 3D and stuff like that. No,
judgment in that one is still wrong. Well, I could be wrong, but I don't think that's a judgment.
What's that?
In the second one with Carl Urban,
Uh-huh.
I don't think that's not Judge Dredd. He was Judge Dredd up until the sentencing. That was not Judge.
I disliked. That was one of the things I disliked about it. I could understand why they put him in that situation, because he wanted to get her away before she died, so it didn't trigger it in the quickest way to send her down. So throwing her off was one thing, but giving her
the drug so that she's falling forever. No, that was not Judge.
That was not Judge Dredd. Yes, I could understand. He did it with the perp who came in after him, and he came running out and threw him off. I don't think the judge would have done that. The judge would have just executed him. End of story. They wouldn't have actually been. It wouldn't have been petty by throwing him off a building to kill him. He would have actually just executed him. Even if he didn't want to use his bullets, he would have.
It would be grab neck off the cliff. Boom.
No, but that's what I'm saying. Even if he didn't want to use a bullet, he wouldn't have thrown him off the building. He would have just snapped his neck. End of story. He wouldn't have thrown him off the building so he was dying the slow death of the fall. And then the same with Mama. He wouldn't have thrown her off, even though he thought, yes, I can understand why he threw her off, because he needed to get her down so all the layers would stop the signal triggering the explosion. Fine. But he would not have given her slow-mo.
No, absolutely not.
That's my son. That's my Wednesday stream. Shut up, you. How am I going to talk about?
Apologies.
No, but the thing is, what I'm saying is, the Agent Carter, they did the same with the Carol Urban one. They had all those, and what did they do? A block. If they were going to do something they wanted to do at the cheap, do a hot dog run.
Well, it could have worked, because what I felt disappointed with the Carl Urban one is they just did the one block.
Yes.
If I'm told I'm getting a Judge Dredd film, I want Mega City 1.
I want Sylvester Stallone's Mega City 1 in with Carol Urban. But what I'm saying is, if they decided they wanted to get away from that, they could have introduced Judge Dredd, cadets, judges, the law system, everything by doing a hot dog run, because those judge cadets can be getting tested as they're driving out, making camp, doing what they need to do. It would have been an introductory movie to the legal system, and then they could have driven in to Mega City where you see it, and then you think, wow, if this was the first movie, what's the second movie going to be like in the city? Or don't do that. Do, instead of actually, what was the one with the Vegas with all the zombies?
Oh,
Heist or
has
something?
he? Was it the recent one with
Yes.
the big bulky guy? They have to go into a heist because they're hired, but
Yes.
there's tons of zombies, and they have a guy that comes in, and she just like shoots one of their own.
Yes.
Yeah, I know the one. I liked it.
Remember, you imagine, right? See all those zombies, see all those guys that were the zombie type, right?
Yeah, and this is the smart zombies, isn't it?
Yes, I think so. But see all those. So you imagine taking that movie and taking Judge Dredd and doing the Cursed Earth.
Now you're talking.
So they
That I
have
would
to get
actually go
Mega
watch.
City 1, a Mega City 2, or they need to get to South Meg. What was it called? Texas, the Texas one, right? But I even go from Mega City 1 to City 2 just to make it simple. I can remember the name. But what I'm saying is, so they could do a Cursed Earth. So they start off in the city. They don't need to do too much. They could just have a visual of what the city looks like. So there's no driving through and all that. And then they're at the gate just talking about, doing a bit of talk about it and set up of this is what you need to do. You need to do. And then they've got a couple of judges, maybe a couple of cadets. They've got a criminal. They've got, yeah, I mean, they've got enough, and they've got medics. They've even got Anderson there, and they have to go through the Cursed Earth. They could fight their zombies. They could fight the occasional mutated monster. They don't need to be zombies. They could just be mutants, and same idea as the Burger Wars with the KFC. And
You see, this film has. It's your thinking and your explanation
Army
here
of the
that
Dead.
sort of
Thank you, Big
made it change. But it's a film called Priest, and it
I've
has
seen it.
Paul Bettany in it.
I've
But
seen
it's basically Judge Dredd, but not Judge Dredd
No,
in title.
No. That, do you know why that is Judge Dredd? There's a
Because
trend.
it's Cursed Earth. It's
No,
what they're
no,
going across.
No. It's not Cursed Earth. It is the Cursed Earth, but it's not the Cursed Earth story. The story that reminded me of was Dead Man. The Judge
Big
Dredd
T got the name by the film, by the way.
Yeah, the Army of the Dead. But see that story, Priest. Replace it with the Judge Dredd story, Dead Man. Right? About a man, he's scarred all over. He wakes up in the middle of the desert and he's no memory, nothing. And these farmers take him in. It's almost like Dirty Harry. And so it is. Sorry, no Dirty Harry. It's almost like Clint Eastwood's The Man with No Name. It's all very like that.
Well, Clint Eastwood, that's 3 films.
Yes, but what I'm saying is, it's very much like a Clint Eastwood Man with No Name. But this the Dead Man is, and it's how he got there, and it turns out it's Judge Dredd, and he got there because, in effect, they thought they sent him through a grinder, literally. And it was only because of his judge training he managed to jump through hoops and buy the chops and grinders and knives and slashers. It just damaged his body, and he almost died. But he managed to get into the Cursed Earth, and that's when the family found him. And it's his redemption story of getting his memory back, helping out, getting rid of the criminals all round to actually clear up the place. That's when he gets his memory back. So Preacher was Dead Man, which is a very early judge. So if you get a chance to read that one, it's a good one because you don't know it's Dredd until the end. And that made it a bit more powerful.
I don't recall having read that series of Judge Dredd, but
Yeah,
I
it
did
was in
like
2000.
Priest, so I will definitely have a look at these.
See, when I was reading 2000 AD, you had Judge Dredd story, and then you had this one called Dead Man. It was almost like a Tharg's special story because you had no context to it. All you do is you start off when the dead man wakes up. He's no memory and he's all scarred and he's all covered in bandages with the family helping him. And then it's from there. It's only when you get to the end of the story you go, you mean I've been reading a Judge Dredd story the whole fucking time? It's literally that good because it is such a compelling story. So there's a couple of movies. Priest, remake it like the Judge Dredd Dead Man.
Mm-hmm.
Or you do a hot dog run if you want to do a small, fairly cheap one. Or you do the Cursed Earth and with a similar budget to the Army of the Dead because it's a similar set idea. They're just going through and they've got all this mutant gang trying to stop them. Yeah, I mean, there's so much more you could do with it, or you could actually, so you could have it with all the special effects, or you could have it with no special effects or very little. Because
I think if you do Cursed Earth and you did the what's the Cannibal Brothers family thing, you could literally play that low budget Mad Max kind of version. All you need is the environment because it is the desert, it is the wasteland, it's Cursed Earth that is the enemy. Yes, there are something that comes after you, but you don't need big CGI budget. You just need a little bit of shootouts, explosions, and stuff.
Mad Max, but you need a bit more because in the Cursed Earth you've got the mutants and there's loads of them, but you've got the judges who are well armed and capable. So you imagine Mad Max, but there was 5 of them and they were actually well trained and they were fully armed. All those trucks would have got nowhere near them.
But you see, I'd see that if you're going to play low budget.
I would do a hot dog.
Well, what's his name? He's played everything from like Star Wars and everything. He's like really tall, lanky, skinny, and he's the guy that has like the helicopter thing in Mad Max. He's trying to like.
I know one you're talking about. I don't know his name, but I know exactly the Australian guy.
But it's super low budget, and he's literally just like, I pulled a little bit of sand over myself, and Mad Max, Mel Gibson's coming up to his car, and he's like jumping up, and it's like, crap! I forgot to load my. What is it called? The crossbow. But it's low budget. That scene cost £5 in total to put together. It probably cost more to give people coffee to put such a good scene together. And that's what I think they could do with it.
But that's what I'm saying. So, but you put the type of money they've put into something like Army of the Dead into a Judge Dredd, and it could be a very similar type of story, but instead of a heist, they are literally trying to get past the old Vegas, going from Mega City 1 to Mega City 2. And
obviously, if you play with the big cities, you will have to up the budget of a film, but I would still think you can make...
Because all you need to do with the city is just sort of have an image of it, and then it just goes into the building at the gate, and then out the gate. They just a wee bit of exposition saying this is what's happened. We need to send it. You need to get there. You've got 3 weeks or whatever, 10 days to get to Mega City 2. So the journey is the thing, and it's all effectively, they only need to show them coming out the gate or inside the building, but they could just basically have a overview of a graphically enhanced city, but they don't actually need to do anything, no interaction with it. They just come down and at the gate, they're actually about to set off, and this is the wee bit of exposition, this is what's happening. And then you learn from the judges because the first thing happens, they bump into these, or something happens, and these people help them. So they try and explain what they are and what they're doing. So as they go through it, you can learn what's happening. But
Yeah,
imagine
because I think that's a large thing that is people hear Judge Dredd and they think they're badasses, and like wherever they go is the law, but it's only really within the cities
no,
that the law
that's why they
they're
do.
not
That's why
exactly the law outside of it. That's where they
that's
have
because
to.
they bring the law to the lawless. That's when most
Yes.
judges take the long walk. They can't.
Yes.
They don't have enough judges to do it. But a lot of judges at the end of their life,
Their career, they take the long
they
walk.
take the long walk and they take the law to the lawless. So they still they are the
Try
law.
to get there, but that
They
doesn't
are the
necessarily
law
mean
in the
it is there.
However, there's just not enough of them, so they try to do their best to bring down as much as criminals as possible. Hence the reason why I says watch Judge Minty. It's about a judge taking a long walk.
If I could have shared the screen, Judge Minty is currently on line 20 on my backlog. So if I go back through my backlog, I have, I believe this might have been Matt, Superman, the Turkish film. We have a recommendation
Superman was me.
That was you. Okay, I'm going to tag that as you then. Still haven't acquired it. I have Dark City 1998. I have the film, but I've been told to get it on Blu-ray. The Crow Collector's Edition is definitely the one to get.
Yes.
Number 4, I can actually cross out because I have number 4.
Good. Rick.
Yes. So that one's crossed out. Then I believe this belongs to you. Drop the Dead Donkey.
Yes, that was last week's recommendation. I love Drop the Dead Donkey. It's just so super cool.
Right. Then I have Sidney Poitier, The Green Book.
Poitier is is basically a classic actor.
Yep, I do. I've seen a lot of his stuff, but I just don't have it in collection. Then we go for Repo Man, the old classic, not the new one.
Yeah.
The New Statesman, Patrick. Not sure what I meant with that bit.
Right. I'll show you this. I'm not going to play Judge Minty. I'm just actually going to show you some screenshots from it because it's one you need to watch. It is absolutely superb. Right. Because
I definitely need to make clear notes here because I do have some that is supposed to go to Audible rather than just being a note.
Right. Okay.
Right. Let's see it.
There's Judge Minty, right? So
that looks good enough.
It's just a perp. Yeah, I mean, classic comic judge.
Yeah, definitely 2000 AD. And
he just basically makes a wee mistake. Right, so he basically goes down and he's basically there's who pops up to help him? Dredd. Comic book Dredd.
Ooh, this is looking really nice.
Yeah. Right. So basically that's him talking about taking the long walk. That's it. So that's him getting ready to take the long walk. Yeah, I mean, look at the uniform there. All right, and he goes into the desert. And there's
obviously.
Yeah. And that's him he's just basically having, and then he's getting attacked by.
Yeah.
And it is literally the cursed earth, and he's just walking through, and it's basically just as he gets through it. It is just an amazing, even the way they set it all up. Yeah, I mean, some of the fairly straightforward scenes. Yeah, I mean, look at the look of everything there.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah, I mean, that's him just
Oh,
using his
yeah.
night vision. Yeah, I mean,
I was gonna say it was like, okay, this looks really like these are fans that have
Yes.
really made everything, but there was some talent in
oh
these
god,
people.
aye. But you look at even this one right at the very beginning, right? This is at the beginning, right? Judge Minty is a creation of John Wagner, right? So,
Mhm.
it,
We got mega city nonsense going on.
yeah. So, I mean, even just look.
Although I would say one slight mistake there, but this is just my view of the Judge Dredd thing.
There you
There's
go.
not enough judges to go around, so when they had like 10 judges walking
Yeah,
toward
but
the camera, that was too many.
No, that's basically in the Hall of Justice. So yes, that would be the thing. But you look at the visuals there for the city. Did you see the city? Right.
Yeah.
Look at the visuals for the city, and this is a fan made.
But this is what I mean. Mega City 1.
That is Mega
2.
City.
Yeah, it is like it's super huge. It's larger than any human have ever seen that lives in the real world today. It's like New York City times 200.
I'm actually hoping they bring in look. This is the Lawmaster one. This is the part I was actually wanting to see. Like, there's an old judge. He's an old judge. He's just getting to the end of his career, and he talks you through it. So it's actually good. So watch when they start moving in. You see the bikes. It's just so well done. This is fan stuff at its best. So there's the judge being spotted. And
there's some really good camera action going on there.
That's him coming in on the bike. That looks like a Lawmaster. Yeah, I mean, and that is just simple. It's the graphics, considering it's fans made. And there's the gun. Basically, the Lawmaster actually wasted them, but it's no high art. But for fan made fiction, it is so well done. Look, that looks like a Lawmaster rather than the one.
It is. In terms of fan made, by the way, if you have not come across this, Star Trek Axanar, completely fan-made project.
Yeah, but that was the one that actually got ripped by.
Yeah, it got ripped to pieces by CBS or whoever it was. But you just looked at the 20-minute prequel interview where they're talking to big actors portraying these roles, but it's just like a 20-minute interview talking about the Axanar incident. And that was their trailer, and you're just going, holy crap, they're just doing good visual photography. It's just interviews with the captains and like the commanders and what was going on, what was happening. Really well played. I would have loved to see whatever the film was supposed to come off of that.
Yes.
Because that interview alone was amazing.
Judge Minty, right? Judge Minty, I would go over and subscribe. I'll put a link in the description. Judge Minty. He's got 8.26 thousand subscribers, right? The video has got 1,182,131 views, and he's only got 8,000 subscribers. Oh, just over 8,000 subscribers, and he's got over 1 million views in that one video. I would go. It's just superb. I would love to see more of what he's doing, and I'll put a link to in the description. But I just want to check see if there's done. He's done a search in SD. He's done outtakes. He's doing one for a Johnny Alpha one. Look, this is just outtakes. Hold on, I'll share this. Wolf Hammerstein and everything. That's Wolf Hammerstein.
Oh, nice.
There he's there with the thing. So these are some of the outtakes. There's Johnny and Wolf. Yeah, I mean, look at that outfit.
Okay, that looks a little bit
Comic
shall we
booky.
say?
It's
It does.
comic. But the good thing is they stuck with the comic book look, and that's what I love about it. See, the thing is, yes, they could have actually updated it and made him look more realistic. Bugger that.
But that would lose the charm of it.
Exactly. That's why I like the Judge Dredd, the comic book Judge Dredd outfit, rather than the Carol Urbane one. The Carol Urbane one looks functional. See if they'd actually... The Judge Dredd Sylvester Stallone one was a wee bit too much with the cod piece and all that, but it was more comic book than Carol Urbane. What I would have preferred to do, have a scene, right, that Dredd in his street gear, right, his street gear has to attend the ceremony where the cadets pass. And what would they wear for their ceremony? They would use their dress uniform, which is comic book one. And then
that's where I think there's a little bit of a, as I recall the comic books, reading them in the 80s, whenever it was, it's the Stallone one was always. It always felt like he was wearing the parade uniform rather than I'm going to work now. This is where I report to my boss, but going to the locker room, because they do have a locker room scene, and he doesn't really change uniform. He just... Yeah.
But the thing is, what I think is, you know what I mean, the Judge Minty stuff, I would go over and give Judge Minty a subscription. Those are fantastically well made.
Already done.
They're doing a Strontium Dog, because so they are. They're doing a Strontium Dog movie. Look at that. Look at their Facebook page. Look at their Facebook page. My God, I can't actually I can't wait. Harlem's Heroes.
So they actually have judgeminty.com, by the way, if anyone is listening.
Look at that.
And they won Sci-Fi London. Well, I'm not sure if they won, but they say it's the official selection of Sci-Fi London 2013. Sci-Fi London, by the way, is if anyone that ever listens to this, if you want to do directing, writing, screenplay, visual effects, or anything, team up, sign up for Sci-Fi London, because they do get a lot of good people, literally from wherever you are, straight into big blockbusters.
Yeah,
I think there was a kid. I think I met him just a year before he entered Sci-Fi London at one of the sci-fi cons, and it was like, oh, I like directing and everything. Turns on, he went to do Sci-Fi London, straight on to King Kong, straight on to Rogue One.
Yeah, but they're actually looking at doing a 2000 a Strontium Dog one. So they are. They're actually in the middle of doing a Strontium Dog one. Even just the outfits they actually done.
But that looks really good, as she's showing me.
Yeah, I mean, and this is actually their Facebook page. There's Durham Red, the lot. So that's our Facebook page, Judge Minty and Strontium Dog Fan Films. They've got a video there. All right. That's the fan film as well. I'll link to that one. That is a Johnny Alpha one.
Yep. All right, cheesy VFX, but I mean, it takes heart, it takes passion to be. You know, it's gonna look cheesy. You know, it's gonna look this way.
And even when they do Johnny Alpha with his knuckle duster, you can look at. Yeah, I mean, because Johnny Alpha always had his plasma, his shock dust. Yeah, I mean, it's just Wolfenstein with his hammer. It's just superb. But it's just a fanfic just of the Strontium Dog. I would definitely Judge Minty. Get over there, subscribe. But
yeah, it's already subscribed. I'm actually sitting on their main website.
Yeah, I'll put a link in the description for anybody who wants to go and see them. But definitely get over and see them. They definitely need a hell of a lot more than what they've got.
Well, but do they really need our help? I'm actually going to have to give you this.
No, I'm saying
they need our views, but their IMDb score is 7.3 out of 10.
Yes, but do you look consider how fantastic that is done? How many subscribers they've got?
But still, 7.3 out of 10 on IMDb. That's amazing. They should be giving just like shared tweet to them.
Yes, but that's what I'm saying. Is the fact is they've got the Strontium Dog and the Judge Minty are absolutely amazing videos. They've got the Judge Dredd has got over nearly 1.2 million views. The Strontium Dogs near 180,000 plus views on that. Yet they've only got 8,000 plus subscribers. For those type of views, why they've not got a hell of a lot more? Because they should, because they are absolutely amazing at what they do for fan films. They need a hell of a lot more support. Yeah, mine's is only one, but God, I'll include a link to their stuff. That's the link's getting in because I think Judge Minty is one of the best fan films I've seen for Judge Dredd. I've seen bits and pieces where some people have done animated ones, or they've done smaller ones, but Judge Minty, to me, because a lot of the ones that do it, they do it with how do you say? They do it with the Carol Urbane outfits because they're easier to get a hold of.
Yep.
The ones that do the Judge Dredd ones are the comic book outfits. To me, just look amazing. The thing is,
well, the pling you got on your side,
that
was me tweeting out, thanks to PJ, I was reminded about Judge Minty. I have seen stuff of theirs. I just have not seen the full stuff that you showed me tonight, and that's definitely what oh crap, it's 2:30 already, but I will continue the evening and watch that film because it was only 20 minutes long.
Judge Minty, yes. Well, the Strontium Dog one is 20 minutes. Judge Minty is 27 minutes. That's the Strontium Dog was the 20 minutes. The Judge Minty was 27 minutes. I've actually searched destroy. Right. Judge Minty, there it's there. Home.
But I would definitely love to see more Judge Dredd stuff because although I didn't get too heavy into it, what I did see as a kid, read as a kid, I really liked, and that kind of in part turned me in to Punisher, because I see
Oh.
Punisher as more of a judge, although he has morals. It's not like he's following the law. It's more like that you should not have done, therefore I'm coming for
Yeah.
you.
So
Whereas Judge Dredd is going, you broke the law, I am coming for you.
I'm showing you this a wee second. I'm going to increase the magnification just so you can see. Right, there's the judgment. Right, 27 minutes. Like as I said, look, there's one called Cursed Edge. Here's a trailer of a feature-length Cursed Edge. It's also focused on a full-length movie, right? But look, Carol Urbane.
It's really visually stunning.
It's visually stunning, but it's Carol Urbane Dredd outfits. Me, I would rather have that outfit, which it does look stunning. I'm not denying it does, but I've seen ones like this, Super Fiend. So you've got Judge Death, you've got
that's Stallone level.
Yeah, I mean, so then you've got that one there. There's the Cursed Edge as well. So that's the trailer for that one. It was earlier, but you can see it's the Urbane one, and there's one there as well. A fan film, stop motion.
Although I would say the one you have at the moment, it's closer to Dread, but it doesn't have the pauldrons.
That one there.
So yeah,
that's not because that's the Urbane. Look, the shoulder pad there, and you can see the shoulder pad there. That is, and you can see the padding and you can see the badge there. That is the Carol Urbane outfit. So it is. So because you can see the badge there is a similar idea to that badge there. This is a Brit sit judge, and then you see that pad there is under here. Shoulder pad is the same one there. So it's more that outfit than that. There is definitely the only one I've ever seen that does it so well is the Judge Minty. That's why I would say go with the Judge Minty one each time, and then you've got the bits and pieces. 2000.
This is actually quite nice, because although I did come across and I do recognize the Judge Minty stuff, I can't recall having properly seen it.
Yeah.
So it's really nice to actually see there's a proper fan creation out there.
There's animation and stuff like that. They do Judge Dredd animation there. Oh, there's us.
It was not us. It was just the usual suspects.
Number 12. But I don't know. I don't know why with a Judge Minty fan film we popped up in it. But there's
your first Judge Dredd isn't tagged until Wednesday, is it?
No, it's Wednesday.
So you're basically top 10 search result for Judge Dredd already.
Yeah, but that was this stream, not Wednesday's stream. Look at that one there. That's a fan film. 1992 it was made.
And it's on YouTube.
It's on YouTube. And it's
the body.
So I'm going to open that in a new tab and pause it. Let's have a quick flick just to see how it's done. It's obviously two guys. They've built their own stuff. Look, I mean, considering they've obviously it's just done playing around with it. But considering it's just two people actually just made it themselves, nothing special, no special effects. You know what I mean? Look at the outfit. They're just, you see it? I think considering it's a fan film, it's just, they've done it for themselves. It'd be like, what'd you call it? You look at the Evil Dead when they started out, they made films and it was literally like that.
It's Peter Jackson all over with Brain Dead. It was like a budget film of like £3,000 or something, and he disappears. It becomes a cult film, and then suddenly he's doing Lord of the Rings trilogy for like £100 billion.
So I think that's considering they actually made them themselves just to film in a movie that they're making, recording themselves without any special effects except what they could do in the 1990s.
I mean, even the costume there.
Yeah.
That must have taken them quite some time to just make the pauldrons and the helmet.
Yep. That's what I'm saying. And that is just, they've got a wee bit of special effects, but it's animation. You can see
it's cartoon effects rather than visual effects.
Yeah.
But this is I really need to put Judge Dredd back on my register here, because you get to me quite interested in him. And I wasn't aware that it's actually this big, because I always thought it's like basically comic books. People don't really do much.
There's another one as well. This is a fan one, right? Let's see. This just says it's the greater good. It's a Judge Dredd fan film. So where's the judge?
Could be more about the moral dilemma.
No, I think it's what it is. Is actually they're just the same idea. They're just filmed it around their house and outside, but I'm trying to see the judge outfit. There, it's there. Similar
Can't tell
idea.
much, but it looks like it's the lady.
No, it's the. It just looks very.
This is definitely backyard. You got the camera. You wanted something.
Plastic toy guns. But
okay, it was choppy on my end, but even I thought it was like, that's not even close to an action scene, because he was just basically just jumping past her, looking like he was thrown. But it's you see, I do so love these.
But it's a Carol of Red outfit they're trying to go with, and it's homemade.
Yeah, but that's just a biker.
And it's homemade
protection outfit. But I do like the effort, because clearly they wanted to try and say something, and that's cardboard with a bit of paint on it.
Yes, exactly.
The sad thing is, if you couldn't see on the inside, if that had been painted, it would have looked a little bit more like a real helmet.
You look at the badge and stuff. It's just two guys or a couple of guys that have actually made a fun comic book movie for themselves, and to me, that's exactly
they're winners for me.
They are. So, but there you go. Look, views for the last year.
Oh, wow.
200. Yeah, I know. So I'm a happy chap with that, and I've got 111 subscribers.
Well, when's the next giveaway then? Are we doing 200 or 250?
250.
Big T.
Thank you, thank you
pleasure
very
as
much
always
for joining us. We are going to be wrapping up shortly, because I'm knackered. We've only been going on for 5 hours and 42 minutes. So
our brew is running low.
Yes, I'm only down to 3 bottles there, and I've only gone through 2.5. So yeah,
bit more, but I will say I'm the younger one, so I'm supposed to be big and tough.
Yeah, it's just basically. I'm looking forward to Wednesday. Judge Dredd should be fun. So I've got my reading material, as I said.
That's just a wee bit.
That's just a wee bit. Then I've got my annuals, and I've got my comic books, and I've got 2 movies in the Judgment Day again to watch. I'm definitely going to watch that again. Looking forward to it. I'm hoping I get another couple of guests. If the rabbi comes back to me
Keep my fingers crossed. I wish I knew more about Judge Dredd, but for me, it's basically been the sporadic ones, then watching the films that did pop up in mainstream, such as Stallone and Urban.
That is the only two it's popped up. It's only two movies, so there is.
Yeah, clearly, as you showed me this evening, there is a lot more fan films, and
there's a lot
I
more.
do love that. And I will give you a counter one. I'm gonna have to try. It's Star Wars, believe it or not. It's Italian. It's fan film, and I'm trying to remember the name, but it's really actually quite awesome for being Star Wars thing.
Star Wars fan films. You've got. Dark
You
Jedi.
will not find this one just stumbling across it.
Dark Jedi. You've got one called Bosk, Schoolkeeper, or Scorekeeper.
Nope. This is it's Italian, but there's no spoken words. And
Fulcrum.
I just sorry.
Fulcrum as an Ashoka one.
Nope. I've dumped it in private chat. It's really amazing. Sound, photography, everything. It's made by Italians, but it is not a single word spoken. And it's visually stunning.
Yeah. Somebody's been practicing their stuff. I've just been watching some of the fight sequences. And the guy with the dark hair. I'm cool. Leave me alone.
Yep.
Definitely an Italian fanfic, but it's still fun.
But I like the fact that someone just made a 15-minute Star Wars fan film, not a single spoken word. So whatever language you're from,
yep,
you
and that's
can see
ideal. That's it. Birth Jedi. 765 subscribers. Sorry, 766 subscribers.
Should probably be worth one more.
Birth Jedi is the thing. The Weight of Forgiveness Star Wars fan film. It's called. Anybody's want to check it out, but I would definitely. Tomorrow. I'm going to be busy. I've got 2 dogs to go and get shaved, so they'll stop being troubles. So they will. I'll have no more trouble with troubles. And then I've got 3 movies to watch. Plus, I've got 2 migration reports tonight. Sorry, 2 days worth of migration reports to catch up on. I've done my side yesterday, and I've got 2 full days to do final report for the migration. Make sure everything's ready to go for Tuesday. So I'm going to be busy with them, but I've also got Judge Dredd to watch. Plus, I've got Magic the Gathering to play Monday night.
Wow. You're not playing Life in the Slow Lane anymore, are you?
No, it's back to the Nutcase Lane again. So I had to build 2 decks this weekend. So I built an Oathbreaker deck, and I built another Goblin deck, but it was a Goblin Dragon deck. Because I've got a Dragon deck, which I love. I've got a Goblin deck, which I love. Both of them are tribal. And now I've built a Goblin Dragon deck. So, and it is
so the Goblin Dragon deck will be full on red/mountain.
Yes, it is full red deck and nothing else. So, and it's a very aggro deck, so it's all about doing damage. And
the only question remains: are you doing damage quickly enough?
Well, with the goblins come out from turn 1 onwards. I've got a load of 1-drops, and I've got a load of mana boosts, and I've got a load of cost reduction spells. So dragons come in with 2 less. So I've got like a Nurzer's signet in there, or a Nurzer's is it a tomb? Which dragons cost 2 less to cast. I've got a shaman which dragons cost 1 less to cast. I've got a few like that in it. So my dragons can come out earlier. And once they're out, then anytime they attack, they propagate and stuff like that.
So how you set your deck up? Are you doing the 20-40, so 20 land, 40 cards, and then it's only like 10 cards?
It's commander, so it's 100 card.
Oh, so how's the balance then? Because, pardon me, because I don't know the rules anymore, but you were only allowed to have maximum of 4 cards of the same card.
Oh, commander, it's a singleton deck.
So what does that entail then?
That means apart from your lands, no 2 cards of the same name. So you can't have 2 dragon fodder. You can have 1 dragon fodder. You can have a Krenko command. So you can have 100 cards, all singletons. The only ones you're allowed to duplicate is your basic lands. You can't even have any.
So you can't have special lands.
You can, but you can't have 2 of the same special land. So you can't have 2 terramorphic expands to go and search for lands. You can't have 2 pinnacles so that basically does damage anytime a mountain comes in. You can only have 1 special land. Its commander is
and the drawing is still the same. It's 7 for the one that doesn't win the first round.
Well, commander, basically you both draw. It's just a case of who goes first.
Yeah, so if you go first, you only technically get the 7 cards, but if you're the second one, you draw a card when your turn starts.
Commander, you get to draw as well.
Okay.
So with when you're drawing, if you're playing modern or vintage, you would roll to see who goes first. The person who loses the roll goes first. Whereas in Commander, the person who wins the roll goes first because you get to draw first as well. So it's basically slightly different, but it's singleton, which means no 2 cards of the same name apart from basic lands. You can't even have special lands. So like, I've got a dragon deck, which is a 5 color deck. So I can't have 2 or 3 soul rings. I can only have 1 soul ring. I can't have 2 Urza signets. I can only have 1. So I can't have any more than 1 creature with the name, 1 artifact with the same name. Unless there's certain ones you can, because there's certain cards that say you can have any number of cards with this name in your deck. They're very specific ones, but on the whole, unless it specifically says on the cards you can have more, then you can't.
But how do you build a strategy around that then? Because something I did was Sarah Avatar.
Well, see, for instance,
pardon if I misremember the numbers incorrectly, but it was basically a trample enchantment on a flying white card, made them a 7/7 with trample, and whatever damage they did, that became their power back to themselves. And I had a Sarah Avatar in a 5v5, but you're basically 5 people around. But I had a Sarah Avatar at 170 hit points.
What is Sarah?
I might misremember the name. It's Sarah Angel, but it had a trample card from green, along with an enchantment, global enchantment, that whatever damage a creature did, that became their power and hit points.
Sarah, it's S-E. It's just the spelling of it because it's one of those ones. I've got a
S-E-R-R-A.
Yeah.
So flying 7/7, if I remember correctly, or flying 5/5.
There's the Sarah Avatar. You can't use that as your commander. It has to be a legendary creature. But Sarah Avatar power and toughness are equal to your life total when Sarah Avatar is put in the graveyard from anywhere, shuffle it into its owner's library. In effect, it just keeps on bouncing back. But you would want you need a legendary to be your commander.
Yeah, well, this was back when I was playing, but there was an enchantment you could smack on her. So whatever damage she did, you as a player got as a life. But because her life was what your life was, she got stronger. So every time you smacked something with trample, you got all your life doubled. The next time you attack, your life doubled again because trample hits the creature and behind.
Even if they block you with a 1/1, if you don't have trample and they block you with a 1/1, you still do 20 or 40 damage to that one creature. So you would get, that's lifelink. That's a standard thing. That's especially, you've got Sarah Guardian. That's basically, I'm trying to find us.
Yeah, that was stuff I was playing around with a long time ago, and I'm feeling that the cards I had back then, they're waterlogged by now.
Oh, pity, because you'll probably find a few of those cards could be worth something.
But I do have a friend that is trading quite heavily in this, and he's basically bought himself a nice house very recently for a lot of money.
One of my friends did that, and he says he's got a load of old jank cards, and he's going to give me them, which means I've got 20,716 cards in my collection. That's not including jank. That's not including my lands. That's just 4 or 5 of each description. There's some of them I got up to 9 because if I've added it to a deck. So for instance, I'll have maybe 10 or 15 soul rings because I want them in every single deck. So I buy them. I don't do proxies, so I have to have the card or else I don't use it. Stuff like that. So I get but if you want to check the commander deck, check my channel. There's the playlists, and there's a playlist called Magic the Gathering. Right? It's
we'll have a wee look at that one.
Basically, it's
question though. When it comes to commander deck, how well would you fare with tokens?
Tokens. You can my Krenko deck. That's the wrong one. It's not the Magic the Gathering deck. It's the MTG Commander decks. I've got 10 in there. And my Goblin deck, my Krenko Mob Boss Tribal Goblin Commander is number 1 on that list. And in effect, I just go through the cards I've got in it. So you can see each of the cards. What they do, and I talk about each of the cards, what they do. So some of them are like the Krenko Mob Boss. Every time you tap it, you double the number of goblins you've got in play, right? So if you bring him out, put Krenko Command, and that gives you 2 goblins, and you've got another goblin on, that's 4 goblins. That's including Krenko. You tap that, you've got 8. Next time you tap that, 16 next time. So if you keep on putting them out, so I've had 256 goblins on the field at any one time.
Yeah. And I played against my best friend. He had a really fantastic slow burn, as in small hitting red deck. And it was kind of fantastic because I had a green deck, just literally squirrels just exploding everywhere. But because he could do 1 damage to everything, and I generated like hundreds of 1/1s, it was literally a stalemate because he couldn't hit me, but I couldn't really touch him. But it was like a really nice balance in between each other.
Well, there you go. I created my own tokens because that there is a standard goblin. That's my Dungeons and Dragons character, Snark. So I created a 1/1 token called Snark, and I just printed a load off. And then because I put a lot of tokens out, I created that. So that is 5, represents 5 1/1s. And as you can see, like there's a mentor at the beginning of your combat on your turn, create a 1/1 red goblin token. And it's the same idea. There's Krenko there. Put X11 red goblin creature tokens onto the battlefield where X is the number of goblins you control. And I've upgraded it since this one. I've got something that will let me untap an artifact. I've also got an artifact I can put onto Krenko, which allows me to untap him. So I can tap him, use the artifact, which untaps him, then I tap him. Then I've got an artifact that tells me I'm allowed to untap an artifact. So I can untap the artifact that's on him, which untaps him. So basically, in one turn, if I've got them out, I can double my number of goblins 4 times. And I've got something that makes them flying and indestructible. I've got something that gives them double damage.
Not protection from color, actually indestructible.
Indestructible, which means anything that says damage won't damage them. But you can get rid of them. So if you've got some, like say for instance, all my goblins are 1/1s, and somebody puts something up saying all creatures get a -1/-1, even if mines are indestructible and can't die to damage, because that doesn't damage
it just reduces
it, and as soon as it reduces it to 0, they die anyway. So you can get rid of indestructibles, but you have to be very fickle with it.
I remembered it hundreds of hours back in the 90s where we like poring over the rules. It's like, does it mean that? Does it not mean that? Is that damage? Is that just reduction? Is that? But that's what I loved about it.
Well, I still play it. I play it every Monday with a load of friends. So Monday night, but because I'm going to be busy, I need to actually. It's either a case of I just bite the bullet and work Sunday and Monday and just work until I'm finished and miss Magic, or I work on Saturday night, then Monday to finish. Sunday night, and then Monday to finish it. And then I can go to Magic. But that just gives me Tuesday to watch the movies, read my comics. But I can do them in the background. So even when I'm working, I can have the movies on in the background. It's just my comics I kind of need to keep up.
I will say, watch this one, and you will be able to work for the rest of the night.
See,
because it will keep you awake.
Horror movies do not do that to me. I've never had an issue. Look at some of my horrors.
This one is actually standing out. Even for me, I'm laughing at most of the horror films, but that one was like, that is well made.
Yeah, but the thing is, I've got things like I Spit in Your Grave, and I've got some classic horrors, I've got some new horrors, but the thing is, no, horrors don't even faze me because I don't get scared with them. It's the same idea. I can get a comedy can make me laugh because they do it, but I know it's fake. So when I see somebody falling down and smashing their face, I know they're no blood. It's the same as I watch a war movie and see people getting blown up. I know they're no dead. So a horror movie, I know it's no scary.
It's the same. But let's face it, we've been around for a while, and we came from the practical effect era, not the CGI.
Yeah.
So they had to kind of try and make it, but because you started learning, okay, it's just like a ketchup bag or something, and it makes it look like blood. But for me, it's not the gory part. It's the anticipation.
Yeah.
If we shall put the what's it called now? Let's do the time warp again.
Rocky
Tim
Horror
Curry.
Picture.
Rocky Horror Picture Show. It's the anticipation of something scary, because Rocky Horror Picture Show, you would think that's a scary thing, but it's more like an entertaining and amusing musical. That's supposed to be a little bit lightweight scary, but it's supposed to be set in like the 50s. Because if you think of the couple coming in.
Yeah, of course. But it's the same as one of my favourites is the Evil Dead, the Bruce Campbell stuff.
Yeah, but it's not really scary. It's more like action comedy.
It's a slasher horror.
Yes.
it's a slasher horror. It's meant to make you jump. That's why there's a lot of jump scares in these ones, because when they were actually doing their first movie, they realised people weren't interested. The only part they got a reaction to is when a passenger in the back seat leans forward dead quick and they got a jump scare. So that's why they decided to do horror movies, because you get a reaction. Even if the movie's no great, if they can keep you all the time, then that's they get a reaction, and that's why they went on to horrors. But it's the fact is, yes, I could get a jump scare the same as anybody, but when I go to my bed, I just go, "Oh, that was a good movie." And that's it. It's Disney. It's the same as like I could watch Schindler's List and be annoyed that we're just not so much annoyed, but you know what I mean, about how what the hell happened to people, what people will do to people. But because that's based on a true story, I don't take the movie factually. I've got. What have I got? Where did I go?
Schindler's List is a really good thing of that because it comes down to it is what we've been told coming through. I'm sure he tried, Oscar Schindler tried his absolutely damnedest to try and save anything and anything he could, but there must have been moments where he couldn't, and he got infuriated, or there was some bad stuff happening because he couldn't.
Yeah.
But overall, as a story,
see that's the difference. You've got a guy like that who used his money.
Yeah, he did want to make money. It was like, we don't want to make bullets. If they don't work, that's fantastic.
But the thing is, what he did was, instead of actually making bullets, he just bought the bullets from somebody else.
Yeah.
So he basically didn't make them. He just let somebody else make them, but he used his money to buy them, to sell them on at thingy. So that way he didn't need to actually keep. He could let people go, as it were, and still imply that they were all still there working in his factory, because the demand was still coming through. So he, instead of actually having enforced workers there, he would have them and then try and get them all out. So what he would do would be, he would buy bullets in and then supply them to the army, and they would think, oh, well, that's good, because all those people he says he's got there, they must be there because he's still supplying all this what he says he's supplying. Yeah. So he spent his money to save people's life. Yeah,
one of the heart-wrenching part of it, at least for me, is when he loses a train with his people on, and it seems to be heading toward Auschwitz, and he's literally like turning the world upside down to find them and get them back to his internment camp, or whatever you want to call it. And I like that part of the story really, really well.
Yeah, but you think about people like that now, all they would do is turn around and go, fine, I can make money out of this. That's the type of people you've got running the world. So you've got people who will quite happily turn a blind eye and do it. You had it then as well, but you've not got. Will there ever be a man like that who would actually quite happily put his life at risk, but his money at risk to save people?
I would like to say that
I would like to say
Elon Musk would be someone like that, but he's literally the only space billionaire, as in the people that can go to space, that hasn't gone to space.
Yeah,
he's not going to space on his own rocket, but apparently he's booked a ticket on Virgin Space Atlantic thing, not his own, mind you. But the other three of them that goes to space or play the space race thing, they've gone up. Elon Musk hasn't.
See, the thing is, why do they need to? Because yes, space is going. The thing is, space travel is just going to be touristy. It's not as if it's going to be practical for much. Yes, it allows them to travel a bit faster across the globe, but they're going to get to the point where unless they actually have an alternate fuel source, it's going to make zero difference.
Yeah, and that is going to be a bit too risky. Space travel is not really going to kick off until we actually colonize Mars.
No,
but even then, it's going to be like, once every 2.5 years, where the planets are so close to each other, you can actually send a quick one over. But a quick travel over is going to be like a 4-month trip.
Exactly. So I don't think it's ever going to be colonized because they would need to get too much over there to make sure people can breathe, and that's where the issues are going to be. Once, and it'll take decades to set something up.
Oxygen is not really the trouble. Carbon monoxide, whatever it's called.
You're cutting again. You're at the point you're about to die, aren't you?
It's probably dying on the battery. Oxygen is not the problem. It's the carbon monoxide, whatever it's called. That is the trouble. Oxygen is dirt cheap. The other thing.
No, it's nothing to do with the dirt cheap. It's, no matter how cheap it is, you still have to get it there in vast quantities. That's the point. That you imagine how much they would need to get there to colonize. Yeah, it's not going to happen for decades. They would have to have the faster travel. It would have to be travel. It wouldn't actually take months and months because there's no practicality in it and there's no money in it. The nearest they'll get would be setting up bases on the moon to mine it. And that is it.
That's the version of the future that I do not want, because Robert Heinlein's The Moon is a Harsh Mistress. Well, basically, the moon people is nuking the planet Earth with comets.
See, the thing is, right, say for instance, right, you go down once they start mining it, and they start mining it in capacity where they're shipping a lot of dense material, shall we say, or material off it. Once it gets to they'll get to eventually a tipping point where its density and thing will cause its orbit to shift. Not be for a long time, but eventually it will. And once the orbit shifts, which will start affecting everything else. So you'll have the tides that will be affected. You'll have other things being affected. But then again, we might be lucky and we might be hit by an asteroid first.
to be brutally honest, by the time they will start mining the moon, you and I will be long gone.
Oh God, definitely. So, but the thing is, I think the planet needs to be hit and wiped, and actually it's restarted again.
We're supposed to be hitting the polarity reversal thing.
That's about 9 or 10 years. No, 9 or 10 years. It's decades. Yes, it's round about these, and they reckon it's the next few decades it's going to happen. But what I'm saying is, the human race screwed up the world, so it needs to go. Needs to be restarted. So give the next thing. Dinosaurs didn't work for them. The megafauna didn't work for them. What's next? Give them a chance, because humanity is screwed up.
We have not done the best we could have with this planet, but I will leave you with one final thought, because I actually see we're now past 3 o'clock.
Nice.
When it comes to dinosaurs in films, they are very inaccurately described. Because if you think of Jurassic Park, T-Rex, the velociraptors, they seem to want to eat and just maim and destroy and kill everything. But the thing is, the dinosaurs lived for a really long time. They didn't die because they ate all the resources that were around them. So why would they always chase you in a dinosaur film? They would come after you when they're hungry, but when they're not,
territorial, but it's a thing. There's animals that will do that anyway. So you could actually feed a lion all day, but if you walk past it, it's territorial. You're getting clonked. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, it depends. The female lions might chase you, but the male lions would just go.
Aye. But the thing is, it's all territorial. It's a lot to do with that. But it's also, but see, the thing is, dinosaurs in films, I always find it funny when they in the films. The thing is, we can only speculate in how they would act and how they looked. We know the structure, but there's no way we can tell the colours. There's speculation that obviously it was most of them were lizard-like. They were more bird-like.
Yep.
But that's a speculation on the fact that the birds now are descendant from dinosaurs. However, even that is speculation because there's been only very few. There's few who they have found that they think it's scales because it's been encased in mud, but there's other ones that they think there's feathers on them, so they don't know, and that's the problem.
But then again, we're working with a 65 million year gap or something like that.
And the thing is, 65 million year gap, right? That allowed us to evolve from mice and rodents, right? So the dinosaurs were on the Earth for what, 170 million years. So even at that, how many times did they evolve, re-evolve, change over that time frame? And that's the thing. So yeah, they might actually have this similar skeleton and say, no, see, look, they've got feathers because we can see from this or this fossil that there's feather strands coming from there. See, but look at that fossil, which is a similar idea as that, but there's no feathers. But that one must be that. No, that could be 50, 60 million years before that one. So you don't know. So when people say it's lizard-like and other ones saying it's feathered, do you know? No, because you don't know. And that's the thing. It's the same as when they talk about the Big Bang Theory and this is what happened to the Earth. They say, no, these are all speculation based on the best guess from the knowledge we can take.
Yes.
Nobody knows for sure. So when people actually start dictating how things are, I go, what? Oh, no, because nobody was there, so we could just do it best guess speculation. And that's
absolutely 100% agree. But I will say this: I do prefer my dinosaurs as Denver, the last dinosaur.
I definitely don't want my dinosaurs to be chickens.
That is true. He was born from an egg.
Yeah. But then again, a crocodile's born from an egg.
Yep.
And
they're supposed to be our mostly oldest living thing.
They basically let what's the fish? The clanthothope. I can't pronounce it properly. Anyway, but yes, the crocodiles they've been around for so many million years unchanged to the point, but they were meant to be around the time of the dinosaurs. They were still crocodiles, might be bigger or whatever. However, so if you've got them looking like that, why would you think everything else had feathers? If you've got birds, why would you assume everything else didn't have feathers? It's one of those things. That's what I'm saying. We could just speculate, but you can't turn around and say, well, they all had feathers. We know that now. No, you think you know that now, and you speculate based on the best guessed evidence. However, you can't say you know it. You can just base it on evidence. But then again, 100 years ago, they based it on the evidence they had then.
if I'm going to be brutally honest, they had the clue that some dinosaur had flying capability. Now, thick, solid, leathery skin versus lightweight feathers. I think feathers might have helped flight.
See,
Doesn't mean that leathery wings could not have helped, but
yeah, but I've seen the ones with the why they think they eventually changed to birds, and it was all to do with the fact is they would jump and then they would glide a bit more and the evolution. Anyway, ladies and gents, we're going to finish at 6 hours, 20 minutes.
jeez. Our
So
streams
thank
are just
you
getting
very-
better and better. Longer and longer.
Yeah. So thank you very much, one and all, for listening to Jim and I ramble on for the last couple of hours. And remember, watch Wednesday for Judge Dredd. The link will be in the description. And Judge Minty, link will be in the description. And remember, I'm not old. I'm classic. PJ Maybe out.